This video is going to explore every constitutional crisis in American history, at least all the standard ones. We're going to explore which ones don't generally make the lists and why as well. We're going to span an area of time about 200 years, 1800 to the year 2000. And of course, being that history is not just an existent set of facts somewhere in the past for no reason, but serve us here in the present, we're also going to touch on themes that I think will have impact on you and your way of understanding the present moment. We're going to start with some contentious politics. Politics in our country have never been kind or clean, and they certainly were not in our first constitutional crisis, the election of 1800. Now, if you know about how American elections work, those who are entitled to participate and vote do. This is going to expand over the course of American history. It's somewhat limited, in fact, quite limited in the year 1800, in that the only people who might be entitled to vote are white men. In the year 1800, however, more white men are going to be eligible in more places to cast their ballot. Restrictions such as property limits are going to start to disappear. And by the 1820s, around the time that Andrew Jackson becomes the president of the United States, the first Democrat president of the United States, even more white men are going to be participating in elections approaching universal white male suffrage. In the year 1800, this is not the case, though more people are able to participate. You also know that in American elections, there is something called the Electoral College, which meets in the respective states and then sends their votes to Washington, D.C. A lot of our constitutional crises today are going to revolve around this very strange practice of the Electoral College and how exactly electors are apportioned. Now, in the year 1800, for this election, the practice was that each member of the Electoral College casts two ballots for two individual people, at least one of which will not be from their state. And here's the kicker, though. The two people that you vote for, you don't designate, at least you didn't in the year 1800, whether that person was intended to be the president or the vice president. You simply voted. All the names and votes were counted up by the United States Senate, and they're opened by the president of the Senate, usually the vice president of the United States. And then the person who gets the most votes is the president, and the person who gets the second most votes is the vice president. Now, what did this lead to in the year 1800 that became a constitutional crisis? Well, or soon-to-be President Jefferson, spoiler alert, Thomas Jefferson was the third president of the United States. President, soon-to-be Jefferson, is running against current President John Adams. Now, you'll see that Thomas Jefferson in the Electoral College received 73 electoral votes. That's more than John Adams' 65 electoral votes. If so facto, Thomas Jefferson is the president of the United States, right? Well, you can already see on the board that there is a problem. I should also mention that Adams' running mate, another Federalist that ran, Pinckney, won 60 some odd electoral votes, and John Jay won a single electoral vote. But whatever, when we get to this point in the election of 1800, these are the three top contenders. So you'll notice there's Jefferson, 73, Aaron Burr of New York, 73 electoral votes. This is a fluke. It is a tie. These two were both Democratic Republicans. The plan all along was for Jefferson to be the president and Burr to be the vice president. Somebody forgot to abstain and voted for Aaron Burr. The big plan didn't come off, and so the Democratic Republicans tripped on their own shoelaces in the election of 1800s, because what happens when there is a tie in the Electoral College? When there is a tie in the Electoral College, it goes to the House of Representatives to determine state by state who is the preferred candidate of each state delegation to be the president of the United States. And who controls the House of Representatives in the year 1800? It is the lame duck Federalist Congress, those dedicated opposers of Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr, and their Democratic Republican Party. Before I go further into the resolution, however, I've started to use terms that you might not be super familiar with if you're not perfectly fluent in American political history. First of all, I've called Jefferson and Burr Democratic Republicans, and you might be like, Democratic Republican? Is that some sort of party that then splits in two and that's how we get the Democrats and Republicans of today? No, absolutely not the case. The Democratic Republicans are a somewhat unofficial political party. Remember that in the early American founding, there is an absolute opposition to the idea of faction. There is a fear of faction, of political loyalties being vested with a party. George Washington's famous farewell address warned of the folly of political party. Now, George Washington was a Federalist himself, he didn't really follow his own advice if you don't take a bird's eye view. That's the other term I wanted to bring up with you, is the term Federalist. That is the other de facto political party at this moment in history. This is the political party, in quotations, of the current president at the time, John Adams, who won his first term in 1796. It is the political party of another influential founder, Alexander Hamilton, who is going to wield a ton of influence on President Washington, which is why it's pretty easy to see that though President Washington said he didn't support political parties, he pretty much almost always followed the advice of Alexander Hamilton, who was very much a partisan Federalist. Now, what distinguished these two parties in the year 1800? Well, a Federalist originally, so go back to 1787 when we're discussing the Constitution at the convention. The Federalists are all of the founding generation, anyone who at least supported the American Constitution, who was not, and I have the book right here, anyone on the book, it's not like a book, it's a series of writing compended in this book, but there were groups of people that were anti-Federalist, that is, that they opposed the adoption of the American Constitution after the dissolution of the Articles of Confederation. To be a Federalist in the early American founding in 1787, to support its ratification to support the ratification of the American Constitution, was to support a level of centrality for the federal government that had not existed under the Articles of Confederation. That is to say that there are certain things that the new federal government of the United States is going to have control over the states. It is not going to simply be a confederation, a group of individual countries that come together to do things like self-fund their own common defense voluntarily. Instead, the Congress in Article 1 under the new Constitution is going to have the power to declare war, to regulate armies, to, conduct general taxation without asking permission of the states in most cases. So the distinction begins to take hold, however, once the Constitution is actually in force. When President Washington assumes the presidency in 1789, where he is going to serve until March of 1797, when President Adams is going to take over as the first Federalist president of the United States. What takes place in this decade after the Constitution is ratified and we have President Washington standing tall over American politics? Well, there begins to develop an ideological split that was always there, but comes to be far stronger in this first and second term of President Washington. President Washington builds a cabinet of people who don't necessarily agree with each other. Now, the cabinet is not particularly large in this period. It's only like 4 or 5 people, really. Vice President Adams actually does not attend President Washington's cabinet meetings. Okay, I actually made a cut so that I could show you the Washington cabinet that existed from 1789 and in this particular constellation until about 1794. However, Washington obviously serves out his second term until 1797. This is the very first cabinet of the United States. In fact, I think it's James Madison who starts referring to this as the president's cabinet. Everything is just so brand new. The thing to remember here, though, is that the vice president is simply the second place in the electoral college race in this period of history. And so John Adams is actually not invited to sit in Washington's cabinet. It's not until 1796 or so, when it becomes obvious that John Adams is the heir apparent to George Washington, that he starts to give a tutoring period, effectively bringing John Adams into meetings, giving him guidance, showing him the ropes, and realizing that, okay, if I'm going to protect my legacy and this is the guy who's going to carry the republic forward, I better involve him. The first years of the administration, the first term and up until about 1796, Vice President Adams is not included. However, Adams is loyal to the president in these moments. The biggest decisions of the Washington administration are going to be supported by John Adams, and towards the end of Washington's term, you could describe both he and John Adams as Federalists. We're going to get more into that as we go along, as we've already teased. The second member of Washington's cabinet that we need to know about is Secretary of State Jefferson. Now, he is going to run for president in 1796 and 1800. That is going to produce this constitutional crisis. And the reason that we need to bring a discussion up about his presence in Washington's first cabinet is that he's going to oppose many of the policies of the administration. He's going to serve as a rival voice to Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. And this is going to, over time, lead to the development of the second major political party in the United States, the Democratic Republicans, or sometimes just Republicans. And the reason they called themselves this is that they were in favor of the Republic. What does that mean? It means that the government, generally speaking, is limited. It is a primary goal of that government to produce yeomen, small farmers, people who till and run the land, who are close to subsistence agriculturalists, and in the case of Thomas Jefferson, people who don't do actual labor themselves but have enslaved labor to work the land for them. The Democratic Republican vision of the United States is that in those individual states, that is, states like Virginia or South Carolina, the federal government does not interfere in the affairs of those individual countries, right? That's kind of they're colonies, right? But when you think about the Articles of Confederation bringing the 13 colonies together, you might have thought of them not as a single United States, where you could use the term the United States is, but you would use it in a plural sense. The 13 United States are doing this, are doing that, right? This paradigm is much stronger in this period, particularly before and during the American Civil War, this idea that each individual state of the Union is within a compact with the other states. We're going to return to that word compact, but that effectively the role of the federal government is far more limited. Remember, at the founding, all these people are in favor of forming a central government, a federal government with specific powers over the states. But Jefferson says those specific powers are limited. Those specific powers should not go beyond the bounds of the American Constitution and should not be expanded into places like big finance, into places like big standing armies, into places like interfering in the affairs of states that have the institution, the quote, peculiar institution of slavery. This is going to define the politics of people like Thomas Jefferson, like James Madison. Future presidents like James Monroe are going to subscribe to this formulation of what the American federal government should be like. However, at this moment in time, within the cabinet of the Washington administration, they're going to be in the minority. In fact, you'll notice James Madison, one of the founders, the so-called father of the Constitution, is not even in the cabinet. He is sitting in the Congress in this period of time, which is funny when you realize that James Madison wrote the first inaugural address of President Washington. These people were in constant contact, and there's not this clear separation that you would expect perhaps today. But that's getting beyond the bounds of our conversation leading up to this constitutional crisis in the year 1800. Let's touch a little bit on the Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, one of the most influential founders who never held the office of president, unless you consider the fact that President Washington, for the most part, did whatever his Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, recommended him to do. Even out, as we'll see, even after President Washington leaves office. What does the Secretary of the Treasury want? The Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, wants an energetic executive. We'll see that in a little bit in the realm of foreign policy. But for the country as a whole, Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, wants to build on the promise of federalism. He sees the founding of the American country as the Constitution itself as building towards something far more centralized, something far bigger financially and in terms of armed forces than people like Thomas Jefferson envisioned. Specifically, what Alexander Hamilton wants in this period is for the federal government to assume state debts from the war. He wants the federal government to buy back war bonds at face value, and he wants to establish a national bank. Now, the first one of those three items, the assumption of state debts. So let me make sure I can do this. Alexander Hamilton wants the federal government to take on the debts of the states that remain from the Revolutionary War. Yeah, there we go. I'm filming this in my living room, by the way, so if you see light reflecting, it's because I'm just at home, okay? My cat's to the right of me. My windows are reflecting on my whiteboard. I'm doing my best. And you might hear my neighbors stomp or a car drive by. It's a busy street outside in Washington, D.C. I'm just here to talk about things that I'm passionate about. I hope you're enjoying. Okay, he wants the state debts taken on by the federal government. Easy peasy. He also wants face value purchase of war bonds by the federal government. Now, what's gone on in this period of time is that quite often during the war, the Continental Congress, or later the Articles, would give out war bonds to fund the war effort. And later on, people who held those war bonds, who were maybe veterans that were a little bit more poor, would sell those war bonds to banks, to speculators who would buy it at less of the face value of the bond. So if the bond was for $1, maybe in a dire strait, somebody takes their war bonds to the bank and says, I really need some cash. I really need some real hard currency right now. I need some gold. Could you please purchase this war bond? And the bank would say, sure, but we're going to pay 50 cents on the dollar or whatever. So Hamilton wants the federal government to purchase back those war bonds at face value. This is going to, first of all, in the eyes of the opposition to this plan, like Secretary of State Jefferson, is going to benefit those who bought those war bonds for cheap, because now you've purchased a war bond at half its expected face value, or 25% of its face value, and now the federal government is coming in to offer to purchase all of those war bonds at full face value. You're going to make a lot of profit off of that deal, and that is something that people like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and their supporters in the Congress are going to think is a capitulation to Northern finance and industry. It is going to be to the detriment of the landed yeomen, to the people who are not in the world of big finance in the big cities of Philadelphia and New York City in the late 18th century. But Hamilton's not done. He has a desire for the federal government to also have a national bank that can finance the ambitions of a growing and large republic like the United States, that can give loans and develop things and participate in a national economy in a way that, again, people like Secretary of State Jefferson, Madison, and one day the inheritors of their political project, people like Andrew Jackson are going to oppose vehemently as an oppressive, centralizing matter, when in reality, finance and the trickery here of the Federalists, what they're really serving to do in the eyes of someone like Jefferson is to centralize and to oppress and to violate the spirit of the Constitution. Finally, Alexander Hamilton is going to advocate an excise tax on whiskey. And this in particular is going to lead to rebellion in places like Western Pennsylvania in the years 1791 until all of this is put to bed in 1794. The people who actually create whiskey in places like Western Pennsylvania are going to be opposed to this excise tax of Alexander Hamilton. And what is actually going to happen is that President Washington in the year 1794 is actually going to ride out in front of a force of, I think, about 13,000 to put down a rebellion of people opposed to paying this excise tax of Secretary Hamilton. I believe the excise tax is actually enacted in 1791. So Secretary of the Treasury Hamilton represents the Federalists, who in this moment in time are coming to represent not just support of the Constitution, as the name Federalist might have implied even just a few years earlier. The word Federalist, the name Federalist Party, which is not going to be called such until later, but the idea of being a Federalist is going to start to transform during this Washington administration to represent all of these centralizing, quote unquote, big government proposals that are first and foremost coming from the man himself, Alexander Hamilton. In the constitutional debates at the convention, he's going to be advocating a larger role for the executive for the central government. He proposes something like a president for life, right? He's going to come to represent and is sometime going to lean in and play the role of someone who wants a bigger government and at times even is advocating, and he would never admit this, but is advocating monarchy, is advocating a centralized tyranny. The opponents of Alexander Hamilton are going to refer to him as a monarchist. And this is going to become particularly acute when the fingers of Alexander Hamilton are going to get themselves into a future administration of John Adams, who, like Hamilton, is going to support a lot of these plans, is going to be a Federalist, not a Democratic Republican in the Jefferson or Madison mold. Another thing that comes to define the difference between the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans in this period is the question of foreign policy. Now, the United States has just won its independence from Great Britain, and it's done so with the help of the French. However, during the Washington administration, the French are going to have their own revolution, their own Atlantic Revolution. It's going to fall into this realm of Atlantic revolutions, the Haitian Revolution, the American Revolution, the French Revolution. They're all going to be sister or brother revolutions. And it's an open question in the American political world of how should the United States respond to the revolution that's taking place in France, a revolution that one might argue the United States is indebted to the French to assist in some way with or to encourage them to participate in. That is the opinion of people like Secretary of State Jefferson, who believes in his heart of hearts that the French Revolution, even when it starts to become quite violent and basically appears like the mob has taken over, is going to nonetheless have this somewhat utopian view that the French Revolution is just like the American Revolution. It is a revolution that is going to topple tyrants and bring about a general liberty for the French people. And in fact, Thomas Jefferson is going to do things like meddle behind the scenes in American foreign policy. He's going to tell officials inside of the directorate later on during the administration of John Adams that they should wait and not negotiate with the United States representatives that are sent to Paris, that they should delay these sorts of things because he believes that the French are ultimately going to triumph in some of their wars, and that the need to negotiate will end. I'm getting a little ahead of the story here, but the point is that people like Thomas Jefferson are what will come to be called Francophiles. They love the French. They love the French Revolution. They believe in it deeply. They believe American foreign policy should align with the new French Republic. And even when the French Republic is acting aggressive against its neighbors within Europe, is toppling places like the Dutch Republic, that they should still be supported. And when England or Great Britain enters a war with other European powers against this new French Republic that has toppled its king, it is going to be an open question in the Washington administration about what to do. The Democratic Republicans, as I said, like Thomas Jefferson, think that the United States should align its policy with the French Republic, but that is not the opinion of George Washington. More importantly, I know that sounds strange when talking about Washington, but more importantly, it is not the opinion of Federalists like Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton. Not only is Hamilton more amenable to the constitutional monarchical form of government in the United Kingdom, but he is opposed to the anarchy that he sees in the French Revolution. And his critics will accuse him of being a little bit cozied up with the English finance in the big cities like New York and Philadelphia. Remember, at this moment in time, the seat of the United States government is not in Washington, D.C., but rather in Philadelphia. It is not going to move to Washington, D.C., though the location has been selected by 1790. It won't be until June of 1800 when the seat of government actually moves. So when the Democratic Republicans fear the Federalist intertanglement with Northern finance, with the financiers of Philadelphia, with the big money of New York, they're literally looking out the windows, perhaps, and fearing those things. It's part of why people like Jefferson and Madison want to have a capital in the South. And this here city where I stand right now, Washington, D.C., Washington, D.C. is a big developed city now, but it wasn't back then. It was a swamp. In fact, I'm just going to pull this off the shelf conveniently right next to me. There's a really good little story about Washington, D.C., or a book kind of about Washington, D.C. A book kind of. No, this is actually a book. It's not a pamphlet. It's not a paper. It's a book. It's not a kind of book. Not scripted here. Anyway, the book is called Empire of Mud, right? Because when the federal city is first created in the United States, when first the the development of Washington, D.C. starts to take place, it is a place of farmlands, right? There are cattle grazing on what would become the National Mall. There's nothing here but a river and displaced native people, but that's a topic for another time. Another really interesting little book, this one is more like a pamphlet that you can look at, though, is this book on creating the federal city, 1774 to 1800. Touches on some of the designs of L'Enfant, and this desire that people like Jefferson had, that actually the seat of the federal government in the federal city should be small. That basically what we call the National Mall today should be this little teeny tiny space where just enough buildings and infrastructure exists to house the Capitol, to house the president, right? To house a couple offices or whatever that are needed for the federal government, that it should be, like the federal government itself, quite contained. And it is people like Hamilton who want an expansive, huge, well-designed, beautiful capital city that, in fact, L'Enfant's design takes some of the geometry of Versailles palaces and puts it into the diagonal lines that you see to this day in Washington, D.C. Even the capital city comes to reflect this disagreement within Washington's cabinet about the size and role of the federal government. Back to the issue of the war between Great Britain and France. The USA is brand new. Should it intervene in the war on the side of France, or maybe on the side of Great Britain? Isn't the country in debt. And that's part of why all this face value war bonds issues coming up, why the state's debts are being assumed, why there's a feeling of a need of a national bank, which is indeed created, the first national bank in 1791, why there is a need for an excise tax on whiskey, even though it's unpopular and it is that excise tax is passed in 1791. All of this is happening because the United States is brand new. It's in debt. It's an independent country. It's just finding its way. It's still trying to figure out all of the little intricacies of how its government works to create precedents. Does it have time and energy and money for a war? Of course not. Alexander Hamilton, for that reason, and for the reason that he just has a general affinity more with Great Britain than with France, advises to the cabinet and, of course, to President Washington that the United States be neutral in the war between Britain and France. And President Washington agrees, issuing the cleverly named, you'll never guess what it was called, the Neutrality Proclamation. That's not going to work. I need another pen. Oh, I didn't need another pen. I just needed to turn the pen in a way that allowed the ink to flow. The Neutrality Proclamation of 1793. This was a proclamation from President Washington that no, the United States will not be taking sides in the war between Great Britain and France. The United States will be standing away from the war, will not be participating. And if we use our current lens to look at this, nothing strikes us as strange about this whole situation. Not just the actual choice of the policy to be neutral, but the idea that it was the President Washington that promulgated this neutrality. However, in this moment in time, again, we're starting to develop these political parties, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. This actually becomes a piece of controversy because what right does President Washington have to say that the United States has a foreign policy of X or Y? He's the president, but where does the war-making power exists within the United States Constitution? It exists in Article 1 under the powers of the Congress. The Congress has the power to declare war, not the president. We're in a gray area here because the president, of course, has not tried to declare war. He's tried to do the opposite of that. Well, the opposite of that, I guess, would be to surrender, but whatever. He's declaring something that is not war, but rather neutrality. Is that really the role of the President of the United States? People like Hamilton would argue absolutely. In fact, he's going to take to the papers under the pseudonym Pacificus, I believe is the pen name that he uses to defend this policy of the administration. It is not, however, the contention of people like Secretary of State Jefferson, who is going to argue within the confines of the cabinet that, like we said, the United States should not be neutral. The United States should be supporting France, but more important to the point of this argument that it's really a matter for Congress to decide, right? And he's actually going to write to James Madison and tell him to take up the pen. I think he literally uses that phraseology, take up the pen, man. Hamilton is out there in the paper saying that the president has the power to declare neutrality. Argue against him. Don't let Hamilton's words just hang out there without answer. This is Thomas Jefferson basically manipulating the policy of the Washington administration from without. Very interesting dynamic that is starting to play out here. Madison is going to comply. He takes up the pen name Helveticus. I'll put up on the screen what the right term is. You know, all these founders, they took on pen names when they wrote in the public. They did that in the Federalist Papers. The Anti-Federalists did that as well. Some of them took up names like Brutus and Cato. Anyway, Hamilton and Jefferson are going to have this back and forth in the papers about the power of the president to set foreign policy. Hamilton, in writing as Pacificus, says, okay, the president can't declare war, but he must, quote, preserve peace until war is declared. That is to say that by giving out a neutrality proclamation, President Washington was helping to prevent war itself. He was acting as a presidential figure to ensure that the United States didn't fall into war, which is a legitimate point, I think. To be clear, I think Madison's points in opposition are also clear, but just to stick with Hamilton for the moment, The Constitution gives the power to declare war to Congress. During the 1787 debates at the Constitutional Convention, it was the contention of Elbridge Gerry and of James Madison that the power of the Congress to declare war in Article 1 also obviously meant that the President of the United States, it didn't preclude the President of the United States from repelling attack, for example. If the British via Canada invaded the United States, the President of the United States should be able to repel that attack without, going to Congress and waiting, and all the troops are just standing there with the British running past them into the American territory without answer. Of course not. I am also aware that that never happened, and that if anyone's going to invade the other, is the U.S. invading Canada. I digress. The point is that it is understood that within the context of the American Constitution, even though the war power is within the Congress, that the president should have the ability to repel attacks, even though that is considered an act of war. But where does that leave the ability of the president to sort of steer the ship before such dramatic emergencies? Is it that the president must just defer to Congress when there are threats in the air, as there were in this period of time, as there will come to be in the quasi-war with France that's going to happen during the Adams administration in 1798? Must the president simply stand idly by and wait for instructions from the Congress as the two chambers debate it out and argue with each other and perhaps give mixed signals and take forever to come to a decision, so the President of the United States simply sit and wait? No, says Alexander Hamilton, he should not. He should attempt to preserve the peace until war is declared. That is the phrasing that he uses in his first published, I believe is the Philadelphia Gazette article, as Pacificus, arguing for the policy of the Washington administration, the Neutrality Proclamation. On top of that, President Washington throws in a kicker, which is that he requests of the Congress to approve his policy of neutrality. Thus, he is safely showing that there is a shared commodity of foreign policy between the executive, the White House, the president, and the Congress, which, as we know, has the ability to declare war, but also has the ability to regulate the Army and Navy, to give advice and consent to the president on the appointment of ambassadors of, sorry, I had to cough there and clear my throat, of treaties, right? They approve treaties by 2/3 majority in the U.S. Senate. Foreign policy, according to the Constitution, is a shared property of the president and the Congress. And this is the argument that is going to be made by James Madison. In addition, Madison is going to assert that that power lies far more within the purview of the legislature, of the Congress, than with the president. Madison, as a Democratic Republican, and Jefferson as a Democratic Republican, they're going to fear that executive power is going to be tempted by war. That if a president is unpopular, if the president wants to assert their power, what is the easiest and first thing they can do? Well, they can assert their Article 2 Commander-in-Chief powers to start a war. And that is the exact reason that Madison argues the power to declare war, in his first letter is Helveticus, is the exact reason that the power to declare war lies with the Congress and does not lie with the president, is to prevent this exact sort of aggression from taking place. Now, of course, in this instance, Washington has proclaimed neutrality. He's not aggravated a war, but you'll notice that by Hamilton's logic in this neutrality proclamation, that the president basically has the power of conducting foreign policy until the Congress officially declares war or makes a decision. In doing that, that gives space. I had to make a cut here because I swung my arm and hit this microphone stand I've got sitting here and the camera. Okay, Hamilton's argument was made to say that Washington can basically institute a policy until Congress intervenes. He can be neutral until the Congress either affirms that neutrality or declares war. But you'll notice that this gives the president operating room to also potentially make a different decision, to make the decision to be aggressive until the Congress is forced to declare war. That sounds somewhat familiar to you. It's because that is the imperial presidency that has developed over the course of the American project, one that continues to play out today, but is probably best shown in places like Korea and Vietnam, where the president of the United States functionally single-handedly decided to make wars in those places. And if insofar as they asked Congress for assistance in those things, it was not in a direct declaration of war, but instead as a fait accompli. Hey, the UN has directed me, Harry Truman, to, help the United Nations repel the North Korean attack on the South. I'm doing that. Congress, it'd be great if you could fund the troops that are already in Korea. And if you don't fund them, then you're leaving troops on the battlefield without ammunition or paychecks. So you better do it. Right, in the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, 1964, President Lyndon Johnson asked Congress for permission. He didn't ask them to declare war. He asked them for permission to conduct military operations in Indochina insofar as it was necessary. We now know that what was actually being planned when he asked for such is full-scale war in Vietnam that would lead to the deaths of tens of thousands of American citizens, not to mention hundreds of thousands. I haven't checked the numbers recently, but I assume well over 1 million Vietnamese, including innocent, civilians. So this power being asserted by Alexander Hamilton in defense of Washington's neutrality proclamation gives a lot of latitude that is going to be explored over the course of centuries by American presidents. It is a power that is going to be contested by James Madison in the papers, writing as Helveticus, opposing this foreign policy prerogative of the president for the exact reason that it might one day lead to aggressive executives taking advantage of this space. However, the point of all of this description was not simply to give you the kernel of the imperial presidency that would be later described by Arthur M. Schlesinger, but instead to give you yet another point of contention between the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. It is the contention of the Federalists, such as Hamilton, and it is a policy, though Adams is not in the cabinet room, that is supported by Vice President Adams, that George Washington has the latitude to declare neutrality, to basically lead the charge in terms of foreign policy, and it is in this moment also a good idea for the president to ask the Congress to back him up, which they do with the Neutrality Law of 1794. The Congress tells Washington, yeah, we approve your policy. And we see that really in this case, the Constitution is functioning as intended, or at least the back and forth is functioning, and that there are disagreements between the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans about the powers of the president, about the role of the shared property of foreign policy between the legislature and the executive. And, well, it's kind of a compromise position. President Washington has, used his prerogative to declare neutrality. Congress has backed him up. Okay, we're not going to have a full outbreak of disagreement at this moment. We're not going to split the entirety of the American Constitution. We're not going to go and start a second American Revolution in the South to oppose this. We're going to let things play out in this way. We're going to let this be a precedent, almost like a court would do, stare decisis. However, Jefferson is going to leave the administration in 1794. It's not just neutrality, but also the fact that personally Jefferson says he's tired. He wants to go back to Monticello and oversee the work of his slaves. And we can't go over this history without recognizing that a lot of the intellectual work of the founders, which was, in my estimation, quite impressive, these sorts of things require, unfortunately, in this period, quite often an underclass of people who do the manual labor and free up the time of these thinkers who, yes, they end up doing great work, but it comes at a human cost. And I'm not justifying that. I am describing a state of affairs that Aristotle also described when talking about Athenian democracy. If you saw my last lecture, you know that Aristotle justified the slavery that took place in the Athenian democracy on account of the fact that it freed up citizens to go participate in the assembly and to keep the power of the demos manifested in those assemblies to rule themselves. It was only possible because of an underclass of people. Disturbing, and it leads me recently to consider larger philosophical questions about whether flourishing is not just the opposite of suffering, but whether those two things are often, if it's possible that those two things can even be extricated from one another, and what the implication is then in our politics. If one determines that suffering is often complementary of flourishing, that the yin and yang there cannot be separated. It's a dark thought, and it's also a tangent that's not relevant to the constitutional crisis of 1800. You can see that the differences of opinions are going to start to boil over in the press, right? We have these debates between Madison and Hamilton under pseudonyms in papers. We have the internal debates within the cabinet, which Washington navigates fairly well. He keeps the country together. He's unanimously elected in 1789. He wins re-election in 1792. He's going to serve both terms. A lot of people expect that he's actually going to serve a third term, serve for life. There's no prohibition of such in the United States Constitution at this period. But George Washington, for a couple reasons, decides not to pursue a third term. A lot of this is steeped in legend that I don't have time to go into, but let's just go ahead and just say for the moment that President Washington's getting older. He wants to go back to Mount Vernon. He doesn't want to be president anymore. He calls in his Vice President Adams, who's been mostly excluded from political decision making up until this point, and in 1796 starts to groom him as the heir apparent to be the next president of the United States. Adams has agreed with the Neutrality Proclamation. He has agreed and faithfully served the Washington administration. It's one of the things that he's going to take the most pride in as he gets older, is how faithfully he served the first president, George Washington. He is going to be a Federalist. He is going to support these policies of Hamilton, even if he's not a huge fan of the Hamilton personality. He's going to see these policies, neutrality, big centralized power, finance, national bank. He's a New Englander himself, born to a middling New England family, Calvinist family that's going to create a austerity to his life, asceticism, almost a seriousness, and is going to lead him to fully embrace the legacy of George Washington, so much so that he's actually going to retain Washington's cabinet when he enters the White House in 1797. And it is Thomas Jefferson who is going to run against him in 1796 to hopefully be the second president. He is going to lose that election, but that is not going to be the end of the story. 1796, December 1796, or maybe early 1797. I assume it's December 1796. The electoral votes are counted up. President Adams has won the election by 3 electoral votes. Only three electoral votes. It is a close election. Remember, the Washington elections were functionally unanimous. This is an election that is extremely tight, as is the election of 1800 going to be an extremely tight election. That is because the country is polarizing around these Democratic Republicans, Jefferson, Madison, and these Federalists. High Federalists like Hamilton and some of his allies. High Federalists meaning the most extreme supporters, the ones that are willing to go the furthest in terms of having big standing armies and having centralizing politics and finance. And some of the more moderate Federalists like John Adams, who support a strong central government, support some of these financial plans, support Washington's disposition towards England and France, but who might not be quite as extreme as the Hamiltonians. If Washington really thought that his warning in the farewell address was a warning to the future not to pursue party politics, he would be, and he wasn't this dumb, he would have been mistaken. It's pretty clear that what Washington was actually doing in his farewell address, which was not written by him anyway, but the point being that the message was about the current moment. It wasn't an abstraction about the future in political parties. It was about the two political parties that were forming right then and there. They might not have been calling themselves political parties, but they were calling themselves Federalists. They were calling themselves Republicans, as in people who oppose monarchy, right? And that was the charge. The Democratic Republicans laid at the feet of the Federalists, that you are trying to become the crown. And in fact, it was the Democratic Republicans would sometimes call themselves Whigs, which is confusing because we actually have a Whig party at some point in the United States. But the point was that it is the Tories in the Parliament of Great Britain that supports the monarch traditionally, and it is the Whigs who oppose monarchical power. These titles actually play out then in American politics at this period of time, with the opponents of the Federalists who are perceived as being more monarchical in their disposition, those opponents describing themselves actually as the Whigs and their press as the Whig press. And in fact, there are opposing, since we're on this anyway, part of the split here is that there are opposing opinions within the American press in this period of time. There is a Republican press and there is a Federalist press that is going to, over the course of time, become more and more vicious and partisan. This is going to build up in the election of 1800 at a time in which it's about a 60-40 split. I think there's a majority of papers that are going to be from the North that are going to be espousing more Federalist policies, and about a 40% of the press around the time of the 1800 election are going to be Democratic Republicans. That is a huge increase from something like 10 to 20%, which are Democratic Republican favorable press outfits in 1796, and it is going to, of course, then be seen as the losers of that election. Thomas Jefferson is going to see that as a problem and is going to start to personally finance partisan papers in between these two elections, 1796 and 1800, in order to give himself more of an advantage, or at least an equal playing field for the next election. Now, the Adams administration is going, let's quickly just talk about what is going to make this distinction between the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans even stronger in the next 4 years. It is going to continue to revolve around all the issues we've been talking about, but it's going to focus quite dramatically on foreign policy. The revolutionary government of France is going to see the American neutrality as effectively an American. They're not going to take it at face value. They're going to say, you say you're neutral, but we had a treaty in 1788. You owe your independence to us. You're being ungrateful. We actually see what you're doing, United States of America. We French see it as you siding with Great Britain in the war against us. And so the French are going to start to take American ships off the high seas as aiding and abetting the enemy of Great Britain. And this is going to lead pretty early in the Adams administration to him going up in front of the Congress and saying, we have a problem here. The French are starting to conduct acts of war against us, even though we have said we are neutral. What shall we do? And Adams does not ask for a declaration of war. President Adams asks for the ability to defend the United States. He asked Congress to basically start to build up its armed forces to either deter France or to eventually, if necessary, defend itself against direct French attacks. I wrote down the exact wording here. In 1797, Adams gives a speech. He says that he needs, quote, effectual measures of defense. Effectual measures of defense. He asked for like a day of fasting, etc., etc. The Federalists are going to be generally supportive of President Adams' proclamation, and the reason is because Adams retained Washington's cabinet. Washington's cabinet at the time he vacated at the end of his second term was dominated by Federalists loyal to Alexander Hamilton, and actually wrote down some of their names. You had Wolcott, who was the most Hamiltonian member of the Washington cabinet, as Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of State Pickering, and Secretary of War McHenry. These three, and I think also the Attorney General Charles Lee, are Hamilton loyalists, and they're not loyal to John Adams, the new president of the United States, the new Federalist president. They are loyal to Hamilton. They think that Adams is kind of an irrelevant curmudgeon. We're going to find out later that Hamilton thinks that John Adams is effectively like an angry man among other things, and has a temper about him. And functionally, Adams is going to resent the fact that he had a huge hand in the Washington administration and is going to try to continue to seek that meddling, influential hand in the Adams administration. Adams is going to come to see the fact that he retained Washington's cabinet as a huge political miscalculation, though it is debated as to when he actually makes this realization. From the outside, Vice President Jefferson sees immediately that Adams' cabinet is not loyal to him, but is there to make sure that the interests of Alexander Hamilton are actually the ones that prevail. It is pretty early on, right after the inauguration, that John Adams actually sits down with his Vice President Jefferson. And remember, Jefferson is not the vice president in this administration because he's an ally of John Adams. Jefferson is the vice president because he has gotten the second amount of votes, the second largest amount of votes in the Electoral College, right? So he's a rival. He's a Democratic Republican. He's not a Federalist. And so, his role in this Adams administration is kind of whatever these two men decide it to be. Early into his administration, we're talking about in the first days after the inauguration, Adams actually has a meeting with Jefferson. They're old friends from the Revolution. They respect each other. They're going to be friends in old life, in later in life. But they're also going to be political rivals, and it's going to get quite contentious basically from now until the foreseeable future. And the contention between the two of them has its origins right here after the inauguration of Adams in March 1797. They meet together. The meeting is nice, and Adams suggests that because of the issues going on with France, that their mutual friend, James Madison, should go to France as part of the peace envoy. There's a general trust between them, and Adams, taking his lead from President Washington, is trying to hold up people who might be, political rivals or at least ideological opponents, and trying to bring all of them together. What Doris Kearns Goodwin is later going to call the team of rivals strategy that people like Washington and President Lincoln do to hold their administrations together in difficult moments. However, Adams, after this meeting, goes to talk with his Secretary of State Wolcott, his Secretary of the Treasury Wolcott, who is going to hear the name James Madison. And remember, Wolcott is an extremely loyal high Federalist Hamiltonian, and he's going to raise an eyebrow at Adams and be like, really? You're going to appoint the Francophile James Madison to the peace envoy? Are you crazy? The rest of the cabinet is also going to oppose the appointment of Madison to the cabinet. And later on, Adams and Jefferson are going to meet again. Jefferson is going to tell Adams, just by coincidence, that Madison is tired or something and isn't going to, sign up to be on the peace envoy to France. And Adams is going to reveal to Jefferson, this is according to Jefferson's account, that, that's for the best because, there's been some issues raised. And Jefferson writes that this is the moment when he realized that the Adams cabinet was going to be working against the president's own interests. Adams wanted Madison. He comes back a little while later and says, actually, even if Madison had made himself available, the cabinet won't have it. Jefferson sees at this moment that there is an issue, that the Hamiltonian High Federalists are intervening in the Adams cabinet, and Adams may or may not be aware at this moment. He is obviously aware of their objections to Madison, but is he aware that the objections to Madison are actually secretly coming through Alexander Hamilton, who's pulling the strings of these cabinet officials behind the scenes? Adams is later going to claim that he knew, but it's not obvious that he knows at this moment in time. Things are going to become more complicated here because when Adams goes up in 1797 and reveals that the French are commandeering American ships and basically committing acts of war, and he asks for the effectual measures of defense, quote, effectual measures of defense, it is the contention of the Democratic Republicans. Hold on, my cat wants to go on my computer. Girl, don't walk across I'm working. She's about to step on the space bar and stop the recording of my audio, which would not have been good. Anyway, the Democratic Republicans go and take this Adams disposition and say, well, obviously you just hate France. Obviously you're just a fan of monarchy, of Great Britain. Obviously you are hostile to the French, who are our allies in the Revolutionary War. Your policy is aggravating, actually, the French. And actually what we should do is we should be friends with our brothers in liberty, the Directorate, and Napoleon, this new up-and-coming general in the French army, leading victories on the continent and in North Africa. And this split gets worse. Obviously, the Federalists support John Adams in his maneuvering against French acts of war. They support the president. It is Hamilton behind the scenes that is pushing his cabinet to get Adams to take this position. And the plot thickens in 1798 when the delegation, the peace delegation that Adams sent to France, letters of their experience in France begin to emerge on the continent, even before the peace envoy themselves returns physically to the United States. These coded letters start to appear. These dispatches from Paris start to appear. And the first dispatch that's decoded basically says our envoy's peace attempts with the French Directorate, with the Foreign Affairs Secretary Talleyrand, have failed. This message gets to the Congress first through John Adams. And the message that they hear is that the peace delegation has failed. What they don't get is the reason why it's failed. Beyond that, it's just failed. The Democratic Republicans, the fans of France, think that this has been a giant ruse to get the country into war with France. They accuse the Adams administration of sabotaging the peace process in France. They demand all of the dispatches of those who were sent to Paris to negotiate a peace with France to stop the commandeering of, up to this point, about 300 American ships by the French Navy. They demand that all the dispatches be released. Well, what they didn't know was that the rest of the dispatches made the French, and therefore the Democratic Republicans, look even worse. What occurred in Paris when the peace envoys arrived is that first they were not really accepted by Talleyrand and the French. They were made to wait. They were treated poorly. But not just that. They were basically told that first of all, they were told the speech that your president gave in 1797 was an insult to us when he said that you need measures of defense against us. That was insulting. Second, even though we're taking your ships, you insulted us. Second, we're the reason you're independent. How can you be so annoying as to not ally with us? And the kicker, if you want to talk to us, if you want peace, Talleyrand, his associates go to the American peace envoy. These three associates of Talleyrand go, and they say, if you want to talk to Talleyrand, it'd be great if you would bribe us. And also, if you would loan like $10 million to the French Republic for its war effort, we could talk about a peace. These three officials from Talleyrand are going to become known as X, Y, and Z, not by their real names, because that's how they're going to be named in the dispatch that makes it to Washington and is then revealed when the Democratic Republicans demand all the dispatches be released. It is going to make the Democratic Republicans look really bad because their great friends, the French, have been extremely disrespectful to the American peace envoy. They have basically said, unless you pay us a bribe, we won't even negotiate peace, offending the sensibilities of everyone who heard about it, including the Democratic Republicans, who immediately, including people like Jefferson, realize how damaging it is to their cause that the French have behaved this way to the American peace envoy. Now, the Democratic Republicans are so deep in it. They so believe in the French Revolution and then their alliance with the French that, they're still going to have their doubts. They're going to start to rationalize these things. But there's a problem, and that is that the Democratic Republicans aren't just like saying we support France. They aren't just kind of, they aren't just like caught off guard by the fact that the French are not as wonderful an actors as they've presented them to be, but it is revealed through these dispatches as well that there have been some conspiration, some conspiratorial behavior. The French signal that they have friends in the American government, in the American population, that the friends of France are everywhere, and that these peace envoys are not the real representatives of the sentiment of the American people. Now, what is that referring to? It's referring to the fact that Thomas Jefferson and others have encouraged the French to delay the peace process with the envoys. That Jefferson believes that actually the French are going to prevail in their war, particularly against Great Britain very soon. And so therefore he writes ahead of time that when the French receive the envoys that they should delay and demur. So there is not just a sense that the Democratic Republicans are representing the French and the French are being so disrespectful to the American envoys, but there is a sense that the Democratic Republicans are bordering on treachery, on sedition. And that is why the Federalists, the High Federalists, introduce, actually, I'm going to clean the board and we're going to talk about the Alien and Sedition Acts. This is the moment when the American political system, this early American political system, is not just going to split a little bit ideologically. This is when it is going to start to fall apart. And there is a genuine fear that the Union itself, just 10 years or so into it, just a decade or so of the Constitution, that really at this early moment, this fledgling republic is going to fall apart. Let me clear the board and then let's talk about that. Okay, let's talk about the moment when the constitutional structure, the crisis is in 1800. Arguably, the crisis begins, the breakdown begins in 1798. In 1798, after these dispatches come back from Paris, after the disrespect is seen, after it is implied that the Democratic Republicans might actually be conspiring against the American Federalist government, the Federalists, the High Federalists, the allies of Hamilton in the Congress in particular, push through a series of laws, the Alien and Sedition Acts. The plural, there are multiple laws. The Alien Acts are part of an important tradition of American presidents' involvement in immigration and residency leading to citizenship, which I can't get into too much here, but we should say that they, in this period of time in 1798, basically gave the president the power to expel foreign nationals that were not seen as behaving well, as potentially aiding and abetting the enemy, in this case, the French. And also, the Alien Act sought to extend the amount of time you needed to be in the country in order to become an American citizen and receive the protections of citizenship. Controversial, important. However, what does not occur in this period of time is a lot of action or prosecution regarding the Alien Acts. And so we, for the purposes of this conversation, are going to move past them and talk about the one that directly contributes to the constitutional crisis in 1800s, in the 1800 election, that is the Sedition Act. The Sedition Act was functionally, effectively, the Federalist attempt to get the Democratic Republicans and their press to shut up about the government and its behavior regarding France and to stop criticizing President Adams. Did Hamilton really get sad that John Adams was being tarnished as a lover of the British and monarchy, as his three-vote presidency, referring to the fact that Adams had won by only 3 votes, his rotundity, as his nickname came to be called because he was a little bit pudgy, not nearly as tall as George Washington, not merely as commanding of a presence. Did the Federalists really care all that much about Adams? No, it was more that Adams represented their policy against the French in this period of time, and they wanted all of the critiques of the government and of Adams to stop. Remember that a lot of the traditions of the Federalists are British in nature, and in the United Kingdom at this period of time of Great Britain, you would have called the government. That refers to the crown, the prime minister, and the parliament, and particularly the governing party in the parliament that makes up the prime minister's cabinet, right? The government is it's a plural noun. The government are, as opposed to the government is. And this same sort of thing applied in the Sedition Act, which passed in 1798 and which forbid, quote, false, scandalous, or malicious publishing or speech about the government. So we have a First Amendment in this country. The First Amendment existed in 1798. It was the first thing to be applied within the Bill of Rights after the Constitution was ratified. The First Amendment guarantees freedom of the press and speech, etc., etc. We're going to talk a little bit about what that actually meant in the context of the late 18th century. For now, we need to just see the fact that the Sedition Act was passed by the Federalists in order to functionally suppress the speech and the press of the Democratic Republicans at the federal level. They were supporting the French. The French were being disrespectful to the United States. They are therefore, in their speech and conduct against the government of the United States, being seditious. The government has passed laws allowing President Adams to bulk up the Army and the Navy by thousands. They have given permission for functionally a half war. President Adams hasn't asked for a declaration of war, but he has asked for a half war, or what we will call historically the quasi-war with France. The quasi-war with France involved a trade embargo. It involved the abrogation of treaties with France. It involved naval vessels being able to attack French vessels on the high seas. It was everything a war would be except the name war, or at least the name full war, and actual invasion of each other's territory. And this is called the quasi-war. Quasi is also, I've learned, a German word, and it has a similar meaning. Quasi. You often hear people in German describe things and they'll say, es ist quasi, and it is quasi, and then they go on to explain what it is. And it's kind of a way of saying, like, it's almost like, as an English equivalent. And that applies here. It is almost like a war, the quasi-war, the half-war. And because the United States is in this half-war, the Federalists treat it as though it is now illegal to criticize the government through the Sedition Acts. And there's actually going to be 25, I believe the number is, prosecutions and 10 convictions under this act, mostly of newspaper men. Some of them are even funded by Jefferson and the Democratic Republicans to speak out against the behavior of the American government. This is going to be a dark moment in the process and the history of free expression in the United States. So early on into the existence of the Constitution and the First Amendment, a law is going to be passed that basically makes certain types of speech illegal. This is a tradition that doesn't just end at the end of this quasi-war with France. It also carries on into a very famous case in the 20th century during World War I, in which the socialist politician Eugene Debs was imprisoned during the Wilson administration for speaking out against World War I. And it was not until his pardon by President Harding in 1920 or 1921 that Debs leaves prison. So even just 100-ish years ago, these sorts of seditious speech laws were still being practiced in the American tradition. It starts right here, 1798, the Federalists trying to put down their opposing political party, the Democratic Republicans, or just the Republicans, making their speech illegal in the press. Now, contrary to your expectations, the Jeffersonians, the Madisons, the Democratic Republicans who are subject to these laws, who are, in some cases like Jefferson, financing the speech itself in the papers against President Adams and the Federalist government, are not opposed to the law for the reason you might expect. What would you expect a small government kind of person to say about an act that forbids speech? You'd say, they oppose it because the First Amendment is ironclad, protecting the speech of citizens, their free expression, right? A couple of really good friends of mine work for the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, FIRE, kind of like the ACLU for free speech. They piss off both sides of the political spectrum. They would, if they were around during the Alien and Sedition Acts, they'd say, the Democratic Republicans have a right to speech. The government shall make no law. Nope. Jefferson and Madison at this period of time actually think that the First Amendment is something that regards the ability of the federal government to make laws regarding the speech at the state level. The government shall make no law regarding speech in the individual states. That is to say that seditious and libelous speech is openly opposed and is actually intentionally suppressed in certain places. What do I mean? President Jefferson wrote at some point that actually the licentious speech was bad and that a few prosecutions, Thomas Jefferson wrote, I believe to the governor of Virginia, a few prosecutions by the state government would actually have a, quote, wholesome effect. That is to say that Thomas Jefferson was opposed to federal laws regarding speech and the press, but he was not opposed to state laws regarding free expression and the press. The federal government can't pass the Sedition Act, but the state of Virginia, for example, definitely can. In fact, he says, well, it would be great if, Virginia had a few prosecutions that would have a wholesome effect. So Thomas Jefferson is not a free speech warrior at the federal level, or he is a free speech warrior at the federal level. He opposes the Sedition Act. He is not a free speech warrior at the state level. The tyranny in the eyes of Jefferson and Madison is in the implication that the federal government can do the censoring, not that the censoring exists at all. Of course, they're also opposed to the idea of censoring speech that is supportive of France and opposed to the policy of the government. And this is when we get the infamous, in my opinion, and I'll explain why I think they're infamous, Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 1798 going into 1799, the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions. These are, let's just write down Kentucky and Virginia resolutions. Kentucky and Virginia. These are resolutions that are secretly written behind the scenes by Jefferson in the case of Kentucky, Madison in the case of Virginia. Jefferson, I think, originally was trying to write the Virginia resolution. That's what he thought it was going to be, and then it ended up in Kentucky. Not sure what the backstory is there. I have a few books on my shelf. The McCullough book about Adams' life, Ron Chernow's book on Hamilton. It's an okay book. It is the influence for the musical, which is why it's an important one to at least be aware of. Gordon S. Wood's Friends Divided. And I have another book here, the Evolving Presidency. I don't know, I've got several books out. War Powers, Peter Irons and Presidents of War, Michael Beschloss. I've got a lot here. I don't want to just pretend like it's a single source that told me that, but in any event, I'll have a bunch of sources linked down in the description. These were two resolutions that basically tried to say that the sedition law that was hampering the speech of the Democratic Republicans was unconstitutional, so contrary to Republican virtue that they might not actually be able to be affected in the states of Kentucky and Virginia. And the lawmakers in those places hoped that other southern states would actually join them in opposing this federal law, in canceling the effect of the law. I hesitate to use a very important word in American history, to nullify the law. Nullify, null as in zero, right? To zerofy the law, to make it ineffectual, to nullify the law. Why do I hesitate to use that word? It's a heavy word that is going to play a part in one of the future constitutional crises that we discuss, the Nullification Crisis. It actually finds its origin in this moment in 1798. All of these constitutional crises, as I suggested, are interconnected. I wrote down some of the quotes from these places. Virginia resolution written by Madison to try to cancel out the effect of the Sedition Act, to say it don't count here in Virginia, was to present a model, an understanding of the federal government in the Democratic-Republican context. What is the understanding of the federal government to the Democratic Republicans in this period of time? The understanding is that the federal government is a compact between the states. That is to say that the states all come together as they did in the Articles of Confederation. But unlike the Articles of Confederation, they don't need unanimous decisions to enact certain policies. There is a compact that allows the federal government, the central government, the government created by the Constitution, to do certain things without asking the states' permission, to impose certain things on the 13, I think in this period now, 14 states of the Union, to enact certain things. One of the things they think is not in that power of the federal government created by the Constitution through 1787 and ratified 1789 is the ability to pass a Sedition Act, a law regulating speech at the federal level. Congress shall make no law. And so in the Virginia Declaration, James Madison writes these lines, that the powers of the federal government, quote, not granted by the said compact, ellipses, a little bit of stuff. So not granted by the said compact, these states then have the right, are in duty bound to interpose. So what Madison is saying in this draft of the Virginia Resolution is that if a state is under the law of the federal government that is not within the compact, that is within the constitutional powers granted to the federal government, it is the responsibility of the state to interpose, aka to intervene, and to do something about that. What is it that the federal government should do, or the state government should do when the federal government produces such overreach? Jefferson, in writing his draft of Virginia, which ends up being part of the Kentucky Resolution, though this exact wording is removed from it, Jefferson says in his draft that it is right in such cases not within the compact to nullify. If the general government assumes undelegated powers, those powers are unauthoritative, void, and of no force. That is the final draft, the one that actually gets out. The one that Jefferson wrote is that in the cases that are not within the compact, the states have the right to nullify the federal law. The Democratic Republicans are expressing a exercise of state power that is quite large, and it is going to be a big deal going forward. Not only is it that the state governments are going to attempt, or at least one state government, South Carolina, is going to attempt to nullify a federal law in the future, but there is an inkling at this moment in 1798 that maybe the Union was a bad idea. Maybe actually the states that are subject to the Sedition Act, that is, in the opinion of the Democratic Republicans, unconstitutional, should break up the Union. That is, of course, what is going to happen at the start of the Civil War, another constitutional crisis that we are going to address. Is it allowed for a state who has entered the federal union under the Constitution to depart said union? At this moment in time, some of the most influential founders like Madison and Jefferson are leaning to the idea that, yeah, it is allowed. It is going to be the contention of future presidents like Andrew Jackson, and most notably like Abraham Lincoln, that no, once a part of this union, forever a part of this union. And it begs the question, what is the union? If it is not a compact of states, it must be a perpetual union. If it is a perpetual union, what does that, is it just the physical aspect of it, or is it perhaps an idea? That's a debate that's currently going on within the American polity. It is an old debate about what the union actually is. Is it a contract, a compact, or is it a perpetual union? And if it is a perpetual union, doesn't that strike you more like a idea? Because to be perpetual, to be forever, that gets a little bit mystical. It gets a little bit metaphysical. So for the people who say that America is not an idea, the people in the modern day that say America is not an idea, it's a place, it's a contract, they have to contend with the idea that what they might be opening the door to is the idea that the union is not perpetual, that it's not an idea, and therefore it's simply something that can be ended. That is the big dividing line in this period. The Federalists are pushing to shut up the Democratic Republicans. The Republicans are obviously opposed to being shut up. Their partisan presses are louder than ever. In fact, it is a boon to them that such a law exists on the books, where some of them are becoming prosecuted and even 10 of them becoming convicted for speaking out against the government. These are the partisan dividing lines that are threatening to actually end the Union this early into the American project, which brings us to the election of 1800. Now, to skip ahead a little bit, Thomas Jefferson is going to run again in 1800, in the election of 1800. Adams is also going to run for a second term, but Adams is going to face some headwinds. The revelation of the XYZ affair and the start of the Quasi-War is going to increase his popularity. The Federalists are obviously going to get behind him, but also a bunch of indignant citizens who don't like the idea of their new country getting pushed around by the silly French Directorate and Napoleon. By about 1799, however, Adams is going to use some of his political capital to go against his cabinet's advice. The Hamiltonians want to continue to hold a hard line against France. Part of that is because they want to continue to build a large standing army. That's one of their longer term projects outside of this initial conflict with the French. Adams, however, is interested in peace, and Adams sends a new peace envoy, a new set of 3, to Paris to meet with the man now in charge, Napoleon Bonaparte, and to try to come up with a peace to end this quasi-war. And actually, Napoleon, when the American envoys arrive, they're well received. They've gotten warning ahead of time that they better not behave like Talleyrand. They better receive the American envoys appropriately. They hear from Napoleon that, this has all just been a big misunderstanding between brothers of Atlantic revolutions, brothers of republics. There's no problem. We love you. Let's come to a deal. The contract, or the peace treaty, is brought back, and actually, right, I think it's literally the month of the election of 1800, this peace treaty returns, and it is passed in a modified version in December of 1800, and then it is in the beginning of the Jefferson administration when a modified version of the treaty is finally, totally approved. Why do I bring that up? It's because Adams, in going and endeavoring to achieve peace with France, pisses off his political allies. Namely, he pisses off his Federalist cabinet members, and he makes an enemy of Alexander Hamilton, who wasn't that big of a fan of him to begin with. Why? Well, we already kind of talked a little bit about it. Hamilton didn't have the same influence in the Adams administration. Hamilton might have been envious of Adams, and really, it's going to be the rest of Hamilton's life when he's going to realize that his influence is dwindling and dwindling until, of course, he is killed by the bullet of Aaron Burr in a duel that everybody now knows through our popular culture and the musical on Broadway. Okay, Paris Treaty. I don't think it's called the Paris Treaty. I forget what the name. Let me see if I can find on my notes what the name of the treaty is. I think it's called the Convention of 1800. I think that's what I have written down here. It's ratified with changes in 1801. Remember, there is an election in 1800. The news of the treaty actually arrives, I believe, in November of 1800. So the election would have been, early November 1800. So the actual peace treaty is going to arrive in a delay, in a manner in which it is not going to help Adams to get his reelection. The election of 1800 is going to play out. Votes are going to be cast under the assumption that Adams has pissed off both the Democratic Republicans by the Alien and Sedition Acts, by his, aggressive disposition towards France, and Adams is going to have pissed off the Federalist allies under Hamilton, who wanted him to keep a hard line with France. He is going to be in no man's land. Unlike President Washington, he is not able to balance the wings. He's not a master politician. He is not a unifier. He's a man who wobbles like this because he's big, okay? And it's not he's called his rotundity. As a bigger guy myself, I apologize for making fun of his appearance. I wouldn't want anyone to do that to me, but the point is that was how he was perceived, as this clumsy, angry curmudgeon, this Northeast Boston Calvinist, right, who even people like Jefferson are going to see Adams as principled and intellectually honest. Of course, Adams starts to make his name, his career, by defending British soldiers. Actually, in 1780, via the Boston Massacre, he's going to be some of the soldiers' defense attorney in the court, even though, of course, the Boston Massacre is going to make the British somewhat unpopular in the United States. Is going to be one of the things that leads up to the American Revolution. Adams, though he will go on to be an American revolutionary, is going to be a defense attorney, a principled man, believing that even the worst among us deserve their day in court. There is no denying that Adams was a man of integrity. However, he is a very unpopular man with a temper seen as basically being unable to rise to the moment. And that is something that is shared on both sides of this partisan divide, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. And the election of 1799, or the electioneering period, is going to begin in 1799. The election of 1800 itself is going to be quite ugly. And this is where a lot of people describing the election of 1800 are going to spend their time and attention. We are going to just touch on it briefly because it doesn't actually matter. And I think it gets focused on because it's salacious. Everybody loves a little salaciousness. And it gets focused on because the constitutional issues are a little bit difficult to parse. And so people just want to go to whatever, nasty things were being said about each candidate. However, I'm going to bring them up. The things that the opposing sides mentioned about each other in the election of 1800. Jefferson was described as an atheist, inviting God's vengeance, impious. He wanted to destroy the family and the church. He represented moral decay. An article in the Connecticut Current said that murder, robbery, rape, adultery, incest would be openly taught in Jefferson's America were he to become the president. And a very biting and accurate critique, of course, was that the Southerners benefited from the 3/5 compromise in the American Constitution. That is, for the purposes of census and apportioning representation in Congress, slaves counted as 3/5 of a person, even though they would not be able to go on to vote until at least the Reconstruction period, and then another gap until the civil rights movements of the 50s and 60s. Because those people, those human beings, are counted in the census, however, in the South, that means that the Southerners, these Democratic Republicans, have outsized representation in Congress. How can they describe themselves as the bearers of liberty, as the defenders of an empire of liberty, a republic of liberty, if they benefit from the subjugation of certain people who don't get to participate politically? It's not that the Federalists were concerned about enslaved people, not really. It's that they were annoyed that the Southerners got to have outsized influence, and then to call themselves the bearers of equality and the saviors of democratic, small d, Republican virtues. The attacks of the Democratic Republicans on Adams were not much more flattering. They referred to the Federalists as monocrats, aka monarchists, and Anglo-men, aka supporters of Great Britain. They referred to Adams as, the beholden to finance, as his rotundity, as a Tory, aka someone who supports monarchy, again, who wants to roll back the revolution, and who is interested in pecuniary aggrandizement. I believe pecuniary means obsessed with money. So pecuniary aggrandizement would be basically he wants to make himself rich and to focus on those who have cash already. And the one that really sticks out to me is he was referred to as a hideous, hermaphroditical character. So he's basically, his manhood is questioned. And this comes up so many times in all of these constitutional crises, not just like insulting people by calling him his rotundity, right? But this strange thing of like he's womanly in character. This comes up again and again. Okay. The voting happens. The electors meet, send their ballots to Washington. Yes, to Washington, because the capital is now moved to, it's an unfinished capital, but the seat of government has moved to Washington, D.C., this fine, fair place where I abode. My abode is whatever. I don't speak English anymore. The electoral college votes are counted in the Senate, and there's a problem. The president has lost his re-election, John Adams. It was closer than expected, considering how many enemies he had made. Considering that Alexander Hamilton had written a scathing, I want to say 8,000 or 9,000 page report on Adams about how bad and vain and useless and bad-tempered he was. And this leaked out into the Democratic Republican press, who then obviously used it to show that the Federalists were infighting. Despite all that, despite the fact, obviously, that the other part of the partisan divide, the Democratic Republicans, also hate Adams for obvious reasons, Adams still got 65 electoral votes. Adams gets okay, we're going to clear the board. Okay. Adams is going to get 65 electoral votes. Jefferson, the main Democratic Republican candidate for president, 72, or is it 73? It's 73. Oh, that's just the most beautiful 73 ever written on a whiteboard ever. The presumed vice president under Jefferson, Aaron Burr of New York, unfortunately for them, but fortunately for us, learning about every constitutional crisis in American history, they tie at 73 electoral votes. The Constitution says that the person with the most electoral votes, be that a majority, is elected president. The second most vote getter is vice president. What do you do when it's tied? Pinckney was another Federalist candidate preferred by Hamilton. He gets 62 or something electoral votes. John Jay, for whatever reason, gets 1 electoral vote. So this is not all the electoral votes, but it's enough on the board to show that the problem is that Jefferson and Burr tied. So what happens in the case of a tie or a non-majority of the electoral vote? The election is sent to the House of Representatives, where each state delegation is given 1 vote. So each state in the Union is given 1 single vote. They have all their different delegates, but among them, they need to decide in order to cast their 1 ballot as a single state of the Union. The majority, in the case of the 1800 election, you would need 9 state delegations to vote for you. In the case of 9, you become the president. So if 9 state delegations go for you in the House of Representatives, you become the president of the United States. Unfortunately for Thomas Jefferson, the House of Representatives it's about to change. The Democratic Republicans, Jeffersonians generally are going to ride a wave of popular sentiment into 1801 when they're all going to take office. However, there is a lame duck Congress sitting in the House of Representatives right now, and in the Senate, the House is where all this action is going on. Who controls the House of Representatives? The rivals of Jefferson and Aaron Burr, the Federalists, the people who really are supportive of Hamilton, of the quasi-war hard line against France, which is now resolved, but in the end see Jefferson as a threat to their political project. They are the ones that control the House of Representatives. And that's why this is a constitutional crisis, is because there is no known procedure, there's no proper procedure for what happens next, which is that the House votes and Jefferson gets not the needed 9 state votes, but 8. He gets 8. And then the House of Representatives deadlocks for 35 votes. That leads all the way close to the inauguration date. The first definition of constitutional crisis, now that we're an hour and 45 minutes or something into this, the first constitutional crisis, the first type of constitutional crisis, is one in which a political situation occurs for which the Constitution has either no answer or the answer is unclear. Why was it that the Neutrality Proclamation of 1793, which, said, the president and the government itself is going to be neutral on the issue of Britain and France. Why was that not a constitutional crisis, even though there were disagreements about this sort of thing? It's because in spirit, the Constitution said that foreign policy is split between the Congress and the president. It's a fight between those two branches of government, and they figured it out. Why was the Alien and Sedition Act not a constitutional crisis, even though some of the states started to assert an ability to nullify laws? It's because they didn't, right? And later on, we're going to have crises about whether states can leave the union or nullify laws, but they don't. So it's not a constitutional crisis. The Whiskey Rebellion, 1794, was that a constitutional crisis? The sitting American president, got up on his horse and led 13,000 men to put down a rebellion. Was that a constitutional crisis? The government taking up arms against its own people? No. The Congress allowed the president, it passed laws saying the president could put down insurrection, and the president followed the procedure in that law by getting a sign off from a judge that said, yes, there is indeed an insurrection, Mr. President, go ahead and take action. No constitutional crisis. Even though those events were arguably more dramatic at times, the real constitutional crisis here is because the paper of the document of the Constitution, what do you do if the House deadlocks? What do you do if the strange quirkiness of the Constitution, where people vote, each elector votes for two people, but doesn't designate which one of these two is president and vice president, right? In like a different scenario where people cast one ballot for president and you had 73 for Jefferson, and then everybody marked Burr vice president and he got 73. Well, you'd be good, right? Because then you know who's for what. But in this case, Jefferson and Burr, the political allies, they've deadlocked here. The president and the presumed vice president have gotten the same number of votes. And Aaron Burr from New York, to his discredit, does not seek to tell his allies or the Federalists, hey, I don't actually want the office. Like, I'm loyal to Jefferson. Please, vote for him. He actually doesn't do that. He stays silent throughout this period, even though the Federalists, who are meddling in the House of Representatives, who are pushing through this deadlock because it's to their political benefit, are trying to extract concessions out of Jefferson and Burr. They're like, hey, Burr, we don't like Jefferson at all. We'll give you the White House if you give us a couple guarantees to protect the national bank, maybe keep the army standing and large, leave taxes on, et cetera, et cetera. Burr doesn't disabuse them of that notion. Neither does he take it. Jefferson says, no way am I cutting a deal with the Federalists. I want my election to be pure. I want my entrance into the White House to be uncompromised. He goes and meets with Adams, actually, who is not really a purveyor of this Federalist strategy to try to extract concessions in order to break the deadlock in the House of Representatives. Nonetheless, according to Jefferson's account, Adams was unsympathetic to Jefferson when he came and complained to Adams about the situation. He's like, just figure it out, buddy. Like, cut a deal or whatever. I don't care. So the president is not going to intervene to help. And so everyone is just kind of stuck. There's no clear answer about what to do. So this plays out in January and into February. Remember, in this period of time, March 4th is Inauguration Day. It's not clear what's going to happen. What happens if the House doesn't elect a president? Does the whole Union fall apart? In fact, the governors of Virginia and Pennsylvania are like, we're not going to let the Federalists steal this from us. We're going to raise a militia. We're going to go to Washington and install President Jefferson. Things get really intense and dramatic. This is a crisis. What is going to happen? Here's what happens. A couple people in the Congress, in the House, they get a conscience. They realize what they're about to do. They realize the turmoil they're causing. A lone representative of Delaware, whose name is Bayard, I believe, or Ballard. I'll look it up. I'll put it up on the screen. He decides to withhold his vote. He abstains. In addition, hold on, I'm going to look it up. There's two states that basically decide they have a split delegation, and members of these two state delegations abstain as well in order to allow the Democratic Republicans to control those state delegations, if that makes sense. So, like, let's see, the two states are Vermont and Maryland. So Vermont and Maryland have state delegations that are split. And so they haven't been throwing their vote to either Adams or to Jefferson or to Burr or whatever. They basically have been they haven't been able to register votes because their state delegations have been split. Members of those state delegations that are there for John Adams or Pinckney or whatever, or I guess there's one for John Jay somewhere in all that mix, they decide to hold back their votes in Vermont and Maryland state delegations. Therefore, the delegations themselves have a Democratic-Republican majority and are able to cast their state's single vote for Thomas Jefferson to be the president. Therefore, on February 17th of 1801, Thomas Jefferson gets the requisite 9. In fact, he gets 10 state delegations to vote for him in the House of Representatives. The deadlock is broken, and Thomas Jefferson is elected the third president of the United States. In addition, President Jefferson gets up on Inauguration Day, March 4th, and he gives an inaugural address. And given how intense this whole process has been, given how the Union in multiple moments could have literally fallen apart, not just in this constitutional crisis, but during the Alien and Sedition controversy, given how young the country is, given how intense the animosity is between those, the Federalists, and those, the Democratic Republicans, or just the Republicans, feel about the foreign policy differences, about the financial plans, about the peculiar institution of slavery in the South and its impact on national politics. Given all of those differences, you might have expected Jefferson's speech to be quite contentious, and it's possible the outgoing president John Adams thought that way. He was deeply embittered by everything that had gone on, felt betrayed by the country, felt overshadowed, as he often did in life, by Thomas Jefferson. It was the Committee of Five in 1776 that included him, Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, to draft actually the Declaration of Independence. And it is Jefferson who ended up drafting those famous words about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that would make him immortal, at least in the American political context, so long as the American project lasts. It was Adams who would have lots of resentments towards Jefferson because of all that attention he received and continued to receive all the way into the latter parts of their lives. It was Adams that on March 4th, 1801, simply left Washington, D.C., did not attend the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson, and would spend a considerable amount of the rest of his life bitter. And it's only until they were old men that they reconciled their friendship. And so you might have expected this to be a continuation of the division, that the temperature of the politics would continue to go up and up and up. In the longest term, yes, especially the sectional divide. And you can already see in this election of 1800, the sectional divide, that is the division between North and South and West, as the American country expands, it plays a huge role in this election. Thomas Jefferson carries the South, Adams carries the North, except New York. Aaron Burr helps Jefferson win New York, and actually that is the deciding factor that helps him win the election. Nonetheless, you see that sectional divide that is going to eventually make the country fall apart, or at least tear itself apart, in 1860 and 1861. So what does Jefferson say in his inaugural address? He says things that turn down the temperature. I'm going to put my mic on the mic stand, and I'm going to open a book so that I can share a little bit of Jefferson's inaugural address on March 4th, 1801. So remember, this is a moment in time in which political opponents have not just been rivals, they have been traitors. They have seen each other as not just having competing political ideologies, but projects so disparate that they might break up this project, in its infancy. Jefferson gets up, he walks, and in the unfinished Capitol gives his inaugural address, and he says this. He says, "Every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names, brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve the Union or to change its Republican form, Let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated, where reason is left free to combat it. The most famous line in here, we are all Republicans, we are all Federalists. I've seen a couple cynical takes on this, lowercase r for Republicans, lowercase f for Federalists, thereby perhaps saying that he wasn't referring to the two opposition political parties, but just the general concepts of republicanism and federalism that would have been recognized prior to the ratification of the Constitution. I think that's way overthinking it. He wrote this, and it cannot be dismissed what he was trying to do. Given the context of the entire passage I just read, he was trying to bring the country together, at least the parts of the country that were allowed to participate in politics at this time. We can never forget that people were excluded from the American political process, even as people like Jefferson spoke about the ideals of the country, they weren't living up to them. Nonetheless, the first constitutional crisis in American history, the one in which the Constitution really did have no answer to what happens when the Electoral College bears no majority and then it gets stuck in the House, the first constitutional crisis was overcome. And it was overcome in a way in which the power transferred from intense political rivals peacefully from Adams to Jefferson, setting up the expectation that such would occur, only to be disturbed at the outbreak of the Civil War and January 6, 2021. So let's talk about the Nullification Crisis of 1830 to 1833. Remember, the Kentucky Resolution and the Virginia Resolutions talked about the compact of the states, the ability of states to cancel federal laws that went beyond the bounds of the agreement of the Constitution. Remember as well that in a draft, Thomas Jefferson, in what came to be edited and then became the Kentucky Resolution, wrote that it was actually nullification. It was the prerogative of the state to nullify national laws, federal laws that violated that compact. We are now going to see that theory be put into near practice in the Nullification Crisis during the presidency of Andrew Jackson. I'm going to clear the board. We're going to talk about that second constitutional crisis. By the way, in case you are curious, I think I am covering 8 constitutional crises in this video. You are now moving on from 1 to 2. So while I'm writing Nullification Crisis on the board here, I did want to just tell you a little anecdote, because obviously we don't have any Jeffersons or Adams in politics these days, but the shadow or the legacy of these two men still looms large over the American project, and it still did actually at the start of this next constitutional crisis we're going to be talking about. July 4th of 1826 is the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and of course, both men had a role in this. Famously, Adams on his deathbed said, "Jefferson still lives," and those were apparently his final words, actually, his lifelong rival. And when he said that, he was wrong. Actually, Jefferson had died earlier that day. And they both died on July 4th, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. A fascinating coincidence of history. Coincidence, but also not to downplay it, I think they both kind of aimed for it. John Quincy Adams was actually president in 1826 when that happened. He had won the White House in 1824 in what his opponent at the time, Andrew Jackson, would call the corrupt bargain. And it was actually Henry Clay who negotiated within the House of Representatives to put John Quincy Adams in the White House in 1824, even though Andrew Jackson had won more electoral votes than John Quincy Adams. He had simply not won that majority. And so it went to the House, and there, through negotiations, John Quincy Adams was made president, and thus kicked off the vindictive streak of Andrew Jackson, who would not go quietly into the night. The soon-to-be President Jackson would come back with a vengeance in 1828 at the head of a Democratic movement, the first president elected of a new Democratic Party. In fact, it is the progenitor of the Democratic Party we still know today. Of course, the Federalist Party doesn't exist anymore, the one we were just discussing from the last crisis. The Democratic Republican Party does not exist anymore, and to the extent that it ever existed, considering that name wasn't really a thing. The Democratic Party, nonetheless, they exist. And the reason it's called the Democratic Party is because 1824, 1828, this is the period in which full white male suffrage is going to come into its own in American presidential elections. The property requirements to vote are going to be eliminated in nearly every state by 1828, and Jackson is going to be elected on a wave of Democratic sentiment unseen since the election of 1800. On Inauguration Day, 1829, when Andrew Jackson takes the White House, the party at the White House is going to be so crowded and rambunctious. People are going to come in with their dirty shoes. They're going to drink the place dry. Common men, the actual aristocrats, are going to flee, and Jackson himself is going to flee well-wishers, reportedly, according to legend, out a window to avoid the adoring crowds. This is the antithesis of what would be expected of the political tradition at the time. There was a sense, going back to the founding, and particularly going back to the Federalist tradition of Washington, Hamilton, and Adams. Of course, John Quincy Adams, who up until this Inauguration Day in 1829 is going to be the president. There is an expectation that the public is not actually involved in politics all that much. They show up to vote, they go home, and they don't talk again. They don't pipe up again until the next election. The founders I talked about this in my last video, so I won't go into it now. They were not Democrats in the sense that they were not small d Democratic. They did not want the demos to really be all that involved. The American system of government is full of filters to keep the popular will out, and the idea that Andrew Jackson was elected on the wave of Democratic sentiment that brought him into office was disturbing to those at the time who expected deference. I think it was John Jay who said, "Those who own the country should run it." Kind of crazy stuff. On the other hand, of course, we all know that the mob rule is the opposite end of the danger zone when it comes to democratic infusion into government. And in fact, it was this group of people celebrating Andrew Jackson, General Jackson's victory in the 1828 election that would come to be called King Mob in the White House, drinking and making a mess. And it is this mob that is going to, according to the opponents of Andrew Jackson, who will call themselves the Whigs, it is this mob that is going to be the center of public affairs for the 2 terms of President Andrew Jackson. So let's talk about not every detail of Jackson's administration. Let's talk about the crisis that was constitutional in nature during his term. Now, Andrew Jackson believes that his role in Washington is to be the chief interpreter of the people against special interest and big finance in Washington, D.C. He is a popular leader because in the disastrous War of 1812 with Britain, even after the peace treaty, the Treaty of Ghent, I believe, is signed and put ink to paper in 1814, the message doesn't actually get down to where Jackson is commanding in New Orleans, and they're actually, the American forces in New Orleans are actually going to have a victory in the Battle of New Orleans in 1815 that is going to give General Jackson his popularity and is going to give the country a sense that the War of 1812 wasn't as big as of a disaster as it seemed, even though Washington, D.C. was burned to the ground. Hey, at least General Jackson won in New Orleans. That's cool, right? General Jackson was also pivotal in the acquisition of Florida from the Spanish Empire in the Monroe administration. I believe that was 1817 when Monroe sent him to expel Seminoles back into the Spanish territory and authorized Jackson, or rather Jackson himself authorized himself to go and pursue the Seminoles into Spanish Florida. There was a debate whether that was constitutional. Again, the war powers of the presidency come under question. Can the president authorized a general like Jackson not just to repel the attack of the Seminoles, but to pursue them into the territory of Spain. Is that not a declaration of war? Nonetheless, Jackson is a popular man. He is a small d democratic figure. He enters the White House and he begins to disrupt things almost immediately. The biggest way at first in which he disrupts things is that he opposes the policies of Henry Clay in the Congress. So Andrew Jackson is going to veto infrastructure project that is championed by Henry Clay. It is a road, the Maysville Road project, which I believe runs from a portion of Kentucky and into Ohio. So it's over 2 different states. Andrew Jackson is going to veto a bill that would fund this Maysville Road project. And at the time, this was a giant controversy because presidents up until Jackson only vetoed things, not when it was their personal preference to veto things, but when it was deemed unconstitutional, when the president thought, that's not a constitutional law. Not just I don't like it, but I think it's unconstitutional. It's against the rules. I veto it. President Jackson morphed the veto power, the one that we are much more familiar with today, when he said, I don't actually like that project. I veto it. That was new. And he would go on to veto, I think, 11 different bills. 11 different pieces of legislation. He would come to be known for this reason as King Jackson by his opponents. And therefore, the people who opposed King Jackson would call themselves the Whigs, just as in the English political tradition of opposing the Tories, the monarch-aligned party, by being a member of the Whig Party. That was the way that the American opposition to King Jackson, would come to betray themselves. In our next constitutional crisis, we'll talk about those Whigs and how their motley crew of political interests were not cogent enough to put together a political project to see their interests, insofar as they existed for the entire political party, into practice. But for now, suffice it to say that Jackson is already making enemies even before the Maysville Road veto, which I believe takes place in 1833. He is making an enemy of people like Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, who are politicians who in the Federalist tradition want to see economic development and the National Bank being rechartered and influential in seeing the national government be nationalistic in nature. Jackson is opposed to those things. He sees in particular the National Bank as a means by which the federal government and the special interests of the Northeast can oppress the Southerners, these slaveholders like him who don't need finance, they just need human capital in order to prosper. And that's just how it was, as dark as that reality is. One of the things that divided the North and the South as well in this period of time was the policy of the tariff. Now, the Constitution allows the Congress to raise revenue by means of a tariff, that is an import tax on things coming into the country from other countries, obviously. The North in this period of time is imposing tariffs. It wants to have a nationwide tariffs in order to protect Northern industry. The South, on the other hand, is opposed to tariff policies because what actually happens is, number one, other countries subject to tariffs are going to import less Southern cotton, and also the finished manufactured goods of the North are then sold to the South without competition, thus making them more expensive. The South resents that greatly, and of course, the South, being a economy based quite a bit in things like tobacco, indigo, and cotton, the slave economy, the peculiar institution, as it's, euphemism, the euphemism that's used, calling chattel slavery, this brutal triangle trade in the Atlantic, as the peculiar institution is a euphemism. Of course, the slave trade ended in 1808 according to the Constitution, but of course slavery is alive and well in the South and is going to actually feature quite prominently in this constitutional crisis, which on its face appears to be economic only in nature. We're going to see that actually this is not just an economic question. There is an economic depression that kicks off in 1819. So now we're going back a couple years. Obviously, Andrew Jackson takes office in 1829. So in 1819, there is an economic panic in the country. And the economic panic, we don't need to get into it too much, but basically it causes there to be millions of dollars of loss. lots of businesses go out and lots of people are destitute. And it hits the South particularly hard. In the 1820s, one state in particular is still suffering, even as late as 1828, 1829, as Jackson takes office, and that state is South Carolina. South Carolina is a big cotton-producing state, and it's more, let's call them moderate aristocracy, as this economic pain continues to abide in the state, begin to lose political influence to what some of the authors I read referred to as upcountry planters. And I'm paraphrasing Richard Ellis's book, Union at Risk. Specifically, it's also referenced in H.W. Brand's biography of Andrew Jackson. The radical upcountry planters start to have more influence in South Carolina politics, and they start to see the tariff as a policy that is hurting their economy. And importantly, they see the imposition of federal tariffs as proof that the federal government is dedicated to subjecting the South to the whims of the North. And logically flowing, these radicals in South Carolina start to wonder if the North can impose their tariffs on us, on these import taxes that are hurting our economy, that are making it harder for us to recover from the Panic of 1819. Can they also impose their disposition towards our institution of slavery on us? Could one day the North say, not only are we imposing a tariff on you, we're imposing the abolition of slavery on you? The South has a complex about this, a fear about this. And remember, we've had the Missouri Compromise of 1820 in the middle of all this as well, in which Missouri has entered the Union as a slave state, but everything north of the 3630 parallel is marked off to be non-slave. Even as the United States expands into these new areas, it has already been agreed by the compromise, the Missouri Compromise of 1820, that slavery will not exist in those places. And so this divide, this sectional divide, is already coming into focus in a way that obviously will blow up in the 1850s and in the 1860s via the Civil War. South Carolina, coincidentally or not, the first state to declare their secession from the Union in 1860, actually, is South Carolina. So it's not just economic, though from now on, I'm going to talk about this tariff issue. The 1828 tariff that is passed by Congress, signed by John Quincy Adams to protect Northern industry, is high, often on average going well above 50% from a tariff that was roughly 20 to 30%, I believe, on imports from other countries. South Carolina is suffering because of the Panic of 1819. They're also facing fierce competition from the Gulf states that are going to have better yields when it comes to their cotton crop and are going to start to therefore push the price of cotton down, thus perpetuating the pain of South Carolina. So then comes along, so there's the Panic of 1819 we already talked about. Then comes the 1828 tariff of, let me use my purple, make a cut. There is the 1828, what the South Carolinians and other opponents of the tariff are going to call the tariff of abominations, that sends tariffs sky high, well over 50%. This means the South has to buy more expensive goods and Europe is going to buy less cotton from South Carolina because they're going to retaliate against the tariffs. What do you know? Tariffs don't always come consequence-free. Who would have thunk it? And there are intense debates in this period of time. So in 1830, so after the inauguration of Andrew Jackson, who the Southerners suspect, including Andrew Jackson's South Carolinian Vice President, John C. Calhoun, they're going to think, hey, with this President Jackson, this guy opposed to federal power, opposed to centralization, opposed to the national bank, we're going to have a president who's on our side in this battle against the tariff. Maybe the tariff is going to be legislated away. There is a debate in the Congress in 1830 between a very famous soon-to-be Whig politician, Daniel Webster, and a Senator Robert Haynes of South Carolina. It's January 1830 debate in the Senate. Haynes is like a Jeffersonian, and he is following the influence of the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions we were talking about earlier, and suggesting that the 1828 Tariff of Abominations is actually something that could be nullified. It's actually something that could be canceled by the state. It's not in the compact. And it is Daniel Webster who stands up and says, the people of the Union have created something. They've created liberty and union now and forever, one and indispensable, kicking off the battle that is going to rage for decades about whether the Union is, as Webster describes it, now and forever, one and inseparable, or whether, as the Southerners, South Carolinians, as Jefferson and Madison perhaps believed, whether the Union is in fact a simple compact between states that can leave anytime they want and nullify things that violate the compact. Where does Jackson stand? Where does President Jackson stand on this issue? As we've said, he is a Southerner himself. He's from Tennessee. If you ever go to Nashville, you can go to Donelson, Tennessee, right outside Nashville, and go to the Hermitage, which is the mansion of Andrew Jackson. Not only, well, maybe at the time it was a mansion. It's like a 2 or 3 story house that's been reconstructed. And in particular, the slave quarters out back are fascinating. Alfred was the head slave in the Jackson plantation. And then just recently, they actually excavated and plotted a slave cemetery. A very interesting place to visit if you're ever in Hermitage, Tennessee, and you can visit the Hermitage, the Jackson Plantation. Donelson, Tennessee also exists because Rachel Donelson, Jackson's wife, was obviously named Donelson before she became Rachel Donelson Jackson. I assume she took his name. And actually, she died between Jackson's election and his inauguration, perhaps contributing to his already bad mood and temper. Her death, in particular, he blamed this on his political opponents, the vicious attacks that she came under for her first marriage, which some basically accused her of being a harlot and being with Jackson before she had gotten a legal divorce, blah, 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 blah. Rachel Donelson had a heart attack and died before Inauguration Day. And so Jackson is going to be, you'd think, primed to oppose every last little thing that his political opponents like Daniel Webster, like Henry Clay, are going to propose, and is going to be favorable to those in the South who want to see the tariff removed. And indeed, there is in 1832 a bill passed, a compromise tariff of 1832, which is going to attempt to assuage those in the South that really say they're suffering from this 50+% tariff. It's going to try to take that 50% tariff. These in 1828 are like 50+%. This tariff is going to try to bring that 50+% level on average down to something more like 30 or 35%. Some of the high tariffs are going to remain, but the idea is like, hey, South will throw you a bone and we're going to lower the tariffs a little bit. The South Carolinians in particular, they deem this whole thing unconstitutional. They say this tariff is a violation of the compact. Who says it's a violation of the compact, specifically in South Carolina? It is an an unnamed author who writes, what's it called? Exposition, the South Carolina Exposition. Who writes the South Carolina Exposition? It is John C. Calhoun, soon to be vice president. He says something that would sound familiar to Jefferson and to those of you who have been paying attention so far. He argues that the Union is not a single entity, but a compact between states. He writes, quote, "The general government is one of specific powers, all other being reserved expressly to the states or the people. Quote, tax power for the sole purpose of revenue, rearing up an industry of one section, aka the industry of the North, unconstitutional. It would be South Carolina, her sacred duty to interpose." And again, he uses the phrase political compact. What does that sound like? That South Carolina Exposition written, we learn later, written by John C. Calhoun, who will be Jackson's vice president. What does that sound like? That sounds like the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions we heard about during the debate of the Alien and Sedition Act. Calhoun is using the language written by Jefferson and Madison to now, not that long later, oppose a policy of the federal government. But unlike those things, the word nullify and nullification is actually going to make it into not just drafts, but documents during this constitutional crisis, this nullification crisis. If you visit Washington, D.C., you go to Lafayette Park, where the Andrew Jackson statue is. You read the inscription or the carve into the statue. It says, "Our Union, it must be preserved. Our federal union, it must be preserved." This is referring to a moment in 1830 when President Jackson and his vice president gave competing toasts at a dinner. Andrew Jackson, in the midst of all the talk of nullification and the talk of the idea that a state like South Carolina could simply say, the tariff doesn't apply here, it is nullified, Andrew Jackson gets up, he looks his vice president in the eyes, and he says, "Our federal union, it must be preserved." As Daniel Webster said, it is forever. John C. Calhoun, the vice president, gets up and he says, "Our union next to our liberty, most dear." AKA, no, the union, it mustn't be preserved at the cost of our liberty. Let me make sure I got that quote correct. The union next to our liberty, the most dear. Yeah, that was April 13th, 1830. Funny enough, a celebration of Thomas Jefferson's birthday. Now, Andrew Jackson is taking the position of his political opponents. The union must be preserved. The union is forever. He is not siding with the South Carolinians in their opposition to the tariffs. And this draws the battle lines because South Carolina, even with these reduced tariffs in 1832, are still going to assert that it is too much, that is too much of an imposition. And in fact, they're going to change their tact and just say, this is beyond the compact. These laws will be nullified. And in fact, it is the South Carolinians that pass a law in late 1832, November 1832, the Ordinance of Nullification, basically saying that the laws, if the Congress of the United States does not retract the tariff by February of 1833, that they will be null and void in the state of South Carolina. So, 1832, November of 1832, is when South Carolina passes this nullification ordinance, and it will take effect in February 1832. February 1833. So, I mean, I guess they technically are giving the federal government time to act, but they're effectively saying, hey, just a heads up, we're canceling a federal law in a few months. Deal with it. Word of this gets to Jackson. He learns of it. He also learns a month later that his own vice president, John C. Calhoun, has resigned, has decided that he is best served fighting the fight of nullification within the United States Senate, where he is promptly sent by the South Carolina legislature. He decides to abandon the White House, abandon the vice presidential role in order to fight the tariff, in order to stand up for this compact theory that is now decades old, and to stand against his former boss, Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson goes ballistic. He not only calls these people radicals, but he says, we are on the verge of civil war. He starts preparing to bulk up all the forts in South Carolina and in the South in general. He starts preparing for a scheme in which the tariffs will be applied before ships even get into the ports. So basically they'll be floating tax officials off the coast of South Carolina. He even considers the idea that during this Civil War he's imagining in his head, he will see Vice President John C. Calhoun hanged. It'll only be the first of 2 times in American presidential history in which violence against the vice president will be suggested in such explicit terms. And Jackson goes to the Congress and he asks for a bill of force. He wants permission from the Congress, just like George Washington received regarding the Whiskey Rebellion in 1794, he goes to the Congress and says, in the course of an insurrection, a potential insurrection, in the case when South Carolina tries to nullify this law, that I want to be able to put down this insurrection. Now you'll notice there's a gap there. There's a gap. South Carolina is saying, we're going to cancel this federal law. Andrew Jackson is saying, that's rebellion. I'm going to put down the insurrection. Because theoretically, if South Carolina nullifies the law, like they haven't fired on like a federal fort, right? They haven't raised an army. They've just canceled the law, right? So there seems to be a disconnect there, which is why we need to look at Andrew Jackson's Nullification Proclamation. It's December 10th, 1832. It's just a couple weeks before Calhoun resigns, a couple months before South Carolina has said we're going to nullify this law, a month after the Ordinance of Nullification. He says that the nullification is, quote, incompatible with the existence of union. He says, dictates of a high duty oblige me to solemnly announce to you, South Carolina, that you cannot succeed. The laws of the United States must be executed. Disunion by force is treason. Are you ready to incur its guilt? The whole thing is about 9,000 words, and it conveniently skirts past the issue at hand. Andrew Jackson does not make a cogent argument about whether compact theory or perpetual union is the correct theory of the Constitution. He simply says, you either follow the law or it's treason. Even Jackson's starchest opponents like Daniel Webster, like John C. Calhoun, they're going to join Jackson's side in this very bizarre moment in American political history in which the bitterest of rivals stand together and say, yeah, the Union is perpetual. The use of force to keep it together is justified. You can't go anywhere, South Carolina. You can't nullify this law. If you do, there will be armed consequences to your treason. Strong words. And again, I'm just going to point out here, it's pretty mystical. The Union is now and forever. Webster's now and forever, one and inseparable. That's more of a metaphysical claim, or at least a claim about who has the power in the relationship. Is America an idea? Jackson, I think, would argue yes. Webster, yes. Clay, yes. The Federalists, yes. Is America an ideal from the perspective of the Democratic Republicans, from the nullification advocates in South Carolina? Maybe not. By the way, around the time of this happening, Abraham Lincoln is going to become the he's going to basically be appointed by Andrew Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. I think I read this in John Meacham's American Lion. About 24 years old, Abraham Lincoln appointed by Andrew Jackson to be the Postmaster General of the state of Illinois. The old country lawyer Abraham Lincoln's on the scene, presumably is seeing what's going on in the nullification crisis. The idea that a president of the United States is telling a southern state, you can't nullify a law, it's treason. Disunion by force is treason. Are you ready to incur its guilt? Abraham Lincoln is going to do something very similar following Jackson's model. Decades later, he's seeing it right now and is just now becoming a 20-something-year-old, being familiarized with the concept of the perpetual union. So how does this constitutional crisis resolve? Well, it's a little anticlimactic. Henry Clay, the great negotiator, was deeply involved in the Missouri Compromise of 1820 as well. He comes and says, hey guys, let's figure this out. Let's reduce the tariffs over the course of 10 years, and let's give the president the force bill that he wants. That says that if South Carolina rejects this compromise, if South Carolina says, hey, even reducing the tariffs over the course of 10 years isn't good enough for us, well, we now have a force bill at the federal level, and Andrew Jackson can come in and ransack the place and force you guys to follow the law. Do all the things. Andrew Jackson, they get provisions in the force bill to like actually build those like offshore tariff stations or whatever, actually, raise an army to go and put down the insurrection, put all the legal cases regarding this in the federal courts. And in February 1833, around the time South Carolina said the tariff would be automatically nullified. Henry Clay gets this through the Congress. It's signed by President Jackson, who isn't super happy to see the substantive part conceded, that South Carolina in the end does kind of get what it wants and has the tariff reduced, but the Union is together and he signs it. South Carolina, for its part, accepts this fait accompli. However, they do vote to nullify the force bill for whatever that actually entails. It's more of a moral thing. They say, oh, well, we concede, but we still have the power to nullify. We could leave the Union if we wanted to. Of course, they're going to be the first to leave during the Civil War, which is the constitutional crisis of American history. So I just finished clearing the board. We're going to be talking about a fun one next. It's not going to take nearly as long as the first or the second constitutional crisis, and that is going to be the transition of Vice President John Tyler into something totally different. You might say, I've never heard of this constitutional crisis. This is a weird one. And I will say to you, yes. In fact, it is arguably a little bit odd when you start to go through what are the standard ways people perceive what a constitutional crisis is. You look at some of the things that have happened in American history. The insertion in the American Constitution of 3 different provisions enshrining effectively the institution of slavery: the fugitive slave provision, the provision that ends the slave trade in 1808. It ends it, but it sanctions it until 1808. And of course, the 3/5 clause that counts for apportionment of the house that enslaved people count as 3/5 a person. Is that not a constitutional crisis? It's a moral crisis, but since it's in the Constitution, it's not a constitutional crisis. Do you see the distinction there? That's why something that seems so important doesn't count, but something that seems so silly, like maybe an electoral tie in the House of Representatives or in the Senate that then goes to the House in 1800, like that doesn't really seem like a crisis to me, right? And this one we're about to talk about with John Tyler, it's this weird fluke of history where the president dies. It's almost like goofy circumstance. It doesn't qualify in our minds as a crisis. And actually, when I was getting this ready, I tried to divide, because basically if you Google what are the constitutional crises in history, you'll get some articles. You'll get, of course, the stupid AI generated answer they give now that I guess amalgamates all the articles that you'll click on. There is an academic debate out there about this that I just touched on when I started researching, but didn't dwell on too much. And then, of course, Wikipedia, the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history, has an article about constitutional crises, and it lists some. And I started to identify where I think they fall, and I think there are 3 types of constitutional crises. This was one of the goofier ones, okay? And there are 3 types. There are situations for when the Constitution provides no answer or an unclear answer. So this is going to be one with an unclear answer. We'll get there. But look at 1800. 1800, the election, the electoral tie, and then it goes to the House and there's deadlock. The Constitution in this case doesn't give an answer as to what to do. Or maybe the answer is unclear. It goes to the House, but then what happens if the House deadlocks? Well, figure it out. We're going to see one in 1876 follows this same pattern where it's we're at a dead end. What do we do? By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this before. 1800 led to the 12th Amendment in 1804, which provided for the fact that the Electoral College will give 1 vote for a specific office and 1 vote for the vice presidency. It solves the problem from 1800. I never mentioned that before. Okay, the second type of constitutional crisis is situations that could end the very Constitution itself, either the documents or, in the case of the Nullification Crisis of 1832, the makeup of the Union, the Constitution as you would understand it in a more general sense. Not the piece of paper, though that is also included in such a crisis, but something that would actually end the country and thus end its constitution, its construction, right? When we think about the Constitution of Athens, as we covered in my last video, there's no literal Constitution of Athens. They didn't write down, these are the laws of Athens. Constitutionally, the sacred document, right? In English tradition, in the United Kingdom tradition, you have a constitutional tradition, a series of laws perhaps, and expectations, but you don't have a physical single entity, the Constitution, right? In Dungeons and Dragons, if you play, I used this example before, you have your Constitution stat. That is what you're made of, right? How strong you are, how much damage you can take before you go down. What are you made of, right? So when we talk about a constitutional crisis that could end the Constitution itself, the Civil War, the Nullification Crisis of 1832, we're talking about a crisis that could threaten what the country is made of. And then a third related is situations when the constitutional system breaks down or the Constitution is disobeyed. So like one branch threatens to either cancel out another or make it irrelevant or maybe ignore it to the point where it becomes irrelevant or to simply get outside of the bounds of its own branch, right? So the court-packing controversy that we're going to talk about, the constitutional crisis that occurs during the FDR administration, in which the president basically threatens to work with the Congress to cancel the court's independence. That's the third type. The first type is, as we said, one in which the Constitution is basically unclear, the quirky crises. And that's one we're going to talk about now. It's one dealing with John Tyler. We were talking about Henry Clay a moment ago and Andrew Jackson, and I think it's appropriate that we start this next constitutional crisis at the exact same time as the last. Let me take my microphone off the stand. John Tyler was born in, it's like a biography now. John Tyler was born in 1790, and his mother said he was a little bundle of joy. No, I have no idea. He was born in Virginia, planter class, strict father who was a bit of a hardhead, and John Tyler himself would become ideological, I think is how we'd call them today, stubborn, perhaps like rigid in their worldview. Tyler's father was one of these people. And so Tyler becomes, in his perceptions of the United States Constitution, a strict constructionist. I am not a con law scholar, so I will skip trying to explain to you the difference between like originalism and constructionism or literalism. In this case, John Tyler is functionally someone in the early constitutional order who's going to say that the Constitution says exactly what it says explicitly and nothing more. And if a power is reserved to the states, that is, and it is not given explicitly to the federal government does not have it. Therefore, he becomes a Democrat in the era of Andrew Jackson. He is of the Jeffersonian tradition that we've been talking about. The idea that if a power is not given to the federal government, that it is reserved for the states. And therefore, when Andrew Jackson asks Congress for a force bill in 1832 to put down South Carolina in the event that they nullify the 1828 tariff or the 1832 compromise tariff, John Tyler, who's a sitting member of Congress at this moment in time, says to himself, this is my breaking point with the Democratic Party. This is Jackson going beyond the bounds of the Constitution. I wrote down the exact quote here. Quote, Andrew Jackson swept away all the barriers of the Constitution. John Tyler is of Jackson's party. Like Jackson, he has ideological beliefs that would put him in the same camp as the Southerners. So he opposes the national bank as an institution. John Tyler, believes that the national bank, not the institution of slavery, is the, quote, original sin of the nation, of the country. In fact, or of the Union is probably the way he would have phrased it. And John Tyler, as we're going to learn throughout this story about him, is someone who always speaks in these biblical terms. And it's ironic that he would say the national bank is the original sin and not, chattel slavery, but whatever. John Tyler is a congressman in 1816. He's going to eventually move into the Senate, and he's going to cease to be a Democrat around the time that Andrew Jackson does this with the force bill. This is about the time when Jackson's opponents are starting to organize themselves around their opposition to him, and they're going to start to call themselves the Whig Party. The Whig Party. W-H-I-G. Oh no, Whig Party. Remember, they are opposed to King Jackson. They're the Whigs, okay? John Tyler, does not actually agree on the policies of some of the most influential Whigs in the Congress. For example, he does not support the nationalistic politics of Henry Clay or Daniel Webster, who want a strong national bank. They want internal improvements that, like the Maysville Road project we talked about earlier, that would build infrastructure between states and facilitate interstate commerce. He's opposed to national tariffs, and he sees the force bill to enforce them as, the breaking point that he has with Andrew Jackson, as I already said. But the problem is that the Whig Party, and this is going to be their problem until they cease to exist in the 1850s, more or less. There are some remnants, but whatever. The Whig Party is a hodgepodge. So they are unified by the idea that they don't like Andrew Jackson. It's in the name, the Whig Party, those that oppose the monarchy. They are nationalists like Clay. I kind of wrote it down so I have a reference for myself, or Webster. So nationalists who want internal improvements, national bank. They support tariffs. Tyler's not one of these people. There are those who oppose Van Buren, that is Jackson's mini-me, basically, the little magician, who's gonna serve a term in office after Andrew Jackson leaves, and see to it that the Trial of Tears, for example, is carried through. There are anti-Masons in the Whig Party, and then there are states' rights Democrats who have left the Democratic Party to join the Whigs because of the actions of Andrew Jackson, John Tyler being one of them. John Tyler attends the 1939 Whig Party convention, in which the Whigs feel the momentum is with them and that they are going to be able to elect a president and ride to a wave of majorities in Congress and pass their national agenda. At least the national Whigs like Clay and Webster are going to believe this. Well, Tyler, in kind of a strange decision, I tried to figure out why, but basically, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, at the Whig convention, Tyler votes for Henry Clay to be the party's nominee, the Whig nominee for president in 1840. Doesn't seem like a natural choice, but this is going to do something very important for John Tyler. It is actually going to get him on the presidential ticket himself, because the convention decides that Henry Clay, being this nationalist who supports the national bank and internal improvements and tariffs, he's too divisive of a figure. He will lose the Whigs' votes in the South, and Southern Whigs are an important component of the Whig Party. So the Whig convention, despite the fact that very uninfluential John Tyler is voting for Clay at the convention, they don't go for Clay. They actually settle on a compromise character, a man named William Henry Harrison, who is, like Andrew Jackson, a war hero, participated in the War of 1812, an older war hero. He's 67 and will, by the time of his nomination, be 68. Beyond his just age, he's already looking frail. So he's seen as someone who's not really full of convictions. He's a war hero, and he kind of just seems like someone who can basically be amenable to the whole party, the whole Whig Party, and therefore have broad appeal across the country. Harrison was in the Battle of Tippecanoe, 1811, so he is nicknamed Old Tippecanoe, and they need a vice president for him. So they go searching around, and they see John Tyler, who is a Southern Democrat. He's opposed to Jackson. He has voted for Clay, however, who's a national Whig. So he kind of ticks both boxes, and they're like, let's go with this guy for vice president. So the phrasing for the campaign of 1840 is Tippecanoe and Tyler too. Tippecanoe, William Henry Harrison, this old war general with no real opinions, who basically the Whigs expect to just rubber stamp whatever they pass in Congress. But he's not Henry Clay, he's not divisive. And you've got the sectional appeal. Henry Harrison's also from Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. Whatever. Tyler is, he's a Southern Dem who's left the Democratic Party and joined the Whigs, who's got this appeal, I guess, and they bring him in. He's Tyler 2, in the Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. And they run this ridiculous campaign about log cabins and hard cider, and William Henry Harrison is portrayed as this everyman, this log cabin, hard cider drinking man who is appealing to everyone and offensive to no one. And Martin Van Buren, the Democratic candidate in 1840, is portrayed as, once again, as an effeminate hermaphroditic character. As they described Adams back in 1800, he is portrayed as a little bit of a Weasley man with effeminate but wonderful sideburns. And functionally, it is William Henry Harrison, that's the manly, self-made log cabin man. At least that's the portrayal in this campaign. Candidate, his running mate, John Tyler, fits in that category as well. It's irony because even though Martin Van Buren has acquired some eccentric tastes as he's made the way up in politics, it's a function of him being a bit of a nouveau riche in that he actually is a self-made man who worked his way into the upper chambers of the political world. And it is in fact William Henry Harrison who was born into a rich plantation family. His uncle or grandfather, Benjamin Harrison, someone can fact check me that in the comments, was a signer of the Declaration of Independence, and Harrison owns a lot of acreage, slaves, and is the actual aristocrat. He is not the man-made log cabin hard cider drinking everyman. But he's portrayed that way. He wins the election. And on March 4th, 1841, William Henry Harrison, now the oldest inaugurated president until Ronald Reagan, we'll take that moniker from him in the 80s. William Henry Harrison neglects to wear a coat on a frigid Washington morning and gives a 2-hour, to this day, the longest inaugural address in the history of the country without a coat on as an elderly man who was already showing signs of age. And on April 4th, a month after his inauguration, he's dead. It's one of the dumbest stories in political history. I remember taking a class on the presidency in undergrad. Professor Heinsohn told this story, and I thought it was the funniest thing. Because like when you're in school, you don't learn about these little nuggets of history, right? It's only when you're in like higher levels of education, I guess, where you can like get into the details. And then something like this that wouldn't have been prioritized in grade school comes up and you're like, really? Yeah, he got pneumonia at the inauguration and he died. The end. Okay. John Tyler's in Virginia. I think it's Williamsburg at this time. April 3rd, he gets the news late at night, or April 4th, late at night, 3 or 4 in the morning. On the next day, he's in Washington, D.C. to address the crisis that William Henry Harrison, the president, is dead. And there's a couple different problems going on all at once. The big one, though, is that there is a constitutional crisis. Why? If the president dies, what happens? You know, the vice president becomes the president, right? The vice president dies, whatever, the Speaker of the House, so on and so forth. 1841, not so clear. Let me show you. The amendment to the Constitution, the 25th Amendment that we're familiar with, Article 2, Section 1. In case of removal of the president or of his death or resignation, the vice president shall become the president. Right? That's what we know today. The Constitution read differently in 1841. In case of removal of the president or of his death or resignation, quote, the same shall devolve on the vice president. The powers and duties of the presidency, the powers and duties shall devolve. The same shall devolve onto the vice president. What the hell does that mean? I mean, the powers of the president go to the vice president, but is the vice president just to serve out the rest of the president's term without ever being called president? Does the vice president become the president, or is he just a caretaker? What happens? Constitutional crisis. It's in our first category, the quirky constitutional crisis, in which the Constitution basically gives no clear answer in this case. What should we call Tyler at this point, and how should we consider his executive power that is vested in him by the Constitution, but it's vested in him through devolution, and so it's unclear whether he really takes the title and the office for real. John Tyler goes to Washington, D.C., and lo and behold, the Whigs in his party have never really considered the idea that this former Democrat, this man who really only shares with them one thing, opposition to the politics of Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson, they never really considered whether this man could become the president of the United States. This has never happened before. They had their rubber stamp gerontocratic man, William Henry Harrison, in the White House, who was just going to take the National Bank stamp of approval, sign that. Thank you, Whig Congress. Internal improvements. I can't even read it. My eyes are too bad. Sure, why not? Tariffs, higher, lower, whatever you want. Whig Congress, presumably higher. I'll sign it. I'm just a war hero. I'm a putty. I'm William Henry Harrison. I'm dead of pneumonia. John Tyler waltzes into the White House April 5th, 1841. The Whigs decide, including his Secretary of State, Daniel Webster, with Henry Clay from the Congress manipulating all of this. The cabinet of William Henry Harrison sticks around for Tyler. They all meet together, and their opinion is we can expect the same from John Tyler that we would expect from William Henry Harrison. We will send him bills, he'll sign them. And they kind of inform John Tyler of this. There is a cabinet meeting in which they sit down the president or the vice president, Tyler. We don't know yet which he really is. We just know that his powers have devolved. And Daniel Webster, speaking for the cabinet, tells John Tyler, he says, "Hello, John Tyler. We're your cabinet. Nice that you came. From now on, when decisions need to be made, we'll make it as, we'll take a vote in the cabinet. And if a majority prevails, that's what you'll do." Okay? Sound good? William Henry Harrison's dead. Whatever, your duties have devolved onto you, and we'll help you. Us benevolent cabinet Whigs, we will help you make the right choices, John Tyler. John Tyler's like, well, here's the thing about John Tyler. He's a stubborn guy. He's also, in all the descriptions you read of him in his biographies and stuff, I've got stuff linked and cited down below. He's an amiable guy, they say. He's always very courteous. He sometimes speaks in like bizarre biblical prose. He's agreeable, but he's not a pushover. So when Daniel Webster tells him this, he gives a famous retort. Tyler says, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I am very glad to have in my cabinet such able statesmen as you have proved yourselves to be." Okay, so far so good. He goes on, "But I can never consent to being dictated to as to what I shall and shall not do. I as president consent to being dictated. I as president shall be responsible for my administration. When you think otherwise, your resignations shall be accepted." If you think otherwise, your resignations shall be accepted. John Tyler has said, "No, sir, I will not be dictated to. I as president. The office, the powers have not just devolved onto me, vice president. I am the president. Me, John Tyler, I'm the president." Constitutional crisis. What do we do? This sets the precedent that the president, in the event of the president's death, the vice president will become the president. John Tyler wins this battle. He is sworn in as president of the United States, and he will serve out the remainder of William Henry Harrison's term, and he will pursue politics in a way that implies that he might have been seeking to win a term for himself after the end of William Henry Harrison's term that he then serves to the end. It is John Tyler who is this former Democrat in the White House surrounded by Henry Clay allied Whigs that is going to throw a wrench in the political project of the Whigs. It is the Whig party that expects him to sign all of their internal improvements, the National Bank, and it is John Tyler who vetoes these things. And there's political machinations to all of it that we're not going to get into. But functionally, over the course of months, Tyler starts to veto things from nominally his own political party, particularly when it comes to the National Bank. And this is going to draw the ire of Henry Clay. Henry Clay is going to go to the White House because all the cabinet members, including Webster, they're kind of all, listening to Clay. And Henry Clay is this great leader who's stood up to Jackson, and he's stood up to Van Buren, and he's negotiated all these compromises, and he's the big personality. And he goes to the White House to try to figure out with John Tyler how to assert his authority. And John Tyler basically tells him to get lost. Actually, he doesn't tell him to get lost. He tells him to go somewhere specific. He tells Henry Clay in this September 1841 battle between the two of them, this is Tyler addressing Clay. "Sir, I wish you to understand this. You and I were born in the same district, fed upon same food, breathed the same natal air." So they're both from Virginia. Yeah, so they're both from Virginia. And he says, Go you now, Mr. Clay, to your end of the avenue where stands the Capitol, and there perform your duty to the country as you think best. So help me God, I shall do the same at this end as I think proper. I think I butchered that quote. But the point is, he tells Clay, he tells his cabinet, I'm the president. If you disagree with that, resign. He tells Clay, I ain't going to do your bidding. I've already vetoed your national bank. I'll do more that I think proper. I ain't going to follow your directions. Figure it out. And this pretty much kills the Whig agenda. That's it. This is the height of Whig's political influence, and it's just it ain't going to work. And so the Whig Party actually disowns John Tyler at this point. They say whatever he's doing, we ain't responsible for that. He's part of a Virginia cabal. They call him an apostate. They start calling him his accidency, as in he's accidentally president. So we had his rotundity with Adams. Now we have his accidency, John Tyler. They just call him an executive ass. And there's an actual moment where the Whigs read out his excommunication. Basically, in certain places, they burn John Tyler in effigy. And there's this really awesome quote from his excommunication. It says that John Tyler, is a man destitute of intellect and integrity, whose name is the symptom of nihil. His name is the symptom of nihil, as in nihilism. So they say John Tyler is a nihilist. He doesn't believe in anything. He has no integrity. He's an executive ass. He's his accidency. We hate him. We hate him. We hate him. He messed up our agenda. But to the resolution of the constitutional crisis, as we learned months earlier, he is the president. And from then on, the expectation will be when the vice president takes over for the president, the vice president shall become the president. And then we enshrine that in the 25th Amendment to make sure that that's actually the case. John Tyler solves this constitutional crisis by force of will, by asserting himself. John Tyler serves out the rest of William Henry Harrison's term as president of the United States. Interestingly enough, James K. Polk is going to be the next president, and there is there's a sense that John Tyler actually wants to receive the nomination of some party for the 1844 election and win his own term. One of the things he does is he negotiates the annexation of Texas, and in 1844 presents that treaty to the Senate, and effectively it is his political opponents like the Whigs who are like, we ain't giving you that legacy. And they withhold ratification of the treaty until James K. Polk is in office. And James K. Polk to this day is on his list of accomplishments as being one of the most effective presidents in history. Whether or not you like his decisions, people say, oh, he got all this stuff done in one term and left. And one of those things is he brings Texas, he deals with the annexation treaty of Texas. And actually that was John Tyler's negotiation. So yeah, John Tyler is a forgotten bit of history. This constitutional crisis, is more of a quirk than a crisis, but it counts because it falls in that category of places where the Constitution hasn't given us clear instructions. I'm just drawing off the board here. I did want to say that I am going to be talking about Lincoln's war powers in this next section because we're moving on to the Civil War. This is the most important constitutional crisis we will cover in this video, and it is fundamental to not just understanding an important moral quandary in American history, one that up until this point in the video we've had to just touch on slightly, and that is the institution of slavery. But Lincoln's use of executive power is one that provides massive precedent for the use of executive power in our time. The use of executive power in an emergency, the power of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States to do things by which he may or may not have sanction to do. And in the case of Lincoln, he explicitly recognizes some of the things he does at the outbreak of the Civil War might be illegal. He tells Congress to their face, I might be breaking the law right now, but I got to do what I got to do to protect the Union. That disposition of the emergency powers of the Commander-in-Chief are invoked over and over and over again throughout the rest, quote unquote, of American history up until the moment I'm recording this. And it is active right now. And even if you're watching this some point in the future, I presume it will be active in your time, because basically every president, even before Lincoln, but particularly after Lincoln, people that you wouldn't even expect to be doing things like this, like Calvin Coolidge, all right, this president you might not have even heard of, who's considered the paragon of restraint, has a bit of a cult following for it. He's going to commit American troops abroad under the prerogatives of the commander-in-chief powers of the president. And leading up to Abraham Lincoln, presidents are going to do these things. President Pierce does it. President Polk does it, which we'll touch on in just a moment. President Monroe does it. He sends Andrew Jackson into Florida, basically. But Abraham Lincoln is going to be the biggest expression of executive power, of emergency power. And to understand it is the whole ballgame, basically, if you'd like to understand what the powers of the president are, particularly the powers of the president in an emergency. And of course, one of the symptoms of our common era of gridlock is that the president of the United States, be they Democrat or Republican, continually claim the auspices of an emergency, a declared emergency, to do things that would otherwise be extra constitutional. And I'm here to tell you that if something extra constitutional is done over and over and over again, it becomes, whether or not it's in the document, the Constitution, it becomes part of the constitutional makeup of the United States of America. So Lincoln's impact cannot be understated. It is absolutely essential. So let's go to Lincoln's early career. He's going to oppose the Mexican-American War, incited by James K. Polk in 1846 on the border of Texas, which is going to result in the theft of Mexican territory throughout what will become the American Southwest. I just wrote a few places on the board because the Compromise of 1820 said that anything above the 3630 parallel is a section of the country to which, if the United States expands into it, there will be no slavery in those states north of that line. Missouri in that compromise was admitted as a slave state. Henry Clay, who we've been talking about, was a big facilitator of that compromise. 1850, you have these new territories that are won from Mexico that are being admitted into the Union. California is admitted as a free state, Texas as a slave state, and Utah and New Mexico decide on their own whether to be slave states or free states. It is another compromise. It is called the Great Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, and it is a compromise which is alarming to everyone in the country. Obviously, it is alarming to people who would be enslaved in those expanded states. It is on the other two sides of those who have political suffrage and are able to be part of national politics, it's concerning for people who oppose the expansion of slavery, which is different from opposing slavery itself. People like Abraham Lincoln, who is morally opposed to slavery privately and publicly opposed to its expansion, because the expansion of slavery is taking place and in certain places is being voted upon, or at least being decided by the governments that will come to exist and make constitutions in Utah and New Mexico. And for people who are in the South who support the institution of slavery, obviously the expansion of more free states is concerning to them. They want to have as many slave states as possible, but also the more to the point criticism that they would have in this moment is that, once again, the federal government in 1820 and in 1850 now through these compromises is dictating whether or not a state can be free or slave. And therefore, for Southerners, it's like going back to the nullification thing with South Carolina. Why can the federal government make this decision for us? Why can the federal government impose a tariff on us? If they can impose a tariff on us, can they also tell us that slavery is illegal? That was the subtext of the nullification crisis in South Carolina, and that is now becoming the explicit non-subtext of these compromises. And this one in 1850 is controversial. And then there are the Kansas and Nebraska territories. And there is a series of motions put forward in 1854 by a man named, not Frederick Douglass, Stephen Douglas. Stephen Douglas is a Democrat, and he feels the pressure of the country trying to decide whether the new territories of Kansas and Nebraska, the issue of whether slavery will be legal in them, comes up again. And once again, there is tension in the national government about the sectional crisis. Will there be slavery in these places or not? Now, you'll notice that part of this debate is in places that have been covered by the Missouri Compromise. The 3630 parallel, slavery won't exist north of this. Well, that is back open. Does that mean the Missouri Compromise of 1820 is canceled and that slavery can expand above the 3630 parallel? Yeah, that's part of the crisis here. How does Stephen Douglas, who is a member of the Senate at this time for Illinois, how does he propose to deal with this controversy? He proposes a term that you might have heard before called popular sovereignty. The idea behind popular sovereignty is that in the states that are formed, the people there vote on whether there should be slavery or not. At least the white men there vote on whether there should be slavery or not. And then the national government will accept their decision. It is seen as a compromised position by people like Stephen Douglas, and indeed in the Kansas-Nebraska series of motions that take place that becomes called the Kansas-Nebraska Act, the idea of popular sovereignty is voted on. And the idea is that with or without slavery, quote, popular sovereignty with or without slavery, as the Constitution may prescribe. So the constitutions of the states will determine whether or not there is slavery in the new state. This is when America's sectional crisis hits a point of no return. Of course, there's lots of debate about when does the Civil War really start? When does it become, unavoidable? I've got a great book here called The Political Crisis of the 1850s by Michael F. Holt. Also wrote a great history of the American Whig Party. If you're interested, I think his thesis is great. And in any event, Kansas, Nebraska is when things start to, the compromise breaks down. Even though this is a compromise, the Missouri Compromise of 1820 is accepted. And it lasts for these 3 decades. The Compromise of 1850 lasts for 4 years. The Compromise of 1854 falls apart. Immediately, it is a source of violence in the places where popular sovereignty is meant to be implemented. Matt Beat, my buddy, has a great video on Bloody Kansas you should check out. It remains controversial, and it gives birth to a new political party of people who oppose the Kansas-Nebraska Act. It is also the final nail in the coffin of the Whig Party for that very reason, because people who were part of the Whig Party are going to join a new political party whose central function is, at first, the opposition to the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the expansion of slavery, and that party is called the Republican Party. And people who were former Whigs will join this Republican Party, including, and you've probably heard this little addendum to the story before, including the former Whig Abraham Lincoln, who opposed James K. Polk's Mexican-American War, was disturbed at the expansion of slavery into some of those territories acquired for the very reason that it might threaten the Union, and who very stringently opposed the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 as presented by Stephen Douglas, the senator from Illinois. So what does Abraham Lincoln do? Abraham Lincoln runs for Senate in Illinois against Stephen Douglas. Now, spoiler alert, he loses the state legislature in this period. This is before the reforms of the Wilsonian era. The Senate is chosen by the state legislature, not by a statewide vote. Stephen Douglas is chosen, reelected to be the Illinois senator. Abraham Lincoln loses that battle. But the two of them are going to have a series of debates in 1858 during that Senate race in which Abraham Lincoln is functionally going to follow Stephen Douglas around Illinois, and literally at some points standing up after Stephen Douglas has spoken and saying, hey guys, I'm going to give a speech here tomorrow. If you want to come hear someone who doesn't agree with Senator Douglas, come listen to me. Scrappy dude, very ambitious. One of the things you'll read about if you read biographies of Lincoln is how clearly ambitious he was. And Lincoln's view of race and of the expansion of slavery and of the Union, so eventually Douglas and Lincoln actually kind of team up to stage these debates. They're multi-hours long. They're so famous in part because of the demands on the audience to follow the intrinsically complicated trains of thought that these men were presenting in their debates. Even this book on my shelf here, Amusing Ourselves to Death, by Neil Postman, right? This is a book written in the 80s about TV and its impact on the brain. And one of the chapters in here is about the Lincoln Douglas debates, because it's basically a way of showing that, like, in our age in the 80s, right, and today with social media, we can't pay attention to anything. We expect everything to be like hyper entertaining. But in a literature-based society, in the society where everyone read things at length, like in the era of Lincoln and Douglas when they debated, people were capable of sitting and listening to multi-hour debates on very complex issues in which the participants are using extremely flowery and complicated language. Why is that possible? It's because people read a lot. Okay, those are extremely influential things. The Lincoln-Douglas debates are, okay? And it is in this debate in Peoria where Lincoln gives us a very famous line about self-government. You remember he's arguing against the idea that popular sovereignty is a great way to resolve this sectional dispute about the expansion of slavery. That if we just let the people, aka the white men in these places, vote, we can figure this out without having a blow up of the Union. And in Peoria in 1858, Lincoln says, quote, "If the Negro is a man, is it not to that extent a total destruction of self-government to say that he shall not govern himself?" Is it not a total destruction of self-government to say that he shall not govern himself? That is, black men, enslaved people. It might lead you to believe that Lincoln is for racial equality. That is not true. In other parts of the debate, he says, I have never wanted to... he says that the race that I belong to, the white race, is the race that I'd like to see at top. I've never said that I want to make jurors of Negroes, or I can't remember the exact quote. But basically, Lincoln also comes out and says, I'm not for social equality for black people. What Lincoln is for most predominantly is the stopping of the expansion of slavery publicly. That is his position. He is, like, as you hear in that quote where he's talking about, is it not destruction of self-government to deny the Negro the participation in it? He rides the line about what to do were slavery to be ended. We know privately, at least around the time that he issues the Emancipation Proclamation, but likely before that, he is morally opposed to slavery. And at least in this period of time, he would fall into the category of people that are free soilers. That is to say that they at least believe that slavery should be abolished so that Protestant workmen can work those lands for a wage. It's a little bit like the yeoman farmer vision of Thomas Jefferson. Lincoln's a complicated guy. I could do a whole video on his views and his life. Suffice it to say that these debates become famous in Illinois, and they become famous outside of Illinois. They bring Abraham Lincoln onto the political scene, onto the political map. Even though he loses the Senate race, he will reemerge, and he will reemerge in 1860 at the Republican National Convention in where other Chicago, Illinois. But we get ahead of ourselves because there is a constitutional crisis in our story. And it is a human story that I dare not pass over. And thank goodness, for the sake of making sure this video is actually serious, it is not a quirky constitutional crisis like John Tyler. It's not elites fighting among themselves like in 1800. It is a catastrophe of moral weight. And on top of it, like, basically, we're going to be looking at a Supreme Court decision, and the author of that decision, the Chief Justice Taney, is going to write argument 1, morally bankrupt opinion of mine. Argument 2, constitutional crisis created by me. Goodbye and good night. Justice Taney. Okay. This is serious stuff we're talking about. And that is, of course, the crisis of the Dred Scott decision. Dred Scott is a slave, and he is owned by a man named Blow. Is it John Blow? I mean, who really cares, right? Peter Blow. I think it's actually let's be kinder to John Blow. I think John Blow is Peter's son who eventually frees Dred Scott. So I guess we shouldn't put too much hate on his name. But okay, Dred Scott is born in Virginia. He's in the 1820s in Missouri. His owner, Peter Blow, dies in 1832. He's sold, that is, Dred Scott, to an army surgeon, Emerson, in 1833. He is taken to the Free State of Illinois in 1834, and he is taken to Fort Snelling in Wisconsin, both free places. Wisconsin was not a state at this point. It was still part of the territory covered under the Missouri Compromise of 1820. The point is that Dred Scott is enslaved in Missouri, but visits Illinois and free territory of the United States, and then is returned to Missouri, where he continues to be in bondage. And it is almost a decade later in 1846 that the second owner dies, and Dred Scott tries to buy his freedom and the freedom of his wife, who he met in a free territory, from the widow of Dr. Emerson. And the widow turns him down, and Scott then sues for his freedom. And there is a mistrial that is on a technicality of like who owns Dred Scott, not so important. In 1850, a St. Louis, Missouri court actually says, in a jury trial of white men, that Dred Scott is free. That the Fugitive Slave Act, that some of these compacts that would continue to make him enslaved, even though he spent time in a free state, no, he's free to go. And I just want to emphasize what the logic is here. He's enslaved somewhere. He travels with his master to another place in the country that is free. And then the question is, if there's no slavery in that free state, is he, by stepping on that ground, basically, like, is there some way to say that he is no longer the property of another human being because of basically traveling these geographical boundaries? And the Missouri Supreme Court actually intervenes. It's a St. Louis court that says he's free. The Missouri Supreme Court intervenes to say, whoa, no, you're not free. You're not free, Dred Scott. No way. And they say, quote, times are not as they were, in a 2-1 decision. Times are not as they were. You are still a slave. You're not free just because you spent time in a free territory. What are they talking about? First of all, times have changed is not a great way to, even people who are believers in the living Constitution and not originalists would probably chafe at the idea that times are not as they were is a great justification for jurisprudence. What are they talking about if we just want to take it at face value? They're talking about the fact that the sectional crisis is hotter than it once was. We've already talked about how the Compromise of 1820 has started to become more contentious. It's breaking down as the territories taken from Mexico are being integrated in the United States. We know that a couple of years from now, the Kansas-Nebraska Act is going to blow this whole thing up. Missouri is basically saying, this issue's hot right now, and we don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. Dred Scott, sorry, you ain't free. The case winds its way through federal courts and is eventually going to make it onto the docket of the Supreme Court, presided over by Chief Justice Roger B. Taney. Taney spelled Taney. The reason I'm pronouncing it Taney and not Taney is because I've only ever heard it pronounced that way, so I assume that's correct. If you want to be disrespectful to this guy, and he deserves it, you could call him Taney to your friends and family, and they would say, well, wasn't it Taney? And then you'd say, how do you even know who that is? Are you a history buff? And then you guys can have a great conversation. The arguments are heard in 1856, and the decision of the Supreme Court is revealed in March of 1857, just a couple days after the inauguration of James Buchanan. James Buchanan might be the worst president in American history, but let's not go there. Let's just talk about his role in this whole Dred Scott thing. First of all, later on in his term, states are going to secede and he's just going to sit on his hands. But that's the end of his administration. marred, mocked, whatever, like ruined by his legacy is tarnished because of what he does at the end. His legacy, in my opinion, is also tarnished James Buchanan's because of what he does at the beginning of his term, which is to find out behind the scenes that the Supreme Court is about to rule that Dred Scott is not free. And what James Buchanan decides to do is to try to preempt the controversy that this is inevitably going to cause in the sectional crisis by telling people in the inaugural address on March 4th that what they should do when the Supreme Court drops its opinion that Dred Scott is not free is that they should accept that decision with glee. He says out loud in 1856, I shall cheerfully submit. I shall cheerfully submit to the court's decision. This is in his inaugural address. Somebody can correct me in the comments if I got the timeline wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it is in his inaugural address where he says this. And why should we cheerfully submit to the court's decision? The reason is because what the Chief Justice thinks he's doing and what James Buchanan seems to agree the Chief Justice is doing is solving this decades-long controversy over the, quote, peculiar institution of slavery. What they believe is happening is that since the founding, there has been a disagreement about slavery. The founders themselves are well aware that slavery was a terrible institution. They were slave owners, many of them. They weren't ready to end it, but they were ready to compromise morally in order to create a constitution to have a country. Now, over the decades, moral compromise after moral compromise has been made, and yet here we are in the 1850s, and the issue continues to heat up, continues to threaten the Union. We've even had a constitutional crisis in 1832, the Nullification Crisis, where a slave owner, Andrew Jackson, intervened to stop the nullification of a federal law in South Carolina by people who should have been his allies to keep the Union together. The subtext of that was slavery itself, right? It was about the tariff, the tax on imports, but the real fear of South Carolina was that one day someone, maybe with the name Abraham Lincoln, would come along and in their eyes threaten the institution itself, threaten to dictate from Washington, D.C. that their peculiar institution of slavery must end. What Roger B. Taney and what Buchanan believed was that functionally the decision in Dred Scott, which is going to be released, as I said, in March 1857, is going to solve the problem by giving the answer once and for all in a Supreme Court case. And that's why the case, I'm about to read you some of what Taney's decision was in the Dred Scott case, but this is considered one of the absolute worst decisions because it is not only a moral catastrophe, but it is also an example of functionally legislating from the bench of the Supreme Court, freewheeling with a lot of inaccuracies and doing more than a court should do. So here's the thing. Dred Scott was between a few states, including one territory that was not yet a state, but was above the 3630 parallel. So it was a free area, even if it were to eventually become a state, according to the Missouri Compromise of 1820. To the question of whether Dred Scott even had the right to be in court and to petition for his freedom, Roger B. Taney, writing for the majority, said, no. Blacks are not, quote, constituent members of the sovereignty. Some think that blacks are constituent members of the country. They are, aka, subject to its laws and citizens. We think they are not. So the first part of his decision is no black can be a citizen, thus no standing in Article 3 of the American Constitution, which deals with the judiciary. What does that mean specifically? Article 3 says that the court, the jurisdiction of the judiciary, is between a state and citizens of another state, or between citizens of different states. And there's two more categories, but basically, because, according to Taney, Dred Scott is not obviously because Dred Scott is not a citizen of a state or another state, no matter where he goes in the United States, he doesn't have standing he can't petition for his freedom. The only reason the court is hearing it is because it just kind of makes sense to knock this out and put this to bed for once and forever, right? He says, quote, that the blacks are of an inferior order. He says, so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. So this is the moral component of the decision. And rightfully, it comes first in the decision, and rightfully it comes first in our conversations about this decision, because it is a fundamental rejection of equal protection for citizens on the basis of race. And it is an attempt to basically say that any case like this that will ever come up again should simply be rejected by all the lower courts. And what Taney thinks he's doing by making this declaration is solving a point that might be contentious between the states. That maybe certain states won't want to, implement fugitive slave laws from from slave states. Perhaps there's all these crisscrossing contentions between the states of the Union. It's causing disharmony because who wants to fight about this silly issue for people who are of a, quote, inferior order? Why don't we just solve this now? Now no one has to deal with it. I took care of it for you. Aren't you happy? 500,000 freedmen in the U.S., roughly at this time. 500,000 people. They're practicing as citizens, if that's a way to phrase that. I've written about citizenship quite often on my Substack. I think I'll have to do an edition about people who were suddenly told they weren't citizens after potentially decades of being freedmen and acting as citizens. Taney's basically told not just Dred Scott, but a bunch of people, like, you have no standing here. You are not part of the constituent member. You are not a constituent member of this polity. The dissenting voice in this case, Benjamin Curtis, is going to point out that free blacks were citizens and voters even at the time of ratification of the Constitution in 1789, and that there were even freedmen in New Hampshire and Massachusetts at the time of the Articles of Confederation. No matter, says Taney, they're not citizens. And part of this I've heard described as a soft originalism. That is to say that originalism is like, what did the words mean when they were written? How were they maybe commonly understood? That could be, in some versions of originalism, what the people who made the law would have understood, or more commonly what the public understanding of the law would have been. And the idea is like the Declaration of Independence, which Taney recognizes explicitly. He says, well, nobody at the time of the founding, the Declaration of Independence, would have recognized that all men were created equal. No one would have assumed that included black people. So because of that, it doesn't. It wasn't a universal aspiration. It wasn't an idea. It was part of a compact between states who understood that all men literally meant all men and literally meant all white men. Right? So people who say America is not an idea have to contend with the fact that, if it's not an idea, then it becomes so literal as to empower people like Judge Taney to not deny the citizenship and therein the personhood and the liberty of certain members of our community. It's dark. It's dark stuff. But Taney doesn't stop there. As I said, you would call that a moral crisis, but maybe not a constitutional crisis. Here's where the constitutional crisis comes in from the Dred Scott decision. He says that the Missouri Compromise of 1820 is not constitutional. The Missouri Compromise, we've said it 100 times already, north of the 3630 parallel, you can't have states admitted that are slave states. Now, the 1854 Kansas-Nebraska Act is already going to kind of cancel that because it's going to include popular sovereignty in places that are above that line, but leave that aside for the second. Judge Taney says Missouri Compromise 1820, unconstitutional. Why? Because the Constitution in Article 4, Section 3 has a territory clause. It says, the Congress shall have the power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. In other words, the power that gives the Congress the ability to declare slavery allowed or not allowed in territories is in the Constitution. Tawney says no, because the Constitution only applies to the lands that were in the United States in 1789. There's a lot of land in Kansas, Nebraska, in the Compromise of 1850, in the Missouri Compromise of 1820, that was not part of the country at the founding. Therefore, it is unconstitutional because the Constitution only applied to the 1789 territories of the United States and its possessions. There is no basis for the federal government to legislate on slavery at all as it expands westward, says Judge Tawney. Aren't you so happy I solved this problem for you? You guys have been debating all this crap in the legislature. I just wrote a Supreme Court opinion that says you couldn't have done that all along. Done. Aren't you happy? President Buchanan says we should all cheerfully submit now to this new status quo. Slavery can expand wherever it needs to expand. It's all good. Judge Tawney says that black people aren't real. Members of the community aren't citizens. Done. Solved. Territories, you can't legislate. Congress doesn't have that power, but I have that power to basically cancel a bunch of legislative compromises as the court. But I solved it for you. Aren't you happy? Just to make that explicit, Tawney, referring to the Declaration of Independence, where it said all men are created equal, Taney, quote, the enslaved African race were not intended to be included, end quote. Missouri Compromise, a Compromise of 1850, Kansas, Nebraska Act, none of that applies. Congress, not only was all of that unconstitutional, but Congress can't legislate on that at all. So if Congress comes back and says, we don't like your opinion, tough luck, right? This is the second time in the history of the United States where the Supreme Court has said explicitly that a law was unconstitutional. The first time being Marbury versus Madison. So 1803, now it's 1856, 1857. Now we have the second time, and it is to the puck on the national history. And it is arguably the start of the end of this particular version of the United States of America, because this is when everything's going to blow up, when the Republican Party is going to decide that it's time to throw in the gauntlet and that this simply cannot stand. And Abraham Lincoln is going to be elected in 1860. And this is going to start off the wave, his election, the news of his election is going to start a wave of secessions beginning with South Carolina that is going to bring about the Civil War. South Carolina, I've got it written down right here. South Carolina secedes a month after the election results basically are announced. December 20th, 1860. They're already out. They're the very first ones. They're the only one, to the best of my knowledge, that actually goes in 1860. Mississippi comes next, January 1861. So South Carolina doesn't even wait for Christmas. They're like, we're out. We've been chomping at the bit to leave this damn union since the Nullification Crisis in 1832. We are now out. 1860, not even 30 years later. It's over. We've been waiting. And the very first sentence of a lot of these states, secession statements are, we are leaving because of the institution of African slavery. As we fear that the new president, the new Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, who has been so opposed to the expansion of slavery, hasn't even said he's for racial equality, just to the expansion of slavery. We think it is a secret plan to end slavery in our territories, and we secede from the Union. That is the constitutional crisis that we must now face. We must talk about now the constitutional crisis that comes after the constitutional crisis. Dred Scott is the judiciary basically saying we can legislate, we can just cancel the legislature, we can basically throw all these compromises in the trash. Now we move to the second type of constitutional crisis, the one in which the actual existence of the country itself is under threat. And it's going to be Abraham Lincoln using his war powers in an emergency that is going to confront that constitutional crisis in its immediate beginnings. And I am going to make a cut here, and you are going to see a change in time and light, because The sun is now going down. I'm losing my light, and I've been going for about 3-4 hours. Actually, I've kind of lost time on the thing. My cat has disappeared. I'm going to make a cut, and we're going to pick this up tomorrow. For me. For you, it'll be instantaneous. Welcome to day 2 of this session. I did, in fact, run out of gas and light yesterday. As we move along here and begin to talk about the constitutional crisis in American history, there are many that we're talking about over the course of this lecture. The Civil War is the constitutional crisis of American history. My goal in describing it is going to be to show you just how bleak everything was, and therefore place Lincoln's actions into context. And there is a phrasing that I quite like from a former Supreme Court justice named Robert H. Jackson, writing in 1952 about an attempted use of executive power by President Truman to seize steel mills during the Korean War. Robert H. Jackson, writing a concurrent opinion, described some of the different ways in which executive power might manifest. And one of those ways he described was a situation in which the Congress has no opinion on a circumstance, or the Congress has yet to give an opinion or an indication on a circumstance. For example, in 1861, several states of the Union secede while Abraham Lincoln is sitting in the White House, or rather right before Abraham Lincoln begins to sit in the White House, and Congress is not meant to be in session after Lincoln's inauguration for months and months and months. So Lincoln is faced with a situation in which Congress has not made its wishes, its desires explicit, and they've passed no law giving him general privilege to do X, Y, or Z. In such a circumstance, Robert H. Jackson writes, the president enters a zone of twilight. A zone of twilight. This is a situation in which the president can rely only on his executive powers to determine what action to take. In prescribing what the court might see of one of these situations, Robert H. Jackson admits that a president acting and using his executive power in such a situation might be faced with contemporary imponderables. Contemporary imponderables, aka the demands of the moment that we simply, sitting here in our theoretical imagination, cannot predict. And I think it's pretty clear that Robert H. Jackson, when writing about this zone of twilight and these contemporary imponderables, must have had Abraham Lincoln in mind. I actually really wanted to cover the steel seizure in this video, and I did try to finagle a case to make it a constitutional crisis so that I could talk about it. President Truman, in 1952, obeyed court orders to stay his seizure and ultimately waited for the Supreme Court decision and obeyed. Therefore, I don't really think it qualifies as a constitutional crisis, though it does qualify as something a little bit more interesting, in my opinion, regarding the presidency and the two presidencies that are often described in academia. I don't have time to go into that right now. I want to move on to the Civil War, but I did think that mentioning contemporary imponderables was a good way to introduce the existential crisis for the Union, which Abraham Lincoln found himself facing in March of 1861. Of course, in 1860, there was a Republican National Convention in Chicago, Illinois, where it was predicted with great certainty that William Henry Seward would be the Republican nominee for president, for a variety of reasons, including the fact that his campaign manager, his main vote getter at the convention, was a bit of a filthy associate of machine politics. Seward lost popularity over time. And I believe it was on the second or third ballot when a dark horse candidate, an unexpected person, began to rise in the vote tally. A son of Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, who, if memory serves, on the fourth ballot at the Republican National Convention in 1860, received that nomination for the Republican Party, the brand new Republican Party that would then go on to win the 1860 election and put Abraham Lincoln in the White House, a moment in which the Union itself was falling apart. And indeed, South Carolina had already left a month after Abraham Lincoln was declared the winner of that election in December 1860, and by several I mean 6 additional states left the Union in quick succession. Mississippi on January 9th, Florida on January 10th, Alabama January 11th, Georgia January 19th, Louisiana January 26th, and Texas on February 1st. Lincoln doesn't take office until March. And President Buchanan, who we visited a little earlier in saying that, thank goodness Judge Taney has solved this whole problem for us. Of course, that was dead wrong. And the Union broke apart on James Buchanan's watch. But there is still hope among Republicans, and there is hope with Abraham Lincoln that, in fact, the Union might yet be held together. As dramatic as this situation was, Abraham Lincoln remembered the incident with nullification, 1832, South Carolina, the very state that would then be the first to secede in this new crisis. There was a feeling among people like William Henry Seward that if you could just exert Union power in certain places, like I think Seward became very fixated on a fort in Florida, then you could show how serious you were about standing tall as a Union, but not provoke further secession. Particularly, there was a fear that border states like Virginia or Maryland, ones that were very close to the capital of the Union, might be the next to leave. And there is a preoccupation in the first inaugural address and in the lead up to Lincoln's first term to try to convince states that the primary interest of the Republican Party, of the Lincoln administration, is actually not to end slavery, but rather to keep the Union together. Lincoln knew that throwing in his lot for the emancipation of the slaves was not the way to keep the Union together. As bleak as a calculus as that sounds, there was and I think legitimate belief in the Lincoln administration that if the northern states, if northern whites were asked to fight a war to end slavery, to bring about racial equality, they wouldn't go for it. If they were asked instead to protect the Union itself, to keep it together from rebelling states, particularly if it was shown that the southern states were the aggressors and not the northern states, then they would be likely to band together and defend the United States and fight on behalf of that Union. Abraham Lincoln wrote a letter that I think illustrates this point fairly well to an Albert G. Hodges. And this letter was written around the time of the Emancipation Proclamation's release, but I think it shows quite well what is going on in Lincoln's mind, what his calculus is as he considers the moral issues and the political issues as an amalgamation of the situation, right? You cannot separate those two things, and yet the exigencies of the time, the contemporary imponderables, require Lincoln to think about these difficult questions in ways that mix the moral and the political together. And so Lincoln, this is a private letter, but he writes, "You asked me to put in writing the substance of what I verbally said." And he writes, "I am naturally," this is Abraham Lincoln, "I am naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. I cannot remember when I did not so think and feel. And yet, I have never understood that the presidency conferred upon me an unrestricted right to act officially upon this judgment and feeling. I understood a little bit further down. I understood too that in ordinary civil administration, this oath even forbade me to practically indulge my primary abstract judgment on the moral question of slavery. And then he writes something that we're going to come back to, describing the entire situation of the Civil War itself. I felt that measures otherwise unconstitutional might become lawful by becoming indispensable to the preservation of the Constitution. I felt that measures otherwise unconstitutional might become lawful by becoming indispensable for the preservation of the Constitution. So this is let me pick up the microphone again. So think about the suggestion being made here. I have to violate the Constitution. I have to do things in this period of time, this American Civil War, this breakup of the Union. I have to do things that are against the Constitution to protect the Constitution. Now, one might rightfully ask in such a situation, if you are doing things against the Constitution to protect the Constitution, what's the point? If there's a Constitution, it should be followed. If you think so highly of it, you should protect it, because to violate it, to protect it, it's like it's like you have to commit adultery. You have to cheat on your spouse in order to protect your marriage, right? Does that make any sense to you? It doesn't to me. But this is kind of what Abraham Lincoln is arguing in his statement, and we need to wrestle with that because this is an extreme situation. So let's go through the timeline a little bit together. On March 4th, 1861, Abraham Lincoln takes the oath of office and gives his first inaugural address, in which he says things very similar to what we've been discussing. He says, hey, in his inaugural address, our union is wonderful, perpetual. I'm paraphrasing. He says not that the aim of his government is to stop slavery. In fact, he doesn't say that at all. He says his one and only goal is to keep the Union together in this difficult period of time. And he says it is not the North, it is not the Union that is going to be the one to start a war should there be one. He delivers a message directly to the South, and he says, if you don't perform acts of aggression, we won't perform acts of aggression. And the intent is to have moderate language that will soothe the South. And this isn't going to work. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I have a press portrait book. These are primary sources, newspapers, magazines, these sorts of things. After Lincoln gives this very moderate, or an attempt to be a very moderate version of an inaugural address to try to placate the South, he is met with a bunch of media, a bunch of newspapers from the South that simply don't accept this moderate position. Here's the Charleston Mercury, March 5th, 1861, a day after the inaugural address. The inaugural, a declaration of war. President Abraham Lincoln reigns over all but 6 of the late United States. The inaugural address which His Excellency, ? In parentheses, vouchsafed to deliver on yesterday, he manifested no disposition to relinquish the pleasure of reigning over all the states. He says somewhere in here, where is it? Oh, King Lincoln, rail splitter, Abraham, imperator. Okay. And it is, in fact, a scout that Lincoln is going to send to South Carolina that is going to report back to him before the fall of Fort Sumter in 1861 that the South is baying for blood. There's no mild rhetoric that's going to stop them. They are locked into their position on secession and their position on opposing the Union. There's no way that a stern but moderate rhetoric is going to win them back over. And so this intransigence, this moment, is what Abraham Lincoln walks into in the White House. On March 5th, he is informed by Major Robert Anderson at Fort Sumter that they only have a few weeks left of food, and there is a feeling that the South Carolinians want to take this federal fort at Fort Sumter, and obviously, as South Carolina has left the Union, has seceded, they'll claim it for themselves and the feds will never be let back in. Lincoln's cabinet thinks that the best course of action, given the circumstance and given the fact that the goal here is not to inflame the tensions even further, most of Lincoln's cabinet thinks the best course of action is to abandon Fort Sumter. Lincoln knows this is the position of most of his cabinet because in mid-March, he gives them explicit instructions to write him their opinions on the matter. He writes, "Is it wise to attempt it?" Quote, "Is it wise to attempt it?" AKA, is it wise to attempt keeping Fort Sumter federal? And does it make sense to try to resupply Fort Sumter? Now, in late March, Abraham Lincoln has received these scouting reports, has learned that the South seems to be pretty, at least the people in South Carolina, seem to be quite fixed in their views, seem to be ready to actually have a civil war, and therefore Lincoln makes a decision against the advice of most of his cabinet to resupply Fort Sumter. In early April, Lincoln informs Major Anderson at Fort Sumter that he's going to do it. On April 9th, he actually informs the South Carolinian government that he's going to do it as a means by which to basically tell them, I'm going to resupply Fort Sumter only with foodstuffs and like water. No weapons will be going there, and we will not be firing upon you unless you try to stop us from resupplying Fort Sumter. Of course, this doesn't go over well in the new Jefferson Davis administration, the new Jefferson Davis cabinet of the Confederate States of the Confederate States of America. The order comes from the Jefferson Davis administration to a General Beauregard in South Carolina to give Fort Sumter, to give Major Anderson an ultimatum: abandon the fort or be fired upon. And of course, when this message is received in Fort Sumter, the surrender is not forthcoming. In fact, it is Major Anderson's belief, because he's been informed of such, that a resupply mission is on its way to Fort Sumter imminently. The very same resupply mission that Abraham Lincoln warned the South Carolina government would be coming as a means to try to stave off violence at that resupply. On April 11th, the ultimatum goes from Beauregard to Anderson to surrender the fort to the Confederate States, to the government of South Carolina. April 12th, I think like 4:30 in the morning, the shelling begins when the ultimatum is not acceded to by Major Anderson. And by April 13th, April 14th, something like 35 hours later, Fort Sumter is abandoned by the Union Army. The South Carolinians under General Beauregard enter the fort. The Civil War is begun. And Abraham Lincoln has some decisions to make. The Civil War is going to kick off in April 1861. Congress is not scheduled, to the best of my knowledge, Congress is not scheduled to meet until September of 1861. So you have May, June, July, August, like 5 months. And yet the Civil War has begun. What is there to be done? Abraham Lincoln is faced with a series of contemporary imponderables that is going to force his action. He's going to react differently than James Buchanan, who came before him. President James Buchanan basically decided to sit back and let states of the Union secede. Abraham Lincoln is going to do no such thing. With the fall of Fort Sumter, Abraham Lincoln is called into action, and he takes up the mantle. Now, it's important to note that we look back at Abraham Lincoln and we see that it was very obvious. Of course he was going to act. Of course Abraham Lincoln was going to rise to the moment. He's Abraham Lincoln. He has a memorial in Washington, D.C. He's one of the biggest figures in American history. And yet such confidence was not shared by some of his contemporaries. There was disturbance in his cabinet by people like William Henry Seward, the very man who was expected to get the nomination in 1860, is playing second fiddle to Abraham Lincoln as his Secretary of State. It is the opinion of William Henry Seward in these early months of the administration that actually Abraham Lincoln seems to be a little bit unfocused. He's letting office seekers into the White House. He's hearing with people like looking for federal jobs as opposed to facing the crisis full time. And there's a fear that he's going to burn out. And William Henry Seward sends a very infamous letter basically telling Abraham Lincoln, you don't really have a policy. And if someone needs to step up and take charge, why don't you just go ahead and let me do it? Functionally saying, hey, Abe, if you're not going to rise to the occasion, Why don't you let me be your regent? Well, it's not long after this that Abraham Lincoln jumps. Well, first of all, he handles that letter graciously. He doesn't, we don't get much about how he really felt because he drafted and failed to send a letter in response. But it's over the next months and years that Abraham Lincoln proves his leadership so well that even the doubters like William Henry Seward are going to come to have unfailing loyalty to him. Abraham Lincoln does a few things in April of 1861, things that to this day are unclear in their constitutionality. First, he seeks to raise an army from the loyal states. He seeks to raise an army of about 75,000. He seeks to expand the Navy to about 20,000, if memory serves. I think the exact number might be 18,000. He raises war funds. He starts to raise funds and spend funds that Congress has not appropriated. He puts up and declares a 7-state blockade. 7, of course, being the number of states that have left the Union. So he puts up a naval blockade. I just made a cut there while I wrote out the word blockade. And finally, because of fears that reinforcements flooding to Washington, D.C. from other loyal states will be intercepted by people sympathetic to the Confederacy in Maryland, which has not seceded, but might yet secede at this early moment in the Civil War. Because of that fear, Abraham Lincoln's last constitutional act, the one that's probably his most famous constitutional act, and that's why I'm going to write it in a different color, his most infamous, famous constitutional act is suspending the writ of habeas corpus. Suspending the writ of habeas corpus. Now, if you've been watching this for hours and hours and hours, you probably know what habeas corpus is, but just to explain it briefly, corpus is the Latin word for body. Habeas is related to the German word haben, or the Spanish word, which is based presumably in the Latin word haber, to have, or in some cases to should, or like you could say aike in Spanish, that would mean one must, right? So to have or to have or to should the body. What does that mean specifically outside of the transliteration that I just butchered? It means that in a moment in which someone is is under arrest by the army or by a police force, law enforcement, that a court judge, a judicial official, can say, show me the body functionally, show me the prisoner, and we must get down to the business of knowing why this person is being imprisoned and what charges are being held against them. And the judge would presumably have a chance to release this person if there's not probable cause, etc., etc. I didn't go to law school, so I don't want to butcher it too much. Habeas corpus basically means if somebody is arrested, they have a right to know why, and a judge has a right to see that they are indeed extant. Abraham Lincoln, in April of 1861, for fear of people striking Union soldiers rushing through Maryland to get to Washington, D.C. to defend the capital, the seat of government of the Lincoln administration, he suspends habeas corpus between Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. And I just picked up my piece of paper to see what the date was. In May 1861, so not long after, our old friend put in quotation marks, Justice Taney once again rears his head. Supreme Court Justice Taney gets wind that Abraham Lincoln has suspended the writ of habeas corpus, and in the famous case Ex parte Merryman, invokes the writ of habeas corpus. He tells the Union Army, present me with someone who's been arrested. Present me with somebody who has been arrested without habeas corpus, without that right. I wish to invoke it anyway. The Lincoln administration ignores Justice Taney. This has led many over the years, especially those who would like to invoke a lost cause narrative for the South, or to bring about the idea of Southern redemption, that perhaps the South was actually done dirty during the Civil War, that it wasn't really about their secession to defend slavery, even though every single one of them said such in their secession statements, that maybe what this was really about was Lincoln and the Union being dictatorial. Maybe all the strict constructionists over the years, like John Tyler, maybe the people like Jefferson or Madison even that wrote about the compact theory, the right of a state to leave the Union if that central government goes beyond the limits of the compact. Perhaps actually they were correct. Perhaps Tawney was representing something in 1861. He was representing the idea that Lincoln had become dictatorial in this emergency. So March 1861, Lincoln's inaugurated. A bunch of states have already left the Union. April 16, 1861, Fort Sumter falls. The Civil War begins. Lincoln begins to do unconstitutional things. Raise an army, raise funds, spend money, suspend habeas corpus, put up a naval blockade. Congress finally convenes in July of 1861. In fact, a letter from Abraham Lincoln arrives in the Congress on July 4th, 1861, in the hopes that their patriotic fervor will be at its maximum on America's Independence Day, on the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And Abraham Lincoln writes to the Congress to explain what he's done. Does Abraham Lincoln, in this constitutional crisis, he's violated the Constitution? Clearly he has. Does Abraham Lincoln write to Congress and say, actually what I did was legal? Does he defend himself in that way? No. No, he does not. Abraham Lincoln writes instead that he did what he must and that it might have been illegal. He doesn't say, what I did was legal. He doesn't justify it that way. He says, it might have been illegal. I had to do it anyway. And we're going to give a little spiel in a moment here about what Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. is going to write about this, which I think is extremely poignant. However, let's focus on Mr. Lincoln here for just a moment. Abraham Lincoln, July 4th, 1861, in his message to Congress, it's not verbal, it's written. He talks about the violations of the Constitution to be his imperative duty. He writes about his oath to the office. Functionally, he tries to make this constitutional by saying that it was part of his take care to faithfully execute the laws of the land in his oath of office. More importantly, though, he functionally admits that it was illegal, and he says this, are all the laws but one to go unexecuted? Are all the laws but one to go unexecuted, and the government itself go to pieces, lest that one be violated? So he's speaking here about the writ of habeas corpus. Are all the laws but one to go unexecuted, and the government itself go to pieces, lest that one be violated? AKA, can I really watch the whole project fall apart because I'm concerned about following each and every law perfectly? Is there not a means here to justify the end? Is the Constitution an end worth fighting for? And earlier he's used a metaphor that's not in this particular address, but it's another way of expressing the same idea, talking about limbs being amputated to save lives. Right? You might amputate an arm to save the life of a person who's got an infection, right? But a life is never wasted. A life is never wisely given to save a limb. So you would never kill yourself in order to save your arm in the reverse situation. In other words, in this metaphor, the Constitution is the body, and you might cut off the writ of habeas corpus, the arm, to save the entire body, but you would never kill the entire body just on behalf of habeas corpus. Does that make sense? Here's the thing, and this is a piece of contention to this day, theoretically. The Congress agrees with Abraham Lincoln, and they pass a series of law, really, to basically give effect to the start of the Civil War, to give Abraham Lincoln the army he really needs. They also do something else. They give post facto justification to Abraham Lincoln's actions. they passed something on August 6, 1861, be it further enacted that all the acts, proclamations, and orders of the President of the United States after the 4th of March of 1861 respecting the Army and Navy and calling out or relating to the militia or volunteers from the states, all of the actions of President Lincoln are hereby approved and in all respects legalized and made valid to the same intent and with the same effect as if they had been issued and done under the previous express authority and direction of the United States. On August 6th, 1861, the Congress says, we don't just approve of the president's actions today, we are passing a law that says that they are hereby made legal in retrospect. We are going back in time to legalize the actions of President Lincoln. Is it metaphysically possible for the Congress to travel back in time and legalize the actions of the executive branch? Obviously not. Is it theoretically legally allowed for such a thing to happen? Maybe. I mean, it depends. If you take the, I don't want to go too in the weeds here, but like the Glorious Revolution made, in short, Parliament sovereign in the UK. Theoretically, after the Glorious Revolution in the 1680s, when William and Mary took the throne in England, the Parliament could have passed a law that says the sky is green, right? And Parliament could basically do whatever it wanted. It was sovereign. The idea, of course, in that instance was not to try to defy metaphysics or the laws of regular old physics. The idea of parliamentary sovereignty was to say that the supreme authority of the land did not reside in the monarch, but rather in the parliament. And someone in the comments who's maybe a little bit more fluent in English law can correct me if I've gotten that wrong. You could make an argument, therefore, that the American Congress, being an inheritor of this legal tradition and being Article 1 in the Constitution, aka the intended most important branch of the American government by the founders, the one with the House of Representatives having the popular will infused inside of it in a way that is not infused in the other half of the legislature. The Senate is not infused in the presidency, at least not in its original formulation, and not infused in the Supreme Court. Therefore, that parliament, that legislature, should have similar principles of sovereignty to do what they will and to, in fact, post facto legalize something that's already transpired. But though that theoretical conversation's fun, I think that's less important than the raw political reality of the situation, which again is why I've put Contemporary Imponderables on the board, even though it was written by Robert H. Jackson nearly a century later. The point is that Abraham Lincoln, as the chief executive of the United States, was faced with a situation in which there were no clear-cut answers. The Constitution provided that the Congress declares war. We know that it gave the power to the president in the intention of the war powers in the Constitution. The intent was to give the president the ability to repel attacks. That was explicitly said by Elbridge Gerry and James Madison in 1787. We know presidents had invoked that right to repel attacks and to invoke self-defense for the years and decades leading up to the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln is the first time where this goes beyond the bounds, because not only is a war not declared, but there's also not really a country, if you think about it, to declare war on, even if he could declare war. By admitting that there is a state of war between the Confederacy and the Union, one would then acknowledge that the Confederacy legally seceded. If they're simply a rebelling group, you can't really declare war on a rebelling group. Does that make sense? And so Abraham Lincoln is placed in a situation. I think the best description of the situation can be found in Arthur M. Schlesinger's Imperial Presidency, really a masterpiece in political science and political history. I highly recommend it. And one of the recurring motifs in Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr.'s Imperial Presidency is the idea of Lockean prerogative powers. Let me write that on the board and we'll talk about it. So I wrote up here the Locke prerogative. John Locke, of course, is a thinker in the social contract theory tradition. We could draw a lineage from Hobbes to Locke to Rousseau. Locke being the person who wrote the famous idea of the social contract, that it should be based on the government's insurance of life, liberty, and property. Of course, this gets morphed in the Declaration of Independence by Thomas Jefferson, that there should be life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in any constitutional government. It is the job of the government to protect those negative rights, aka the government can't impede on your life, it can't impede on your liberty, and it can't impede on your property or your pursuit of happiness. It should leave you alone, as opposed to more positive rights. The government shall do for you, shall provide health care, shall provide a basic income, etc., shall provide social security in old age. But Locke was not unaware of the thinker who came before him, Thomas Hobbes, who wrote about a social contract in which the Leviathan is the absolute monarch, for lack of a better way of describing. Leviathan, I actually think, is the best way of describing such a sovereign that simply has no limits on their power. Their obligation is to protect the literal physical safety of their subjects, and otherwise they are free to do as they will, no matter how tyrannical and terrible they might be. Personally, Locke was aware of this theory. Part of the reason his contract theory, his social contract theory, is different is because he felt that was too extreme. However, in his second treatise on government, Locke does have a short chapter on prerogative powers, aka, and from here on, I'm just kind of paraphrasing Locke. Someone with more expertise can certainly jump in and give a lightly correct assessment, or a heavily corrected assessment if I really mess it up big time. But the basic idea that Locke has is that there might come moments, again, there might be contemporary imponderables, true emergencies that threaten the social contract, the system of government itself, the Constitution, the makeup of a society. And in those instances, particularly in an instance when the legislature has not the time to intervene or to make their voices known, Locke says there may be a prerogative on the part of the executive to take actions that are outside the bounds of the social contract in order to preserve it in its entirety. Does that sound like what we've been talking about up until now? I think it does. And Arthur M. Schlesinger in Imperial Presidency argues that it sounds just like that, and he will use that Lockean prerogative argument and apply it to different presidents using different powers at different times to filter as a mnemonic device to figure out whether their use of executive power is legitimate. But in the case of Abraham Lincoln, it seems to me a cogent political argumentation that Abraham Lincoln, though Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. points out Lincoln may not have ever even read Locke's second treatise on government, was nonetheless a Lockean in the sense that he took prerogative powers in an emergency and seemed to understand the theory intuitively with his limb argument, cutting off an arm in extraordinary circumstance to save the body, but not doing the reverse, not letting the Union fall apart just to save the arm, the limb, habeas corpus. Reading widely into his oath of office. Strangely enough, an oath of office proffered by Justice Taney to faithfully defend the Constitution. He took the exigencies of the moment, interpreted them to mean that he needed to act. And I wrote about this on my Substack post about Abraham Lincoln's war power use. But in a sense, Abraham Lincoln looks to the future and he says, and I'm paraphrasing again, the future might judge us. They might judge me. They might judge Congress to have been acting improperly, and they might be right. And so I think this speaks very, I think this is a pretty profound sentiment from Abraham Lincoln, that we are acting, and we don't know whether we're right or not. We're acting in good faith as public servants, and history will be the judge of our actions. Pretty fascinating. I should mention that outside of this particular war power, Lincoln is going to exercise one more that is, lots more, but there's one that we need to talk about. Another one in which he does not seek Congress's approval. At least he doesn't seek it until later. And that is the Emancipation Proclamation. July 22nd, 1862, Lincoln presents a draft proclamation freeing certain enslaved people to his cabinet. And one member of his cabinet, William Henry Seward, says, "Looks good. We should wait until we have some form of a military victory, because if we're seen to be in a losing position and also freeing slaves, the people of the Union will think we are incompetent and they will not want to defend our cause." That was William Henry Seward's interpretation of the situation, and he may have been right. There is, I think, plenty of evidence to suggest that, the freeing of slaves was not the priority of people in the Union, aside from some radical Republicans. September 22nd, 1862, he publishes his initial Emancipation Proclamation, basically announcing that if there's still a state of rebellion on January 1st, 1833, that he will issue a true Emancipation Proclamation, which he does. And I'd read you a little bit from it, but it's not necessarily the most flowery of language, because it is, in effect, a military document. And you may be wondering, how can the Emancipation Proclamation be a military document? The reason is because Abraham Lincoln is not making a moral case, and he is not indeed claiming, just as he did not at the beginning of his administration in 1861, just as he was saying when he was campaigning for Senate in 1858 or on the campaign trail in 1860, he is not saying that it is the constitutional right of him as an executive of the Union to free slaves. However, I'm going to write this down. However, in the January 1st Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln is invoking his power as commander-in-chief to free enslaved people functionally. At least the justification there is to do two things. One, to create new bodies to serve in the Union Army, and two, to disrupt the economy in the South. And it is important to mention in that sense that the Emancipation Proclamation was not a proclamation that said all the slaves are free, signed Abe Lincoln. In fact, that was not the case. The Emancipation Proclamation was a limited proclamation of emancipation in places not currently either in the Union or in places in the rebelling South already occupied by the Union. The Emancipation Proclamation applied to rebelling states that were not currently under Union occupation, aka on the day that Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, in theory, no one was freed, because in order for this Emancipation Proclamation to free anyone, the Union Army would have to make advances further into Southern territory. And in fact, it is the case that until the 13th Amendment passes, there are places within the Union, Delaware being one of them, if memory serves, where, in fact, there are still enslaved people who are never freed during the actual fighting of the Civil War. Going back to Lincoln's letter, he said, "When early in the war, General Fremont attempted military emancipation, I forbade it, because I did not think it was an indispensable necessity. A little later, General Simon Cameron, then Secretary of War, suggested the arming of blacks. I objected, because I did not yet think it was indispensable necessity. When still later, General Hunter attempted military emancipation, I again forbade it, because I did not yet think that the indispensable necessity had come." It's pretty profound that Abraham Lincoln, in giving this very legal description of the military necessity, right? It's just a list. General 1 said, emancipate. No. General 2 said, arm the blacks. No. General 3 said, emancipate. No. But then Abraham Lincoln switches to literally biblical terms in his last paragraph of this letter. "In telling this tale, I attempted no compliment to my own sagacity. I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me. Now, at the end of 3 years' struggle, the nation's condition is not what either party or any man devised or expected. God alone can claim it. Whither it is tending seems plain. If God now wills the removal of a great wrong, aka slavery, and wills also that we of the North as well as you of the South shall pay fairly for our complicity in that wrong, impartial history will find therein new cause to attest and revere the justice and goodness of God." Yours truly, Abraham Lincoln. It's not long after this that Abraham Lincoln gives his second inaugural address. And unlike the first inaugural address, Abraham Lincoln explicitly raises the moral wrong of slavery. He no longer seems that concerned with the appearance of placating the South. He says, "We shall fight the war until every drop of blood drawn with the lash is drawn by another drop of blood drawn with the sword." Of course, the South loses, the Confederacy loses the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln is assassinated, and we move into the Reconstruction period under Andrew Johnson, and then under General, and then President Ulysses S. Grant. Now, there's going to be a couple moments when Lincoln's decisions are questioned. The prize cases in which I think the Supreme Court says that the president was bound to put up, in this case, the blockade, because he was bound to meet its shape, aka the contemporary imponderables as they presented themselves, without waiting for Congress to baptize it with a name. Without waiting for Congress to call it a war, President Lincoln had to act as though he was at war because he was forced to do so. He was forced to put up the blockade. Now, you have been with me long enough to deserve to have a little subtlety here, because we have had constitutional crises of different varieties. We've had ones that threaten the actual physical existence of the nation. We've had some that are more just about quirky absences of the Constitution. The next constitutional crisis we're going to talk about is going to be both a quirky constitutional crisis and also a very disturbing breakdown of the constitutional order that is going to fit into the third category that we have not yet touched on together, when functionally part of the Constitution is either threatened to fail or simply does fail and nothing is done about it. Or maybe something is done about it, but there's a moment where it's a crisis. And as we go through the next constitutional crisis, it's going to be 1876. Is the date, the year we're going to put on it. But I'm going to ask you to think about, in this next constitutional crisis, was the moment that I'm describing in 1876 the constitutional crisis, or was there another that it just sat in the middle of? We're going to answer that question together, talking about the very infamous election of 1876, which brought the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes into the White House. So I've just written 1876 up on the board. That's our next constitutional crisis. Of course, Abraham Lincoln is assassinated at the end of the Civil War. Andrew Johnson is meant to serve out the rest of his term. Abraham Lincoln was not on track to give a vindictive version of Reconstruction. Once the South surrendered, it seemed likely that Abraham Lincoln was ready to unite what he called, quote, our one common country, invoking the phrasing used by George Washington when advocating for strength in the Continental Army, in strength in pushing and defending the United States. George Washington invoked first the phrase, our one common country. As we've just explored, Abraham Lincoln would then defend our one common country. However, at the end of this Civil War, even though he is using language like every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be drawn by another with the sword, Abraham Lincoln is still using conciliatory phrasing about our one common country, bringing everything back together. Andrew Johnson, when he takes, and remember, Andrew Johnson is from Tennessee. He is a border unionist. He has Southern sympathies, it seems. He's a bit of a blank slate, and he's put on the ticket for Abraham Lincoln's second term as vice president in order to basically function as we've seen various times throughout this exploration together, regional, sectional appeal functionally. No one, again, just like in the case of John Tyler, no one actually thought Andrew Johnson was going to end up in the White House. But Abraham Lincoln is shot at the Ford's Theater here in Washington, D.C. I highly recommend a visit if you come. It is run by the National Park Service, and it is free if you go in person Online, if you get your ticket, I think you pay a few dollars in administrative fees. Either way, it is eminently affordable to go and see the place where Abraham Lincoln was assassinated here in Washington, D.C. Anyway, Abraham Lincoln is assassinated. Andrew Johnson takes over. Andrew Johnson gives some inklings at the beginning that he is going to be a little harsher with the South than Abraham Lincoln was expected to be. Andrew Johnson is visited by some radical Republicans, people like Thaddeus Stevens, the really famous radical Republican who at the beginning of the Civil War said that, while Abraham Lincoln's like, hey, I'd love to keep the Union together at all costs, Thaddeus Stevens is like, you guys seceded? We're going to burn the whole South down into ashes. He's also, however, a big advocate of things like the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, Thaddeus Stevens is, and a form of Reconstruction that is stern with the South, that seeks to enforce the what should be the status quo. He believes in that the South should have no slavery, obviously 13th Amendment, that there should be equal protection for all people who are citizens, a rebuke of the Dred Scott decision, particularly for black men. And then, of course, the 15th Amendment, that black men should also be able to vote, and that should be enforced, if need be, militarily through the occupation of the South by the Union Army. And there is hope among radical Republicans that Andrew Johnson is basically going to be one of them. Andrew Johnson gives intimations that those who rebelled were treasonous and need to be punished. Of course, if you've ever seen a portrait of Andrew Johnson, he looks like a dude who might be ready to enact some punishment. He's always frowning and looking a little bit annoyed, just like Thaddeus Stevens, actually. I don't know why people, and I know you had to sit for a long time, but did you really have to grimace the whole time? And so it's so funny. Anyway, okay. Reconstruction is doomed from the beginning, and I'm not making some sort of metaphysical historical claim here. I'm just giving a nice little narrative. Reconstruction never really goes according to plan. There are positive things that occur in the Reconstruction period after the end of the Civil War. There's the Freedmen's Bureau that provides relief. It helps to benefit education for freedmen. There are attempts at military occupation of the South to enforce things like voting rights. There are black members of Congress. There are state legislatures, as, for example, the one in South Carolina, in which there's actually a majority of representation that is black and Republican. There is a new political coalition in the South of what are called carpetbaggers, that is, Northerners who have come to the South to participate in cheap land and in Reconstruction. There are what are called scalawags, that is, Southerners. These are pejorative terms, by the way, given by the South to these people. Scalawags, that is a term for Southerners who have always been Republicans, perhaps were always Unionists, even during the Civil War. And of course, the other part of the coalition is the new class of freedmen, of black men, that are now participating in politics for the first time, taking seats in legislatures, expressing political power in a way that simply was not happening even just a few years earlier. It is nothing short of a refounding of America, and that is how many historians who cover this period come to call it. If you are looking for a definitive source, because I am not a subject matter expert on Reconstruction, I'm just here to point you towards subject matter experts and to give you a little bit of an enticement to explore history further, I'd recommend starting here. Eric Foner's Reconstruction. This is the book that if you read other books on Reconstruction, other historians will refer to Eric Foner. You'll also hear them refer to W.E.B. Du Bois, who wrote, I think, his book on Reconstruction in 1935. Okay, the Foner book. I like this book so much that my sister got me for Christmas a couple years ago a first edition of Foner's Reconstruction. It's one of my, if somebody comes over and they really are interested in this sort of thing, I pull out the first edition because I'm like, look how sophisticated and cool I am. Plus, I've been going for hours and hours. You'll excuse me for saying I also just like the smell of older books. I know that's really freaking weird, but I just can't help it. And I used to really dislike owning pre-owned books. I used to think that it was a little bit weird to go and find dog ears in books, especially library books or markups. And obviously there can be an excess of those things. But one of my good friends from Texas, she actually pointed out to me that, going across a trail of well-trodden soil is quite reassuring if you're out for a hike and perhaps you thought you were lost for a moment. The same can be true in a book. If you see that the intellectual trail you're on has been visited before by someone else, it can be quite the reassurance. With that digression aside and that little bit of positivity, we do need to talk about how Reconstruction went pretty terribly wrong. There was a Reconstruction Act in 1867 that sent about 20,000 Union soldiers or federal troops now into the South to try to enforce Reconstruction. The South was divided into 5 or 10 different military districts that would then be occupied by Union soldiers. People who were loyal to the Confederacy were to be excluded from politics until they did some requisite things to show their loyalty. And there was disagreement between the Johnson administration and the Congress about how that should actually look. Johnson basically, if memory serves, just wanted Southerners to take an oath and then pass the 13th Amendment and be done with it, and to be fully reintegrated as brothers into the Union once more on that relatively low bar. Of course, radical Republicans had something much more intense in mind. We're going to have 3 amendments to the Constitution. We're going to have enforcement acts, Reconstruction acts that are going to be passed throughout the late 60s and going into the early 1870s. We are going to have, unfortunately, the need for force acts, that is, acts to try to combat some of the violence that is now taking place in the South, reactionary counter-revolution that's taking place, particularly in the form of the Ku Klux Klan, that is going to make its prominent emergence in this period known. The radical Republicans in Congress are going to be able to pass, and President Grant, who's going to come into office in 1869, is going to help in passing force bills, Ku Klux Klan acts that are going to try to put down some of this terrorist violence that is taking place in the South in reaction to Black Power and to Republican coalitions that are governing in the South. The South is going to start to talk about the concept of redemption, of redeeming the South, of taking back political control, of taking back the state houses in places like South Carolina, Florida, Louisiana, taking back control of the South, ejecting the people, the carpetbaggers, the scallywags, and the black people that are exercising political power in the South. And there's going to be some things working against Reconstruction, working against this use of force to bring about Reconstruction, that is going to tear away at the foundations of the Freedmen's Bureau and other means by which the Union tries to reintegrate the South in a way that preserves the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Grant's administration, Ulysses S. Grant, was obviously a brilliant general when he commanded the Union Army. General Grant is not the best politician, and he runs a famously corrupt administration. His Secretary of War resigns in a corruption scandal, something to do with contracts at forts and things that are lucrative, generals and their wives. It's been too long. It was corruption. There was also the fact that one of his personal secretaries was involved in functionally scams run in places like St. Louis to avoid whiskey excise taxes, to bribe authorities not to take those taxes on, to embezzle funds, to move things around, to be nice and corrupt. And if you've seen the Netflix series Death by Lightning, which was a fun little series about James Garfield, actually, a little bit later than this era. But of course, the Grant administration looms large in that show. And you see, duty collectors like opening crates in certain ports and things, and then cash changing hands. Think about a little bit like that in this period. It kicks off in the Grant administration, and most famously in places like St. Louis. His personal secretary uses like a pseudonym to write letters to like warn people in St. Louis that enforcement is coming, and then he gets implicated, and President Grant actually writes like a letter of character endorsement for this person, even though President Grant doesn't really seem to know that his personal secretary is probably guilty as hell. So he demeans himself a little bit in that way. things aren't looking great for the Grant administration in general. And obviously, as the Grant administration's political capital dwindles, Reconstruction's enforcement suffers. And remember, we've already had nearly a full term of Andrew Johnson, who has done his best to veto legislation on Reconstruction, which the radical Republicans in Congress have then overridden to force Andrew Johnson and force the South to be reconstructed. So Reconstruction's already gotten off on the wrong foot with Johnson, and then Grant's corruption and just his poor governance in general, even though towards the start of his administration, he endorses things like the Klan Act. I think that's the actual name of the bill, but he endorses things that would actually bring about Reconstruction. The political capital for that begins to dwindle. And this is made even worse because in 1873, so we're now in the second term of Ulysses S. Grant, there is a panic and a depression, an economic panic caused by the failure of a major bank. And then there is a depression that follows that is quite biting. The name of the bank that fails is J. Cook and Company, and fails in September of 1873. The stock exchange is forced to close. Wages and prices drop dramatically. Businesses fail. Millions of economic, productivity, blah, blah, blah. Everything's bad. And what does this mean? It means that in the midterm elections that are not all just held on the same day in 1874, but on a rolling basis between 1873 and 1874, the Republican Party starts to experience pretty bad defeats. So the corruption of the Grant administration combined with the perhaps exhaustion of Reconstruction, or the loss of interest in Reconstruction at the very least in the North, combined with then economic depression, starts to brew a terrible political reality for the Republican Party. And the Republican Party realizes that they need to change tact. And how do they change tact? Well, first and foremost, they begin to lose their interest in Reconstruction. Funny enough, Michael Holt, who I referenced earlier, who had written a book on the political crisis of the 50s and the American Whig Party, also has a book out about this period. And there is a debate among historians about the amount to which Republicans were really morally compromised on the issue of Reconstruction. There are some that say, even into like the 1880s, the Republican Party was still, to a great extent, dedicated to the idea of equality of rights in the South for Black people. They simply just were, like Lincoln had said, victims of the movement of history and time. They lost control because of all of these realities of the political world. The extent to which all that's true can be debated. But the basic fact is that Reconstruction began to falter at the very beginning, really. Some good things happened. And by the early to mid 1870s, Reconstruction is functionally falling apart. There are acts of intense terrorist racial violence in the South. There's something called the Colfax Massacre in Louisiana, a riot which resulted in about 60 to 150 Black men murdered. There is the Hamburg Massacre in 1876 in South Carolina, where Black National Guardsmen are actually tortured and killed. Generally speaking, there are risings in the South that are aimed at stopping Republicans and Black people, who are obviously overwhelmingly Republican, but also white Republicans, from going to the polls and voting for Republicans so that the Southerners and the Democratic Party can retake state houses and therein take control and redeem the South. By 1876, this has gotten wildly out of control. There is a moment in 1875 in which something called the Mississippi Plan of 1875, it's functionally a plan in Mississippi to ensure SSIPPI to ensure that the Black vote is completely suppressed so that the vast majority of those who win elections will be white Democrats. And there is a series of violence in this year, 1875, to ensure that in the next year, the presidential year, such things as white Republicans and Black Republicans going to the polls are not even something that the Democrats need to worry about. And it's at this point, this close to the end of his second term, this close to the 1873 Depression and this feeling of a tidal wave of Democratic victories in the midterms, that Grant begins to change his disposition towards Reconstruction. He calls this Mississippi Plan of 1875, one among many, autumnal outbreaks. Autumnal outbreaks, aka violence that occurs in the fall. I laugh because it is so outrageous, not because I think it's actually funny. Autumnal outbreaks is what Grant starts to call these moments: the Colfax Massacre, the Hamburg Massacre, the 1875 Mississippi Plan. There is a sense that, okay, I'm pretty, like, my political capital spent. I don't have time for these autumnal outbreaks. I've got to just move on in my life. This is the scene that is set for 1876. Okay, the consequential election of 1876, or was it? It might not have been a consequential election. This is a mystery that we're going to solve together. The 1876 election pitted an increasingly unpopular Republican Party with an increasingly popular Democratic Party. In fact, it is the Democratic Party that is going to nominate the New York Governor Samuel J. Tilden, a reformer, to be their candidate for president in 1876, and it is widely expected that he will win. He's an anti-corruption person. He had taken on party machines. It's the reality of the situation. The Republican Party was seen as both being feckless on the racial issues, to the extent that people in the North were even worried about those things, and then were also being reckless and senseless on the economy. Because of the Depression of 1873 that kicked off after the panic. Therefore, the Republican convention was expected to nominate a man by the name of James G. Blaine in Cincinnati. However, they didn't nominate James G. Blaine. He was associated with some party machine stuff, and he had also had a little bit of a health scare in the lead up to the nomination. Instead, they nominate somebody named Rutherford B. Hayes. I got my little note card on Rutherford B. Hayes. I am not an expert on his biography, so I had to take some notes. He's an interesting character, actually, besides the fact that he has an excellent beard. He was a reformer from Ohio. He had been the governor and reelected 3 different times, or served 3 different times. And I wrote down some of his policies: hard money, black suffrage, and he apparently was involved in founding a college that would become Ohio State University. Very fun. He wants Reconstruction, but he is not an extreme radical Republican like Thaddeus Stevens. Of course, today we would say Thaddeus Stevens was just arguing for racial equality. That's not extreme, but in the time, Thaddeus Stevens was way off, wanting to burn the South to ashes right during the Civil War, and wanting the most violent and intense and enforced mode of Reconstruction. And it is Hayes that wants Reconstruction, but he is generally considered a moderate on the issue. And he is a man of integrity, a war hero, and he's from Ohio, which is a geographically important state. He therefore gets the Republican nomination in 1876, is widely expected to lose, and arguably does lose the election if it played out according to the rules, and if Colorado had not been recently admitted as a state. Rutherford B. Hayes goes to bed on November 7th, 1876, peacefully believing that he has lost the election. On November 7th, 1876, Rutherford B. Hayes sees the early results for Tilden. He wants to go to bed peacefully, and most of the people in the Republican Party are already consigned to defeat, are drinking, are wallowing in their sadness that after Lincoln and Johnson and 2 terms of Grant, the Republican dynasty, as weak and terrible as it was, is coming to an end. That night, a man by the name of Daniel Sickles, he starts running the math. And I kind of like to imagine that scene from The Producers where Matthew Broderick's got his little visor on. He's like running the calculator. Or maybe that scene from Star Trek The Next Generation when Data is using Picard's voice to read out a bunch of numbers. Basically, this man starts to do the math in certain swing states, or certain states where there is Republican influence on the election results and they still have reconstructive control in some of the state houses. And he starts to see a way in which actually Rutherford B. Hayes might be able to squeeze out an electoral victory if only voters, or rather party officials in a few important states, will hold fast. And he sends out a telegram to 3 different states. Daniel Sickles does, South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. And he says, with your state sure for Hayes, he is elected. Hold your state. He realizes that Hayes could have 185 electoral votes total, which would give him the majority and give him 1 more electoral vote than Tilden if those 3 states were to go for Hayes. And in the morning, he informs people from the RNC who are still kind of like hung over, and they all suddenly realize that we all went to bed thinking Hayes had lost for sure to Tilden. Maybe he didn't. Maybe we can finagle a win out of this. Now, you hear me saying things like finagle a win out of it. Does that mean that they cheated to win some states? Did they seek out cheating? Rutherford B. Hayes personally, maybe President Grant sitting in the White House, probably not. They were worried about stolen goods. Republican operatives general, most certainly no. Probably yes. There is a lot of shenanigans going on after this moment in time, between this and Inauguration Day, that cause it to be called the Constitutional Crisis of 1876. Now, what happens in some of these Reconstruction states is that there are returning boards instituted by the government that functionally look for voter intimidation, fraud, and democratic meddling in free and fair elections in the South. And these are becoming far less common. However, there are a few states in which Reconstruction has still allowed for the state house to not yet be controlled by Redeemer Democrats. And this is where the electoral boards are able to wield their influence in deciding whether some votes are valid and some votes are not valid. Does that sound good to you? It doesn't sound good to me. It sounds like a confusing and terrible situation. And this is the situation in which the Republican Party, intent on holding on to power and bringing Hayes into the White House, goes into the South to interfere with. Okay. In South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana, the Republican electoral boards and the visiting statesmen, hold on, an ambulance is going by. If the results were just left alone, Tilden would have won South Carolina, would have won Florida, would have won Los Angeles, would have won Louisiana, and he would have been elected president, and there would have not been anything to even discuss. I've got Oregon here and 1 electoral vote. We'll come back to that. Functionally speaking, if the votes were just tallied up as they were presented on November 7th, 1876, Tilden would have been elected the next president. However, the electoral boards in these 3 states, South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana, controlled by Republicans, what they do is they throw out votes necessary to give Hayes a victory in the popular vote in those states and therefore to send those electors to Washington, D.C. I think in Louisiana, it's something like 12,000 votes are just thrown out. They throw out Democratic votes in certain places in strategic ways to give Tilden a narrow loss and Hayes a narrow victory in the states. That's functionally all that goes on. And there's a lot of other details here that I can't go into because we've been going for hours and hours, and I think you get the point. But basically, when these states are declared for Hayes and the electors then meet in December, and then those electoral votes are then sealed and sent to the president pro tempore, or usually it's the vice president acting as the president in the Senate, to read aloud, there is a problem. Because what actually happens is that for each of those states, a second set of electors that the Democrats believe are the legitimate electors, a second slate is also sent to Washington from each of these individual states to be presented to the Senate. And the Senate is presented with a problem. When you have 2 sets of electoral votes from the same state, which ones are the legitimate electoral votes? If the Senate opens and counts the electoral votes sent by 1 slate of electors, then Hayes will be the next president. If the Senate opens the other electoral votes, those second Democrat slates of electors, then Tilden will be elected president. The Constitution, once again, we are in technically the quirky constitutional crisis here, where we say the Constitution doesn't really say what we should do if there are competing slates of electors sent to the Senate. There's another problem, and that is an even more complicated issue here, is that let's just for the moment assume that when the electoral votes are opened in the Senate, it is the slate of electors for these 3 states that have been sent by the Republicans that are counted for Hayes. Yes? Is it breakfast time? Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm sorry. What do you think? You ready for breakfast? We'll get breakfast in a minute. We got to talk about 1876. If the electors are opened from these 3 states in favor of the Republicans and all the other electoral votes are counted up, as you'd expect, here's what the electoral count would be. For Hayes, it would be 184 electoral votes. For Tilden, it would be, drum roll please, 184 electoral votes. Another tie. Oh no. Here's the conflating factor. Oregon. Oregon has a total in 1876 of 3 electoral votes. However, one of the electors to be sent to Washington, if memory serves, has resigned or dropped dead. I can't remember. The Oregon has a Democratic governor who then, even though Hayes has won the popular vote in Oregon, appoints a Democratic elector to go to Washington, D.C. and to cast his electoral ballot for Rutherford B. Hayes. Or not to go, but he sends his electoral vote to you get the point. There is a single electoral vote from Oregon that is in dispute with the other electors from South Carolina, Florida, and not Los Angeles, but Louisiana. I'm sure the people of LA believe they should have a electoral vote. Actually, totally fair because, population and all that sort of stuff. California is in the Electoral College. If you divide the number of voters represented by each electoral vote compared to Nebraska, for example, far, far more people are packed into a single electoral vote from California these days than are packed into one from Minnesota or North Dakota. But I digress. There is an issue here. What shall be done when there are competing slate of electors, right? Because this is what the count would be. And I mean, where does the Oregon vote go? Does it go to Tilden? Then he'd be president, right? But we haven't counted them up. Actually, what's happened is that the Congress and the Senate are like, what do we do? We have competing slates of electors. Now, if this sounds familiar to you, it's because it has happened again. It happened recently in January of 2021 when it was feared that competing slates of electors would be sent by state legislatures to Washington, D.C. to usurp the popular election in some individual states. But we're being a little bit too presentist. The point being that the Congress doesn't know what to do with competing slates of electors. So what shall they do? Well, so the calendar year turns over in late January, so January 29th of 1877 now, the Congress passes a law. And I believe it's called the Electoral Commission Act. Now, we are way outside the bounds of the Constitution at this point. The electoral votes have not been counted. There is a debate about what to do with all these disputed electoral votes. The Constitution is unclear about what to do. And Congress decides to go even further in making this a constitutional crisis in that they build a new commission to decide which of the electoral votes should be counted. And what will be the composition of this commission? It will be 5 members of the House, 5 members of the Senate. So far it's all Congress, but there will also be 5 members of the Supreme Court, a 15-member panel. that will decide the fate of these disputed electoral votes in the 1876 election. Now, I wonder to you, in our modern government, we have things that mix branches of government. We have these independent agencies. We have judges that actually sit in the executive branch and make decisions about certain things. They're not in the judiciary literally. They're in the executive branch acting as judges. We get some of these weird quirks that don't perfectly comport to the intent of the Constitution, et cetera, et cetera. This commission, which is already being created not because of some provision in the Constitution that says in the event of electoral dispute, create a commission. It's being created just extra constitutionally to try to resolve this crisis. And on top of that, it is a mix of the legislature and the Supreme Court. So what is this now? A fourth branch of government? Are we molding the judiciary and the Congress together? Like, what the hell is going on here? What is this Frankenstein thing that we've created to try to deal with this crisis in 1876? That's why this is considered a constitutional crisis. So how does this commission, this 15-member commission, break down? Well, the Democrats, because of the midterms and the Depression, the Democrats control the House. So they send 3 members of the Democratic Party and 2 members of the Republican Party from the House. The Senate is still controlled by the Republicans at this point. The Senate sends, therefore, 3 Republican members to the commission and 2 Democratic members. So add all that up, you have an even split of Democrats 5 and 5 and Republicans 5 on the commission. So that means that, if we just went by partisan lines, there'd be even votes. There are 15 votes in the SCOTUS, or there are 15 votes. Sorry, I've been going for a while. There are 5 votes for the Supreme Court. Who are going to be the 5 Supreme Court members on the commission? 2 of them are going to be Republicans. 2 of them are going to be Democrats. And by that, I mean nominated by Republicans, nominated by Democrats. There is a single member, because right now we're at 14 and we still have an even split between Democrats and Republicans. And I wrote down this very fascinating quirk of history. Again, we have quirks within quirks within quirks. There is a man expected named Justice David Davis. He is expected to be a bit of a swing voter. He is appointed by a Republican. I believe he's appointed by Lincoln or perhaps by Grant, if memory serves. Coincidentally, the Illinois state legislature decides to elect him senator on January 31st, 1877. So word comes down a couple days after this law passes regarding the Electoral Commission, and the swing voter who would have been the 15th member of the commission is suddenly no longer on the Supreme Court, but is called upon to become a senator in the United States Senate, and therefore is considered disqualified from the Electoral Commission. There is a whiff of shenanigans going on here that maybe the Republicans wanted. They didn't think that maybe Mr. Justice Davis was going to vote in the way that they wanted on the commission, might swing the election to Tilden. And so the state legislature is like, hey, you want to be in the Senate? Go ahead. And remember, the Senate's not popularly elected at this point. It's done by the state legislatures. So again, I had to write this down because I don't have all these names memorized, but Justice Davis is replaced in the commission by Justice Joseph Bradley, who is a Republican, but he is considered to be a fair-minded swing voter. So the final tally, and there's I'm making some cuts because there's an ambulance going by. So the board's getting a little crowded here. I wrote down 8-7 because there are 15 members on the board. We now have 8 of them being Republican and 7 of them being Democrat. There is a hope initially that the 8th Republican will be a little bit more of an independent mentally, but it becomes pretty clear pretty quickly that actually, no, this commission's just going to vote along party lines. And one by one, these states' disputed electors are going to come before the commission. They make the decision early on in the procedure that they are going to take the electoral results, and if they are prima facie legal, they're going to accept those. Prima facie, what the heck is that? More Latin, William? Prima facie. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It might be prima facie, right? Anyway, what does prima facie mean? Well, prime, prima, First, foremost, facie, face, perhaps, appearance. Any actual etymologist can, almost said entomologist, very different. Any actual etymologists in the comments are welcome to correct my guess at the Latin. Will, why didn't you Google the Latin? Because it's more fun to figure these things out for yourself in life and to not Google things. But Will, you're an educator. You should Google these things to make sure you're educating people correctly. Well, if I'm wrong, people will correct me in the comments, and that will be a big drama. And then you get more attention to it anyway. And so the best way to get the right answer on the internet is to give the wrong answer. I'm going to guess that this means at first glance, first appearance. So and this is a pretty common legal term, so I do think I actually am correct in some way, shape, or form, saying that this is about whether something on its face is legal. If there's no reason to suspect that the election results from each individual states are fraudulent on their face, then they will be accepted. That is the standard that the Republican-driven committee decides to undertake in deciding each of these slate of electors. So what do? Well, South Carolina, the disputed electors come forward, like the disputed votes come up for the committee to consider. The electorals don't physically walk into the committee, though that would be a great drama. If such a thing were ever made into a TV show, they should bend the history to make that happen. The Republicans say, prima facie, there's nothing wrong with the electors that were sent. The alternative slate by the Democrats is rejected. The 4 votes go to Hayes. Yay, yay. Florida, they go to Hayes. Yay, yay. They vote for Louisiana. Yay, yay. They all go to Hayes. And now we are tied at 184 to 184. Prima facie, we have the single vote from Oregon. The only difference, well, okay, maybe there's more differences, but let's just be cynical here for a moment. The Republicans look at these slates, right? 2 of Oregon's votes have already gone to the Republicans because Hayes won. There's 1 remaining Oregon vote that is up in the air because of the shenanigans, the Democratic governor appointing a Democratic elector to then vote and send that to Washington, D.C. All the other electors have been decided prima facie to not be sus and by the Republicans. What a coincidence. The single one that's been sent by a Democrat is sus, and they assign that single elector to Hayes. Yay, Hayes has 185 electoral votes and will be the next president of the United States. Constitutional crisis handled, baby. We're done. No. I mean, yes, that is actually how this plays out. Hayes takes the White House, but it's not so simple. The Democrats are obviously furious at the shenanigans that are going on here. They don't accept that at face value at all. They see that there's what Andrew Jackson might have called and did call in 1824 a corrupt bargain. There's a corrupt bargain going on here. The Republicans have gone into states that will very soon, whether Hayes is elected or not, and whether any compromise actually takes hold, the South as a whole is moving back into the redemption, quotes, democratic governments. These 3 states are on the cusp of being in the hands of the Democrats anyway. And at the last stroke of Reconstruction, while there's still this Reconstruction scaffolding holding up state houses in these 3 states, the Republicans have gone in and basically manipulated the vote to give themselves the popular vote in those states and to make Rutherford B. Hayes the next president of the United States. Would this have, without all this controversy, would this have stopped? Would Reconstruction have been like a massive success? Continued? No. The politics were not blowing that way. The House was already Democrat. And the Democrats in the House are threatening to filibuster the electoral votes and push, perhaps, the crisis past Inauguration Day for Rutherford B. Hayes. Therefore, because of all of the procedural fights that are still going on in the Congress, there is a fear that if Election Day rolls past, or sorry, not Election Day, Inauguration Day rolls past on March 4th, 1877, and there's no clear president. If that is the case, then there is a constitutional crisis on top of a constitutional crisis. Now, I do want you to put a pin in this thought, because our last constitutional crisis we will talk about is the election of 2000 between Bush and Gore. And it is actually this moment in 1877 that is going to theoretically at least in the Supreme Court opinion that is given on the Bush v. Gore case, it is 1877 that is going to impact those justices in the majority to vote for stability over chaos. That is their not actual legal justification, we'll get there, but it is their underlying subtext of their decision. Cynics would interpret it differently. We'll get there. So keep in mind that what happens in 1877 is that there's a constitutional crisis with the electors. There's disputed electors. There is a solution that looks like it's going to introduce another constitutional crisis that is extra constitutionally created by this strange commission that is a mix of two branches of government. And now there needs to be a solution before Inauguration Day on March 4th of 1877. So what happens? Behind the scenes, there is a deal. Historians will come to call this the Compromise of 1877. That is the term that will be in all the history textbooks. Just listening to a lecture about how that term did not get coined until later, though people at the time, of course, knew that some series of meetings and deals, 2 different meetings at the Wormley Hotel Conference. One of them is in February 26th, is on February 26, 1877, so very close, about a week and some change, not even a week, no, literally a week before Inauguration Day. And there's a meeting before that where some of this stuff is hashed out, where the Republicans say, hey, Democrats, what's it going to take for you guys to quit your procedural nonsense in the well, not nonsense, but your procedural blockades of the certification of the electoral votes that our guy Hayes can become president. What's it going to take? And if you took a basic history course, maybe your AP history, you know that the basic deal is that the Dems are going to pull the filibuster in the Senate. They're going to let the count go and give Hayes his 185 to Tilden 184. Tilden, who this whole time hasn't been particularly interested in fighting or standing up for himself, is not going to put up a fight. He wasn't before. He's not going to now. The Democrats are going to concede to Rutherford B. Hayes. And in exchange, Rutherford B. Hayes is going to pull northern troops, the remainder of them, out of the South. And where is he going to do it? He's going to do it in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. That is the basic deal. Yeah? Sorry, my cat's still talking to me. You don't like the deal of 1877? Neither do I. Hayes pulls troops from state houses in South Carolina and Louisiana within a month of taking office. The Reconstruction governments are gone, and there's some infrastructure investment in the South and the West. And actually, I was looking on Wikipedia, the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history, earlier in the week, and they said, quote, no presidential nominee of the Republican Party would win former Confederate states until Warren Harding in 1920. So this is the end of the Republican Party in the South for a long time, and it's really not until the party flip in the 1960s where the Republicans are going to become dominant in the South again after Reconstruction. But at the very least, in the meantime, it's going to take decades before any Southern state of the Confederacy is going to vote Republican again. The Reconstruction governments are gone. The South has, according to Southern Democrats, achieved its redemption. Now then, I teased this constitutional crisis because I wanted you to consider whether this that I just described was the constitutional crisis or whether something else might have been the constitutional crisis. And that's why I set up this whole thing with a discussion, a little bit incomplete, quite incomplete actually, about Reconstruction. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution ended the practice of slavery, gave people equal protection under the Constitution, and gave freedmen the right to vote in the 15th Amendment. This compromise, this decision revolving around the election of Hayes, has all of the characteristics of a quirky constitutional crisis, where we have a tie in the Electoral College and then there's some dirty dealings, and in the end, we have a president. Was the Union ever really threatened in this moment? No, it was just a quirky little constitutional crisis. It fits into our first type of constitutional crisis. We had just previously covered the Civil War. That was the second type of constitutional crisis, one of those really one of the ones that actually threatened the Constitution, not just the piece of paper of the Union itself. I think that even though this is going to make the list of constitutional crises, the real crisis kicks off at this moment. And it was perhaps percolating, obviously, beforehand. And that is, with the death of Reconstruction in the South, we have the third type of constitutional crisis. The third type of constitutional crisis, and I wrote it down, so let me get my exact wording here. I don't know why I need my exact wording. It's my wording, but whatever. Quoting me, situations when the constitutional system breaks down or the Constitution is disobeyed. And a subset of that would be one branch threatens to overtake another branch. Situations when the constitutional system breaks down, though. That's our third type. Reconstruction is a series of laws, but it begins and ends with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment to the Constitution. Laws can come into existence and end, right? The Freedmen's Bureau is going to come into existence and then go out of existence. The Force Act to take on the Klan is going to come into existence and then there's not going to be another one. The military jurisdictions, the laws, the Reconstruction Acts 1, 2, 3, and 4 are going to come and go. The Constitution, though, is amended and is adopted. And yet, when Reconstruction ends through this quirky deal, I would argue that a new constitutional crisis takes hold because the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are now going to cease to be enforced. Now, 13th being slavery, you would say, slavery does not reemerge after the end of Reconstruction. And I would say maybe not chattel slavery, but if you look at some of the conditions of tenant farming and some of the contract limitations placed on Black people in the South, forcing them basically to sell their labor in a timely fashion, for lack of a better way of describing how they were forced to have contracts in order to not sacrifice their previous year's wage to the owner of the land that they're plowing and working on and laboring on. You might argue that there are some conditions that are, we used the word quasi-slavery that reemerge in the South. More to the point, equal protection and the right to vote are absolutely not protected in the South after the end of Reconstruction. So at least two, and one could argue for 3 parts of the Constitution, are effectively canceled until the Civil Rights Movement because of this deal. So which one of these is actually the crisis if we were going to make a list to put on a place like Wikipedia, or to put it as an AI answer at the top of Google, or if we queried ChatGPT and asked these questions? This is going to appear, the end of Reconstruction is going to only be a side effect of this constitutional crisis. It's not going to be called the constitutional crisis. I think it's pretty obvious that this weird, quirky nonsense is not the actual crisis, but that the 14th and 15th Amendment basically become null and void in the South because of the emergence of Jim Crow. That we're going to have a president, Woodrow Wilson, who's going to show a Ku Klux Klan film, Birth of a Nation, in the White House, the first film to be screened in the White House. That literally, the 14th and 15th Amendment to equal protection and the right to vote are gone because of this shenanigans that goes on Capitol Hill. That's the crisis. Now, can you call something a crisis that goes on for like decades? I'm not going to argue with the dictionary here about, does a crisis need to be like a contained amount of time, right? But I think you get the point here. That the things that we call crises, the things that we've been examining, the election of 1800, okay, it was a dramatic difference of opinions between the Jeffersonian Democratic Republicans and the Federalists under Adams and Hamilton, right? In the end, it was all still a bunch of elites quarreling with each other, right? Adams was a northeastern man, a middling person. He wasn't super wealthy, but he was someone who believed that the people should defer to elites like him, be they wealth or intellectual elites, right? Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, those who own the country should run the country. Jefferson, despite the fact that he is espousing small d democratic values, Republican values, opposing monarchy, etc. He is a owner of human beings and a rich plantation person. Okay. He is also an elite who is masquerading as anti-elite. He just has a different version of elite politics that protects his interest in a different way. We have elites fighting elites. And then we call it constitutional crisis because the piece of paper that they determined to govern the country was confusing. All right. Where's the real crisis there? Or is the crisis in the fact that the Constitution had a 3/5 clause, the fugitive slave provision, and the slave trade enshrined until 1808? Well, again, as we said earlier, we have to distinguish between a constitutional crisis, which sounds like it might encompass all of those moral issues, and then a moral or ethical crisis that might actually be more dramatic and more impactful, but does not necessarily affect the text of the Constitution. Our next constitutional crisis is also going to be in our third category. So we're going to skip forward decades and decades to the New Deal era, when in 1936, after an overwhelming re-election, Franklin Delano Roosevelt decided to try to make the Supreme Court a rubber stamp institution for his agenda. And it's not pretty, but I actually think it's a hopeful moment for the country when everyone bands together to tell FDR to buzz off, buddy. Let me clear the board, and then we'll explore the court-packing constitutional crisis of 1936. Okay, so I had to make a cut because my phone got full of video. I had to put yesterday's recordings on the computer and then delete them off the phone to make space. This video is going to be my longest ever. Things might get a little crazy. March 4th, 1933, FDR takes office, and he comes on the heels of Herbert Hoover, who is perceived to have done nothing during the Depression. Up until that point, Herbert Hoover, who's going to make his money as an engineer, become one of the richest men to ever hold the office. Up until that point, the richest man to ever hold the office of president, is going to leave the office perceived as an elite without a heart. Now, I think before my phone cut me off, I did say that Hoover tried to do some things at the federal level to help people, but it was not felt to the extent that would guarantee him re-election. FDR rolls in the office. By the way, is also a rich patrician, old wealth. He's the cousin of Teddy Roosevelt. And he's going to say in his inaugural address, the nation asks for action, and action now. And he is going to roll into town with a big Democratic majority in the House and the Senate, and he is going to bring about a new deal of energy and arguably a lot of chaos. Relief, reform, and recovery are the 3 R's of the New Deal. To be totally honest, I don't know if that was something coined at the time or if that's something that history teachers have just decided to use since then. Somebody in the comments can let me know. This means that there were laws that were attempting to regulate industry, interstate commerce, wages. There were laws attempting to stimulate the economy by doing public works. There were laws that were attempting to stabilize the banking industry. Some of them would have an impact decades and decades later, like the 1933 Financial Banking Act, I believe it was called. It would come to be called shorthand Glass-Steagall, the names of its primary authors and sponsors. Then we get these acronym organizations: the Agricultural Adjustment Act, the National Industrial Recovery Act that's going to create the NRA, the National Recovery Administration. We get the Civilian Conservation Corps. We get the Tennessee Valley Authority. We get the Fraser-Lemke Banking Reform Act. We get the Guffey Coal Act, which is not about coal in and of itself, but about labor relations within the coal industry. We get the Railroad Retirement Administration, or Railroad Retirement Act, that then creates, I guess they don't create a Railroad Retirement Administration, but what they do is they say that there is actually a compulsory retirement age and pension program for rail workers of the railroad. And of course, railroads go across interstates, right? They go not just intrastate of one state, but interstates of the Union. Therefore, Congress should have the power to regulate such a commerce, right? Well, the Supreme Court is going to begin to push back against FDR. And if I get any legal descriptions wrong as I go through some of these cases, please let me know. I did not go to law school, and I only took one con law course in undergrad. Everything else is amateur, though I do take my work seriously, have a graduate degree in a mix of public policy and political communication. I'm not just trying to throw my credentials at you, only to say that I am an honest attemptor at educating, and I am not attempting to present myself as a lawyer, though that's just the sort of thing a lawyer would say to get off the hook for the things that they say and not be accountable. When I was in undergrad, however, con law class I took with a gentleman named Paul Kins. Actually, it was really interesting. He was working on Guantanamo cases at the time or at least he was working with people who were working on Guantanamo Bay cases when I was taking his class at Texas State University. And actually, this book it was from the University of Kansas Press, but it labels him as a professor at Southwest Texas State University. So this book was published before I attended it, for the first time at least. For the first publishing, that is. And this is a book called Lochner v. New York. It was actually about a case in 1905 from a law passed in New York at the state level, if I'm not mistaken. It was passed at the state level in New York and regulated the baking industry, or the bakeries in New York. Let me see if I can hold up a picture there. Yeah. So the cover art's got like a picture of some people working at the most miserable looking bakery I've ever seen. And it was pretty miserable. The reason the law passed in the Gilded Age, right, entering the progressive era, the era in which FDR's cousin, actually Teddy Roosevelt's going to be president of the United States. The reason is because even in something as seemingly chill as baking bread, work conditions really were terrible. People were working 60, 70 hours a week at bakeries, 7 days a week. And so a law was passed in New York that said, no, workers in bakeries are limited to 60 hours a week, 60 hours a week, 6 days per week out of 7. Very minimal protections for workers. And the Supreme Court, who heard a case that was obviously adjudicated all the way up the chain, eventually said no, that is a violation, I believe, of the Fifth Amendment. And what they found in the Fifth Amendment's due process clause is that workers had a freedom of contract. That is to say, if workers want to contract for 100 hours a week for 1 cent an hour, go for it, champ. The federal government has no authority to intervene. And furthermore, I think that's the logic there. With labor relations acts in the New Deal, the Supreme Court's going to add on that Congress can't, certain things are not interstate commerce, even though Congress has tried to regulate interstate commerce. Okay, I'm rambling a little bit. Lawyers, con law people, correct me down in the comments. The point here the reason I'm belaboring all this is because all of these New Deal programs, while very interesting of their own accord, all these alphabet soup acronyms should be learned about. The reason I'm bringing them all up is because a lot of these are going to get attacked by the Supreme Court of the United States, and that's going to not be the constitutional crisis, but it is going to provoke FDR to cause the constitutional crisis. What do I mean? Let's talk about the NIRA, the National Industrial Recovery Act, which involved lots of different things, but there are 2 cases that make it up to the Supreme Court contesting provisions in this law. There is a hot oil case in which the Supreme Court says that Congress delegated legislative power to the president for rulemaking that they could not have done. There is the quote-unquote sick chicken case, which is the reason they call that is because it was Schechter Poultry Corp versus the U.S. Basically, a small state chicken operation was prosecuted under provisions in NRIA dealing with interstate commerce, and the court said this small mom and pop thing, that's not interstate commerce, that's local production. Congress can't regulate it. So they said it violated the non-delegation and it was not interstate commerce. AAA, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, was an attempt by the government to subsidize farmers to not grow certain things, to either buy up cattle or in cases to convince farmers not to grow crops. That was because there was an overproduction problem, pushing down prices and thus putting farms out of business. And the idea, of course, was that if we reduce a supply, then prices will rise and farms will be more solvent. I'm sure that will have no unintended consequences, telling farmers not to grow food. What could possibly go wrong? Fraser-Limke was another farm bill. The idea was to slow down the repossession process. The Supreme Court is also going to strike this down because they're going to say that it is functionally a confiscation of property of banks to delay repossession without due process, and therefore that's not allowed. The Agricultural Adjustment Act is also going to be struck down because it is a part under the 10th Amendment delegated to the states, so you can't do that. Sorry, I'm grabbing. Hold on, I'm make a cut. I got like multiple master lists about New Deal programs in like the courts because it's been a while. The Guffey-Coal Act was an attempt to regulate labor relations within the coal industry, and the Supreme Court said, just like in Lochner versus New York, no, you can't violate freedom of contract there. And the Supreme Court even knocked down minimum wage laws at the state level from New York for women in June 1936. And I said, no, that violates the 15th, 14th Amendment's right to due process and to freedom of contract. So the Supreme Court is attacking lots of New Deal programs. A very famous case as well that took place and was released on Black Monday in May 1935 was what came to be known as Black Monday 1935 by New Dealers in the Roosevelt administration, among other things that were knocked down on that day, like the NIRA, like the Fraser-Limke Act, and like the Agricultural Adjustment Act. Another thing that was knocked down was not a law in so much as it was a put down of FDR overexerting executive power. FDR wanted to fire a man at the FTC, one of its commissioners at an independent agency, the Federal Trade Commission, a man named Humphrey. And there's a famous Supreme Court case called Humphrey's Executor, because Humphrey was basically fired by FDR. And then there was a suit raised that FDR did not have the power to remove that independent commissioner. And Humphrey died in the meantime, making it a bit of a moot point, except then the court took that case. Humphrey's executor, aka is like the legal executor of his will versus the United States, and the Supreme Court said that Roosevelt had acted improperly in firing that FTC commissioner for not going along with his agenda. Thus creating a wrinkle in the legal tradition that said that someone like Andrew Johnson, for example, when he fired people in his administration that were cabinet officials, there was an attempt to actually impeach him for doing things like that, and he was almost removed. But there was a sense that the president should be able to fire people within the executive branch. But how far does that go? Humphrey's executor said that at independent agencies where the Congress has said you can only, Mr. President, fire someone for cause or for malfeasance, you can't just remove people because they don't go along with your political agenda. And that has stood for about 90 years. And at the time of recording, that probably is about to at least be in part reduced down by the Supreme Court, who's going to say that actually unitary executive theory applies in some way, shape, or form, perhaps limited, to allow a president to behave as FDR did. And it's a little ironic that the conservative court is going to come to the conclusion that they want a presidency that looks more like the New Deal Franklin Roosevelt. Okay, I'm sure that they would argue that it's not about wanting results, it's about following the law, but whatever. I digress and make things presentist. Google it. Humphrey's executor. I think it's Humphrey's executor. For some reason, my brain is like mixing up Humphrey with Lyndon Johnson's vice president and the guy who lost to Nixon in 1968. But I think they were both named Humphrey. Okay. Someone in the comments can correct me. I'm losing my mind. I've been going for quite a long time. I apologize. The Supreme Court knocked down a bunch of New Deal legislation. They knocked down even minimum wage laws in New York that have nothing to do with FDR. The four horsemen of the Supreme Court, as they come to be called, become these boogeyman in FDR's White House. James McReynolds, Pierce Butler, Willis Von Devanter, and George Sutherland. They are generally joined by a fifth justice at the minimum, named Owen Roberts, but often also Charles Evans Hughes, the Chief Justice, in pushing down New Deal legislation. FDR, however, in 1936, is reelected. And not just reelected by a little bit, but reelected by a lot. And he gives his second inaugural address. And this time he's a little bit more explicit about what the people expect him to do. He's just won a landslide election. After the Supreme Court knocked down a bunch of his legislation, maybe the Supreme Court should act differently. And he says in his second inaugural address that it is his role to promote the general welfare. And he's going to use metaphors in the future about how the three branches of governments are three horses pulling a chariot. So presumably he also thinks it's the role of the court to promote the general welfare. They might agree, but they might not agree with why or how they might go about promoting the general welfare as FDR envisions it. And he's going to call out the court obliquely. And eventually these are going to become explicit callouts of the court. But for now, in his second inaugural, he talks about people with dulled conscience, irresponsibility, and ruthless self-interest that are already reappearing as he, the brave FDR, who's just won 46 states in the election, tries to fight the material suffering on the ground. And this is actually an inaugural address held on January 20th. I think this is the first time. Someone can fact check me that the inauguration is held on January 20th instead of March 4th. And it is a month later than in February 5th, well, a few weeks later, that FDR unveils his plan to take on the Supreme Court directly. This is known as the famous Court-packing Plan. So I'm going to make a cut, open my marker, and tell you what the Court-packing Plan was. Now, did FDR call it a Court-packing Plan? No. In fact, he's going to fight that terminology in a fireside chat that we'll talk about. But the plan is this. FDR says, and this is real, he says, man, don't the justices seem tired? Okay, David Tennant, whatever, bruh. He's like, don't all these justices seem a little old to you? What if we said that every justice with a lifetime appointment on the Supreme Court who is over 70 years old, we're not going to force them to retire, but what we are going to do is we're going to pass a law, and my New Deal Congress is going to pass it for me. I haven't consulted them on this, but I'm sure that nothing's going to go wrong with my plan. I'm riding high. This is what the Congress is going to do for me. They're going to pass a law that says for every justice on the Supreme Court over 70 years old, I can appoint a new justice to the Supreme Court, up to 15 Supreme Court justices. And at the time, this would have meant that FDR got to appoint 6 new justices, bringing the total from 9 to 15 on the Supreme Court. Lo and behold, that would have obviously created a majority for Roosevelt's New Deal program, but that's not what the intention was, right? The intention of Roosevelt that he said, that he claimed, was that, oh man, don't they seem a little tired? Don't these elderly Supreme Court justices seem like they're behind? Doesn't it seem like our judicial system could use an infusion of energy? We can relieve these poor burdened Supreme Court justices of their need to serve lifetime appointments by simply packing the court so that we have young, fresh faces to carry about the business of the judiciary. Nothing cynical going on here. FDR called in some of his members of the cabinet, called in his vice president that morning, called in a few members of Congress, and basically told them that this was his plan. And people were like, what? Because FDR is perhaps acting in a Wilsonian way. Wilson wrote a whole series of things while he was studying at Princeton on constitutional government, and wanted the executive branch to be the driver of the government, wanted the president of the United States to represent people against the interests of the special elites and to push the legislature further and further, to act more like a prime minister than a president simply receiving orders from the Congress. It sounds a little bit like Andrew Jackson, right? Andrew Jackson would have said the Congress and the president have their own opinions and should fight for them. Andrew Jackson probably would not have said that the Congress should be run or driven, like whipped sort of by the president like a prime minister. But the spirit of these two Southerners, Woodrow Wilson, who served as president during World War I in the 19-teens, in the Progressive era, and Andrew Jackson would have aligned a little bit on the point of the president standing for the people democratically against the special interests. FDR, in presenting a fait accompli, what he thinks is a fait accompli is pretentious for done deal, to the Congress and the cabinet and his vice president, and saying, you guys are going to pass this court-packing law for me, get on with it, was emulating this Woodrow Wilson vision of what the president should be, this progressive vision of the presidency, whipping up the Congress and telling them to get things done. And why wouldn't he think that that would be the case? For his first term, they all rubber-stamped everything he asked for, sent him things he didn't ask for, really supported him, and he's been reelected with 46 states. Why wouldn't they pack the court on his behalf? Why wouldn't they pass a law saying, sure, you can have 6 more Supreme Court justices? Well, the reason is because even for his Democratic allies, this is going to look like a naked power grab, and it's very quickly going to be labeled as a court-packing scheme. Now, not long after, on March 1st, there is a passage of an act that allows justices of the Supreme Court to retire with full pay and benefits. There was a sense that some of the older members of the court were holding on for dear life because they would be destitute without their job on the judiciary. So really, one of the impetus is of the court-packing plan that, aren't they just old, is pulled out from Roosevelt pretty quickly. But by March 9th, so we're talking about 8 days after this particular law was passed, there was also a fireside chat that FDR gave to address concerns that had been percolating to him since he announced his plan in February, that he was just trying to pack the court. No. My cynical BS excuse of the justices just being old was the sincere motivation. I'm not motivated by trying to just ram through and have a rubber stamp Supreme Court that won't overturn my laws. And so he gives a fireside chat. I want to read to you a little bit of it on March 9th, 1937. This is FDR talking. There's a recording of this, but I'm going to read it because, good Lord, we don't need to listen to FDR talk very slowly on the radio. If by that phrase, packing the court, it is charged that I wish to place on the bench spineless puppets who would disregard the law. Let me just say this: no president fit for this office would appoint, and no Senate of honorable men fit for their office would confirm that kind of appointee. So FDR is being like, pack the court, that would be below me. That'd be below the Congress. No one would do such a thing. No, we wouldn't pack the court just to have a bunch of puppets. No. We'd never do that. But he does go on to say what we do want in these new Supreme Court justices. Remember, originally he said, we want young people to help with the court. But then, in this fireside chat, the mask comes off. He says, what we really want from justices is ones who understand these modern conditions. What does that mean? Well, it means we want justices that are going to be puppets and not overthrow the New Deal. So he's like, we don't want spineless puppets. We want ones that are spineless puppets. Okay, Mr. Roosevelt, sounds bad. And he actually tries to turn the tables. He says people who say this is a dangerous precedent, this court packing, no. They're the ones setting a dangerous precedent. He says, quote, it's a dangerous precedent because Congress always has had and always will have that power, aka the power to put more justices on the Supreme Court. And that's technically maybe true. We've never faced a crisis where the Congress has tried to pack the court and then the Supreme Court has resisted that. We haven't seen that before. It's possible under the powers of like Marbury versus Madison that the court would find such a law unconstitutional, but we've never gotten that far before. What we've had are little administrative nibble fights throughout American history where, Congress does set the number of Supreme Court justices. The Judiciary Act of 1869 was the most recent before this, I believe, which set the number of justices at 9. It's a traditional number, and it's already quite a few. I mean, if you really think about efficiency, what's more efficient? Having a 3-panel judge where it's a 2-to-1 decision, a 9 where you need 5-to-4 and you have 9 different voices, or is 15 really more efficient where you have 15 Supreme Court justices packed in with their law clerks making opinions? Which one of those is really more efficient, right? And the Congress, though, has sought the right number over time. We talked about the 1800 election earlier. There was a nibbling around that time by Adams and the Federalists that had reduced the number. And then in the Jefferson administration, this gets restored to 6 justices of the Supreme Court and a new circuit judge. Andrew Jackson has the court expanded, but it actually is because of workload. I think someone can fact check me there, but it's not because Andrew Jackson wanted necessarily opinions of the Supreme Court to go his way. He was very famous for ignoring them anyway. Lincoln added a 10th during the Civil War, and then Grant and Congress restores that to 9 after the reduction under Andrew Johnson. So there is a little bit of politicking going on, but there is never anything like this. 6 expanded all of a sudden. No. That is unprecedented. And I forgot to mention the FDR. The reason I brought up the case of Adams, Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, and Grant and the nibbling around is because FDR raises it in his speech in his fireside chat on March 9th, 1937. He says somebody's got to set the number. Congress sets the number. It'd be a dangerous precedent to say Congress can't set the number. My court-packing plan is not a court-packing plan. We have to save the Constitution from the court and the court from itself. We are a government of laws, not of men. He's using a lot of language here that sounds good on its face, prima facie, but we all know deep down what FDR is trying to do. And to the nation's credit, and even to the credit of his allies, they don't really buy it either. On March 22nd, 1937, a letter from the Chief Justice makes it to the Senate Judiciary Committee from Chief Justice Hughes, who says, first of all, more judges, more problems. That's a direct quote. I didn't make that up. More judges, more problems. Spelled M-O, judges, M-O, problems. That's a joke. Did you laugh? Come on, it's only been like 20 hours of talking, 15 hours, 4 hours. I don't know how the edit is. Why isn't that funny to you? Haven't I made jokes up to now? Come on now. Okay, here's an actual quote from the Chief Justice. The court is, quote, fully abreast of its work. So the claim that FDR made months ago that we're all just old and behind, that's not even true. And then something else happens. The court starts to reverse its behavior. And by the court, I mean one single justice, Owen Roberts, who's generally been joining up with the 4 horsemen, right, to create a 5-4 majority, often more than that, but at the bare minimum 5-4 majority to overturn New Deal laws. He flips, and he starts to actually support New Deal legislation that he previously opposed in very suspicious ways. For example, there is a minimum wage law that he upholds. There's a minimum wage law on March 29th, 1937, Washington minimum wage law, Washington state, for women. You'd think that the Supreme Court would just overturn this in the same way they overturned the New York state minimum wage for women. But oh no, Owen Roberts changes his mind and he starts to say Congress can regulate commerce. In Article 1, Section 8 powers. Fed control in labor and industry, the Commerce Clause, it works. You can do that. The Wagner Act that created the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, is upheld. The Social Security Act is upheld. And Justice Von Devanter, one of the 4 horsemen, actually, who's extremely old, he's the first to actually go in May of 1937. And I want to say he's in his 80s. Hold on, I'm going to make a cut and double check how old this guy was. He was 78 years old. Okay, so he resigns. So some people will call Owen Roberts' flip the flip in time that saved 9. That's like the nice little phrase for this period of time. And there's a debate about whether Justice Roberts, was sincere in his change of heart about the Commerce Clause, or whether he was just trying to save the court from the court packing. I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that there was a switch in time, and it might have saved 9 because the Congress changed its mind. It did not save 9, as in the 9 members of the court, because FDR changed his mind with these developments. No. FDR is going to show some of his stubbornness here, some of his intransigence, some of his egomania. I hate to be that harsh on a president, but I think there is a sense Stephen Knott, who wrote a book called The Lost Soul of the American Presidency, and my good friend, Dr. Joseph Hall Patton, goes by the name Cynical Historian. Here, there's a lot of people who have done a lot of work to raise the fact that Woodrow Wilson was a monstrous person and a bad president, even though for a long time he had been held up as one of the best presidents by historians, mostly because of his action, presumably in World War I. FDR is to this day held up pretty high in esteem, and part of that is because he was seen as the president who led us through World War II and through the Great Depression. And I think that there probably should be another reassessment of FDR's time, in the same way that we judge LBJ for Vietnam, despite the fact that the Great Society should have been his legacy if he hadn't become such a strange actor on Vietnam. FDR, I think, should also be reassessed because of this court-packing stuff, because of just his general desire to become clearly a destructor of the Article III powers of the judiciary, to make them, yes, a rubber stamp, a puppet branch of government. This was a constitutional crisis. This was the third type that we talked about, where one branch is trying to usurp another branch, trying to make it basically irrelevant, and trying to make the court not a reviewer of laws. In fact, even after all this controversy is over, we're skipping ahead a little bit, but in 1937, September 17th, on the 150th Constitution Day, aka the day that celebrated the birth of the American Constitution at the convention, FDR in a speech says, "The Constitution says nothing about power of court to declare legislation unconstitutional, nor does it mention the number of justices." So he's basically saying Marbury versus Madison, that ain't real. Nothing in the Constitution about that, which is true, technically. And the Constitution doesn't say anything about the number of judges. Again, true to the letter of the Constitution. But just as Abraham Lincoln's actions in the Civil War might be construed as constitutional, even though they were against the spirit, as in the spirit of the Constitution, even though they were against the letter of the Constitution, we might say FDR's actions, though they don't find opposition in the letter of the Constitution, are absolutely opposed in the spirit of the Constitution. FDR still wants the court packing, even though the flip has happened, even though one of the four horsemen of the Supreme Court who's been opposing his work has retired, even though FDR is going to go on to appoint Hugo Black, Stanley Reed, Felix Frankfurter, William O. Douglas, Frank Murphy, Jimmy Burns, and Robert H. Jackson. Robert H. Jackson being the one that we mentioned earlier, the contemporary imponderables, one of the most fascinating people in American history that you might not have heard of. Google that man. He was at the Nuremberg trials. His concurring opinion in the Steele case is more influential than the actual majority opinion. I think he gives us an immensely useful framework for looking at executive uses of power, but that's beyond the bounds of this particular conversation. What is Congress doing in this period of time? Because Roosevelt still wants to pack the court. He still wants his thing packed. Well, first the Congress tries to compromise a little bit behind the scenes with the president. They're like, okay, well, what if you could only do one per year? What if the forced retirement was at 75 years of age? What if this? What if that? Could we nibble away some of this court packing? But in the end, FDR stands firm. And so the Senate Judiciary Committee puts out a report. 7 of the 10 signers of this report are of FDR's own party. And this report says that the court packing is needless, futile, and utterly dangerous abandonment of constitutional principle. Utterly dangerous abandonment of constitutional principle. That's not actually the strongest line in this report. The strongest line, in my opinion, is it should be so emphatically rejected that its parallel will never again be presented. We should shoot this down so hard, this court-packing plan. This is the president's own party. We should shoot this down so hard, no one in the future will ever even bother to try. Pretty strong language. FDR, this is what's so nuts. He's like, you know what you guys need? You guys need a beach vacation with me to hammer this out. Let's have some drinks. Being serious. So this put down from his own party. It doesn't compute. You're not clocking this, FDR. There's a June 1937 Jefferson Island retreat with 407 Democratic congressmen in the Chesapeake Bay. Please, please, guys, what if we hang out in the Chesapeake and you guys all change your mind on how tyrannical I'm being? It doesn't work, okay? This stuff actually does make it to the floor of the Senate, and there is an advocate, the Senate Majority Leader, Joseph Robinson of Arkansas, who takes up in July 1937. I haven't been writing much on the board. Well, whatever. We're not going to write it down. We're 17 billion hours in. You get it. In July of 1937, the court-packing plan is on the floor of the Senate, Senator Robinson is arguing for the bill. He gives a 2-hour speech. It's swelteringly hot. It's July. Everyone in the Senate is old. Robinson thinks, I'm going to wear them down. If I just argue with everyone, if I'm just fiery, they'll just bend to my will. And after a day of debating, Robinson goes home. And this is true. He drops dead. He is found with his spectacles to the side and his papers for like the issue of the court packing in the Congress, the congressional record, in his hand. So the chief advocate, the chief defender of the court-packing plan drops dead July 14th, 1914, and July 22nd, did I say 1914? 1930? Well, July 22nd, 1937, the Senate, by a vote of 70-20, refers the legislation on court-packing back to the Judiciary Committee. That is a Robert's Rules of Order way of saying, F you, FDR, your bill ain't good enough. We're basically we're tabling it. It's going back to committee. It'll never be seen in the light of day again. The court-packing plan is dead. As we discussed, though, after this in September, FDR is still going to be on Constitution Day, no other, going to be arguing for the court-packing plan and throwing shade at the Supreme Court, even though he is going to shape the court by appointing 8 justices of the Supreme Court. There's 9. He's going to appoint 8. Maybe he appoints one in his last term. Whatever. He appoints a lot. He appoints a lot of justices. My phone cut me off. I had to delete some more space. This is crazy. I'm going to have to figure this out. This is definitely going to be a record. Our next 2 constitutional crises, our last 2 constitutional crises, are kind of fun. One of them is they're both quite serious. And nonetheless, they're going to have these goofy aspects to them that are going to make them entertaining. The first constitutional crisis is Nixon and Watergate, which is entertaining in that it's extremely bizarre how paranoid Nixon was and how unnecessary the whole thing was. And that kind of adds some humor to it. And then the 2000 election, of course, we're talking about people's votes potentially being thrown out and not counted properly. At the same time, like listening to the legal arguments in Bush v. Gore, listening to these extremely smart lawyers basically get twisted up in knots trying to figure out the facts of the case, even to make assessments, it can be kind of funny. All right. So we're going to find a little humor in it, but we're also going to touch on some of the serious themes that these 2 constitutional crises present. And we're going to, I hope at this point you've realized that this lecture, while framed as every constitutional crisis in American history, has also been a little bit of a constitutional history of the United States and a little bit of a crash course in presidential power and how it's used. We talked about Lincoln and his, in my opinion, legitimate use of executive power that nonetheless, to be legitimate, must in some way comport to a near metaphysical aspect of what executive power is in an emergency. According to, to Lincoln, it was like, I hand this to the future and to God. But Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. framed it more like he was turning to Locke's sense of prerogative executive power in the case that the constitution of a society is threatened existentially. Can the social contract functionally be suspended to protect that very social contract? Now, after Lincoln used powers like this, there is a series of presidents through the late 19th century that are, I think my professor undergrad, Heinsohn, called them pencil pusher presidents. Administrative presidents is sometimes what they're called. And if you think about the name president, the presider, you think about some of the original intents of the office. Maybe the late 19th century was a moment when the presidency was presiding over the wishes of Congress, and therefore was actually comporting more to what the presidency was intended to be. It depends a little bit on whether you think the presidency is something closer to what Hamilton envisioned or closer to something that Jefferson envisioned, where the presidency is perhaps like Hamilton wanted energetic, but energetic in keeping government limited. And so that's a debate about the presidency that's evolved over time. And because of Lincoln's actions, however, presidents ever since have invoked the idea of an emergency in order to use their executive powers in a way similar to Lincoln. Now, that has led to some of the darker moments of American history. The executive order that interned Japanese Americans, for example, and then was upheld by the Supreme Court. That was an emergency use of FDR's power to trample on the rights of citizens. I haven't read the report recently or the Supreme Court arguments, what the Solicitor General posited, but I can presume that part of what they argued was that Lincoln's use of executive powers and suspending some individual rights in the Civil War has the same ring of logic to it that interning Japanese Americans under FDR might have, that the argument follows. And that history history and God can judge. And of course, we do judge that now as part of our, approach to history and our different views on race in our republic these days. Sorry, I was just grabbing my paper because I wanted to make sure I got that case name right, Korematsu. Now, why was Korematsu not a constitutional crisis, right? We always think about a constitutional crisis as one of the three branches of government is perhaps confused, or the one branch threatens the other, like in the court-packing case. Why is it that when Reconstruction ends and the 14th and 15th Amendment are functionally canceled for decades, why is that not a constitutional crisis? Why is Korematsu not a constitutional crisis? Why is the Alien and Sedition Act, where people were imprisoned for free speech, why was that not a constitutional crisis? Why was the arrest of Debs in World War I not a constitutional crisis? For that matter, and this is a little different, but why was the Cuban Missile Crisis not a constitutional crisis? I mean, if nuclear war had happened, the country would cease to exist. That seems like a crisis of the makeup, the Constitution, right? I've got more things written down here. Why when Jackson ignored the Supreme Court and when he was told to stop, to basically adhere to Indian treaties, and he neglected to. He called the Supreme Court's decision stillborn. Why was that not a crisis? Why was James Monroe sending Andrew Jackson to fight the Seminoles into Florida and basically declaring war, an act of war against the Spanish Empire without congressional approval? Why was that not a constitutional crisis? I've got more. Little Rock integration, undeclared wars in Vietnam and Korea that were done by the president, Iran-Contra, 9/11 civil liberties, the steel seizure case with Truman. Why are these not on the list as constitutional crises? Well, it's because we have to narrow it down somehow to where every crisis in American history isn't just a constitutional crisis, but also we have to remember that the term constitutional crisis is more specific than we'd like to believe. It's not just a political crisis where people disagree. It's not just a moment where the country might be at war or something. It is a moment when, and we named the three categories, and these aren't the official academic categories. These are William C. Fox categories, but most academic things would also narrow to the Constitution itself. Something existential to the Constitution, something where the Constitution's unclear, and that third part where one branch seeks to overwhelm the other branches, or where there's a breakdown, as there is in Reconstruction. Can you believe I'm seeing shadows again? I'm losing light again. Day 2. I'm just going to plow through. We're going to do these. The next one that we're going to cover is Watergate. And I invite you to consider this question further. Is this the constitutional crisis, Watergate? Or is perhaps the Vietnam War actually the constitutional crisis? This era, the 1960s, is an era fraught with political violence, with assassinations, with the civil rights movement, with the most legislation since the New Deal and LBJ's Great Society, the invention of Medicare and Medicaid, seatbelt laws. I mean, there's so much. Education, the federal grants for arts. I don't know if that still exists now because of some of the stuff that's been going on. In the 1950s, Harry Truman basically uses a UN resolution to participate in the Korean War. It's an undeclared war. It's never declared by Congress. And yet, Americans fought and died in Korea. I wonder why that's not is that not a constitutional crisis? Of course, then LBJ, and this is where I'm going with this. LBJ basically brings America into full-scale involvement in Vietnam without a declaration of war in Vietnam. But he does get one thing, and that is the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution in 1964. It is a pretty wide-ranging resolution that says that if the president feels it's necessary to engage in Indochina, aka in Vietnam, but also that's going to expand to Cambodia and Laos, if the president feels that there's some need to involve himself and involve the country in Vietnam, he has the latitude to do so. And it was sold as a limited measure, but of course Lyndon Johnson would take this and it would go way, way, way beyond what the American people believed was the expectation with the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. And therefore, when things did not go particularly well in Vietnam, when people saw what some of our soldiers were doing to Vietnamese civilians, when people saw soldiers coming home in caskets, when there were accusations made by anti-war protesters that the officials in our government were not being straight with us about what was going on, there was an intense desire for some accountability from the government in a way that would not have been asked for during World War I or World War II. And this led to the publication of something called the Pentagon Papers. Now, the Pentagon Papers were commissioned in 1967 by LBJ's Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara. The idea was to have an internal Department of Defense report on the events from the end of World War II until 1967 on the buildup and involvement in Indochina, aka Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, but Vietnam. The report showed how secretly Harry Truman was helping the French in Indochina in the 40s, how Eisenhower had involved America in secret ways in the 50s and had been misleading, how JFK had sent special advisors to Vietnam in the early 60s, and then how LBJ had really always intended all along to become fully involved in Vietnam. And if I'm not mistaken, some of the report also touches on some of the indiscriminate bombing that went on in Vietnam, and in later we're going to have under Secretary of State Kissinger bombing in Cambodia and Laos, etc. What goes on, however, is that one of the people who worked on that Pentagon paper report in 1967, named Daniel Ellsberg, who's going to be an expert, if I'm not mistaken, in nuclear weapons, and is going to work on this 1967 report, is going to, after he's left the U.S. government and is working at the Rand Corporation, or perhaps he's already moved on from that, he's at MIT, whatever, he's a private citizen, he leaks the Pentagon Papers to both the Washington Post and the New York Times, and it is the New York Times that begins to publish some of these papers in 1971 during the Nixon administration. The papers confirm some of the things that anti-war protesters were saying all along, the hippies that had been dismissed as crazies, that the U.S. was not being honest with the citizenry about its involvement in Vietnam, its intent in Vietnam, and the scale to which it intended to be involved in Vietnam for years and years and years. That's going to lead to tens of thousands of American deaths and the suffering of millions in Vietnam proper. So let me just get the date here. That is June 13th, 1971, that the first Pentagon Papers are leaked. Now, the Nixon administration flips lid as some of these things start to leak out, and they go to the courts to get the New York Times to stop publishing the Pentagon Papers. And they succeed temporarily. There's a stay and the publication halts. But on June 30th, in a case, New York Times versus U.S., the Supreme Court, by actually a pretty strong majority, I believe it's 7-2. Let me double check that. I'm going to make a cut here. It's a 6-3 decision. A 6-3 decision. They determine by a 6-3 decision that no, there is not a case to be made of what is called irreparable harm that the administration claims if these classified foreign policy documents continue to be published in the press, there's not evidence of immediate irreparable harm that has been presented to us by the state that would say that we can override the First Amendment and cancel the publication. So if the administration said, perhaps, and I haven't read this Supreme Court case, well, let's just be honest, I've never read it ever. I've read about it. If the administration had said, we have evidence that if you publish this specific line of the Pentagon Papers that reveals our spy in the Soviet Union or in Vietnam, they will be immediately killed because they are still functionally operating. Something like that. Maybe the court would have said, New York Times, don't publish that. There is a immediate irreparable harm. The First Amendment doesn't apply to that single line. But what the administration was really doing was saying, for national security reasons, they're being kind of high and lofty, for fear of irreparable harm, don't publish these papers because of American interests and national security. The court did not find that compelling. 6-3 said New York Times can continue to publish these things. So if the courts aren't going to intervene and the media are going to continue to publish things, the Nixon administration, and Richard Nixon in particular, starts to be concerned about what's next. What's next? And so Nixon tells people in his administration, these leaks have got to stop. We got to stop the leaks. Let's put together a team to stop the leaks. And what do they call the team to stop the leaks? The plumbers. The plumbers are going to stop the leaks. So the Nixon administration puts together a group of former CIA operatives, of basically people who operate in the legal gray area of American foreign policy to stop future leaks. However, this is the real crisis of Watergate, which we'll get to what that, I mean, you probably already know, but it involves like a break-in at the DNC at the Watergate complex. But the real issue of Watergate was not a break-in. It was not burglary, right? It was the fact that the presidency was using, and this is maybe my interpretation, my opinion on the matter, the president was using the prerogatives of the executive in foreign policy matters to do things like domestic spying and crime. And it is not just that the president was committing crimes domestically, it was that he was justifying that through national security. Let me break some of that down for you by discussing very briefly the idea in political science of the two presidencies. I don't know who first coined this phrase, but it might have been Hofstadter or Arthur Schlesinger Jr. I really don't know. I should have looked this up before I recorded, but it's so common that it's almost like a communal owner thing at this moment, because it's so common to think about the two presidencies. I have a couple more books here I got from the library. This video was originally going to be about the war powers of the president. So I had Peter Iron's War Powers. I have here Presidents of War by Michael Beschloss. I had obviously the Imperial Presidency by Schlesinger. There's a lot. Let's not get lost in all of the different sources. I've tried to list as many as I can below. What does this mean? Why would you say there are two presidencies? There's obviously not two presidents of the United States. The idea is that there is a president and auspices of the power of the office that go along with foreign affairs, and there is a presidency, a second type of presidency that deals with domestic affairs. Remember all the way back hours and hours ago when President George Washington initiated neutrality when there was a war between Britain and France, and some people were upset because they were like, hey, the Congress has the power to declare war, Mr. Washington. You don't really get to declare neutrality because foreign policy is more of a congressional power. And over that administration, really, the precedent was set that, sure, declare war, Congress. Consult Congress, of course, it's a shared property, right? Treaties are ratified by the Senate, ambassadors, and etc. These are all things that are the shared commodity of the executive and the legislative. And Madison tells us very specifically in those debates with Hamilton in the newspapers why it's at least a shared commodity, why you wouldn't want the executive to own foreign policy in such a predominant way, because there's a lot of incentives for the president to try to make a name for himself by being the president that perhaps is imperial, right? That pushes for a war because maybe his popularity is flailing in other ways. And that's how we get the very catchy phrase imperial presidency. It's also about the fact that over time, it's not just after the Washington administration that, foreign policy kind of drifted towards the president to set the tone and the pace, but that over time, and particularly in Korea and Vietnam, the presidency predominated foreign policy so much that the president could functionally present Congress of the war and say, well, you can fund the troops or, we'll blame you for not funding the troops. But the war's already happening, so deal with it. It's a fait accompli. Only thing similar that might have happened in history is when, James K. Polk presented Congress with such an incident at the Mexican-Texas disputed border that then led to the Mexican-American War. And because of that development over time, because the presidential powers when it comes to foreign policy became so much more of the default over the decades, the constitutional structure in the Constitution didn't change, but the constitutional practice in the country changed over time. We saw that what happened was that the president became not just predominant, but preeminent. I don't actually know if that word is more extreme than predominant, but you get the idea. The president became the emperor in a way when it came to foreign policy. And we just talked about FDR, right? FDR got smacked down with domestic stuff when he tried to pack the court. Because it was the expectation that the president doesn't legislate, the Congress legislates. The president doesn't get to define the court's function. The court defines the court's function, right? There's an Article 1 for the Congress, Article 2 for the president, Article 3 for the judiciary. FDR was slapped down for his domestic meddling, but actually, FDR was defaulted to a lot more when it came to foreign policy in the buildup to World War II, when it came to selling arms, the land lease sort of thing. There were debates, and it's not like it was uncontentious at the time, but in the end, the president was deferred to a lot more because the energetic executive is the one that can handle things that are happening in that moment. Right, when it comes to foreign policy, if an army is attacking, you don't have time to debate it in Congress. The president simply gives the order as commander in chief and repels that army. Right, so we get this dichotomy of the foreign policy president that's so much more powerful than the domestic president. The domestic president dealing with domestic politics. But Nixon, and he's not the first, but this is one of the more pronounced moments in American history where this happens, begins to blend these things. He begins in Watergate to use the foreign policy prerogatives of the president to mess with the domestic politics of the country. What does that look like? Daniel Ellsberg, the nuclear expert MIT who leaked the Pentagon Papers, the government knows it was him. The plumbers are brought in, some of these shady characters, to stop future leaks. What do? Well, I didn't forget. I just need to look up the date. September 3rd, 1971. The plumbers break into the offices of Ellsberg's psychiatrist. They break into his psychiatrist's office to see if they can dig up any dirt. Nixon wanted the dirt on Ellsberg. He wanted to besmirch his name. He wanted vengeance. He had an enemies list. Nixon was a strange man. He was born in California. He played some football. He was a Navy veteran in World War II. He entered Congress, I believe, in the 40s and then served as Eisenhower's vice president, lost the presidential race in 1960 to JFK. The last election where I believe both candidates visited all 50 states while campaigning. Pretty cool. Of course, now they just all focus on swing states. They had a great debate at a studio that when I interned at Meet the Press in graduate school, actually, the studio we broadcast from on Sundays was the location, I believe, of the second Nixon-Kennedy debate that's so famous in political science circles for the distinction between radio and television and how it was perceived and the debate around whether that distinction is actually real. I'm getting too lost in the weeds here. Nixon lost that race in 1960. Then he ran for governor of California, lost that race. And I don't want to psychoanalyze him, but it kind of felt to Nixon that he was being thrown off on a personal level. And in fact, when he lost the governor's race, he gave some quote to the media of like, now you guys can't beat up on me anymore. So he had this feeling that he was beleaguered, that everyone was against him. And he carried that with him into the White House through the 1968 election, and then until his actual resignation at the end of this whole scandal. That the whole world was against him, that the walls were always closing in, even before the walls were closing in. In this case, he's so paranoid that he wants to find the leaker. He's micromanaging, going into the psychiatrist's office of someone who leaked some national security information to try to find dirt on his mental state. Now, could this be portrayed as a necessary action for national security? I mean, intellectually, honestly, no, but maybe, right? Because Ellsberg released some national security information. And so besmirching his name is preventing that from continuing or happening again. The point is that national security is being used here to do domestic political spying. It is violating the right in the Fourth Amendment to not have, illegal searches and seizures. Fast forward a little bit close to a year, June 17th, 1972, the most infamous incident that kicks off the Watergate scandal, 1972. This is during the campaign of 1972. 5 men are arrested at the Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate complex. 5 burglars. They had on them audio tapes, wiretaps. The plan was to listen in on the Democratic Party during the election of 1972 on behalf of President Nixon. The committee to re-elect the president, which got the great name CREEP, was involved in this as well. Again, I point out to you that spying on your domestic political opponents is not a matter of national security. And yet, when this all starts to come to light, it is national security. It is that first foreign presidency upon which Nixon is going to mount his defense. Now, who orchestrated the break-in at the DNC? G. Gordon Libby, who was a former FBI and part of the committee to re-elect the president. E. Howard Hunt from the CIA and the leader of the Plumbers. They're paying cash basically to people to go install these, surveillance devices and to break the law. And it's pretty petty crime, at least breaking and entering is, right? So these people are connected directly to the Oval Office, and it has a little bit of an air of patheticness to it. And it goes to show how paranoid and strange Nixon was. And it wasn't necessary. Nixon won in a massive landslide. His landslide was bigger than FDR's was in 1936. He won, 49 of the 50 states in 1972? His paranoia, his use of national security to perpetrate domestic spying was totally unnecessary. It didn't benefit him in the slightest. And of course, it is going to be his downfall. Now, there is a smoking gun tape because out of all of this paranoia going on, the president has audio tapes in the White House to record things that are going on. And you'd say this is uniquely Nixon. It's actually not. I think JFK, but at least LBJ had tapes in the White House recording in like the Oval Office. And the ones in the Nixon administration were voice activated. And so there is a tape on June 23rd of the President of the United States, Richard Nixon, telling his chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, to have the CIA call the FBI to tell them to stop investigating the break-in at the DNC. Now, think about this for a second. The FBI is the law enforcement domestically. The CIA is an arm of the foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, to stop the FBI from investigating a break-in, the president is telling his chief of staff to have the CIA, a foreign policy institution, tell the FBI, hey, stop digging into this. It's a matter of national security. February 7th, 1973, after the election, after Nixon is given his second inaugural address, the Congress intervenes to investigate the break-in at the DNC in a vote of, I believe, 77-0. They create a select committee to investigate campaign political activities during the 1972 election to try to get to the bottom of what happened. It's a committee that is split between Democrats and Republicans. There are 4 Democrats and 3 Republicans. At the same time that this is going on, there is a letter that is sent to a judge named Sirica. Judge Sirica. The men who broke in to the DNC headquarters have been tried, and Judge Sirica, who's kind of known as a tough boy, tough guy, he insinuates heavily to all of those convicted, I think there's something else going on here. You should tell me if there is. I think you've all lied to me. I think there's a bigger story here. I want to know what that is. And so one of the people that was convicted about the break-in, his name is James McCord, writes to Judge Sirica, and he writes two things. One, he says that during their trial, there was political pressure applied to them. And two, there was perjury committed during their hearings and trials. I will state the following to you. Quote, I will state the following to you. And then one, political pressure. Two, perjury committed. The suspicion starts to circulate. There starts to be a feeling that these domestic issues lead back to high places. Now, whether they lead all the way up to Richard Nixon yet is not known, but the Select Committee in the Congress is now going to start collaborating functionally with the judiciary to try to get to the bottom of what has gone on. And in April, the Select Committee receives a letter from Richard Nixon that says, when you subpoena members of my administration to come talk to you, I'm happy to have them come talk to you at this Select Committee. I'm happy to have them even be broadcast on television, but there is executive privilege that I am claiming over their testimony under the auspices of national security. Executive privilege being the ability of the president to basically tell his confidants in the White House, don't say things to the Congress. This is a novel idea, and it is one that is going to become contentious over time as the president claims executive privilege over and over and over again to stop the investigation of the Watergate break-in and the investigation of the break-in at Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatry office. It is going to become part of the articles of impeachment about obstructing Congress, and it is going to become the subject of a Supreme Court case that is going to be decided towards the end of the Watergate scandal. As this whole thing kicks up on April 30th, some members of the administration are going to resign. So we're now into April of 1973. Several preeminent members of the administration that have been intimately involved in all of this, in the plumbers and in these illegal activities, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and John Dean, are going to resign from the administration. And it is John Dean who is going to reveal later in testimony to Congress a detail that blows the lid off of this whole investigation. It is John Dean who goes before the committee and implicates Richard Nixon directly. He says, I resigned because Nixon wanted me to fall on the sword for him and take the blame for this controversy. Not long after that, which I believe that's June 1973, in July 1973, the Senate Select Committee learns from one witness that there are tapes of conversations in the White House. Keep in mind that all up until this time, they've just been digging around, following the money trail, trying to get testimony. And then they don't know until July of 1973 that the evidence that they've been looking for all along was way, way more obvious than they could have ever imagined. There are tapes from the White House. And if this was discussed in the Oval Office by the president, the highest levels of the government, it was probably recorded. At this point, Nixon has been forced to appoint a special prosecutor, Archibald Cox, and that special prosecutor and the Senate Select Committee both subpoena the tapes that they have just learned of. They say, Nixon, hand them over. And what does Nixon do? He says, no, executive privilege. I don't have to hand over the tapes. And guess who gets involved in this? Judge Sirica, who in August of 1973 says, well, you don't have executive privilege when there's just a domestic crime involved, right? Like, this isn't about the prerogatives of your office as president of the United States, either foreign or really domestic. Like, you can't just say, oh, executive privilege to cover up a crime. You can't do that. We need to see the tapes, Judge Sirica says. And this is when we get to the Saturday Night Massacre. The Saturday Night Massacre. Let me write that down. I'm going to make a cut. Saturday Night Massacre. This is October of 1973. In October of 1973, President Richard Nixon orders his Attorney General to fire the Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox. The Attorney General declines to do so and resigns. The Deputy Attorney General is asked to fire the Special Prosecutor by Nixon. That Deputy Attorney General also declines. It then goes to the Solicitor General, if I'm not mistaken, Robert Bork, who reluctantly decides to go ahead and follow Nixon's order and fire the special prosecutor. But this does not satisfy anyone. When news of the Saturday Night Massacre, of course, it's just about firing. It's Nixon trying to fire the special prosecutor to stop this investigation, to stop this subpoena into the tapes, to claim control, you'll notice, of the executive branch. The Justice Department is part of the executive branch. So why couldn't Nixon fire this special prosecutor? Why not? Isn't that within his power? People who advocate for unitary executive theory today would say, most likely, yes, it is within his power. The Justice Department is functionally an arm of the executive branch. Not functionally, it is part of the executive branch. It is under the president. The president can do with that administration, with that department as he likes. And therefore, if this were to play out again today, unitary executive theorists would be like, it's fine. It's all good. And there's some things at the time of recording percolating around with Humphrey's executor and things that are probably going to make it more possible for the president to do political firings, though I presume, it being the Roberts Court, that it will be a little bit more narrow than just saying the president has full control over the executive branch, can fire anyone that he wants. We'll see. Anyone who watches this whole video and watches it perhaps sometime in the future when this has been resolved can leave a comment about what transpired and whether my prediction was completely wrong. Nixon is saying, I can fire my special prosecutor because he's in my administration. He's in the executive branch. That doesn't satisfy anyone. And when word gets out, of course, it blows up in the media that Nixon has fired the special prosecutor who is investigating him. There is a tremendous amount of pressure for him to appoint a new special prosecutor, or for the AG to appoint a new special prosecutor. And a man named Jaworski is appointed the second special prosecutor in the case of Jaworski, the Watergate scandal. And I believe he was appointed in November of 1973, November 1st of 1973, the new special prosecutor, Leon Jaworski. Yes, sir. In February of 1974, then the House Judiciary Committee does something pretty intense. The House Judiciary Committee receives from the full House a vote of over 400 members of the body to consider articles of impeachment for Richard Nixon. Something reeks. Something is wrong. He's declined to participate in the investigation. He has tried to stop the investigation into these break-ins. He has claimed executive privilege when we suspect that we're just dealing with some sort of just normal crimes. It's not a matter of national security. You really shouldn't be claiming executive privilege insofar as that even exists. Something is wrong. You've obstructed the courts. You've obstructed Congress. You've abused your power. The Judiciary Committee in November 1974 starts to draft up articles of impeachment, in part to put pressure on Nixon to finally release the tapes. About a month after this, Nixon is named as an unindicted co-conspirator among those who are being prosecuted now for the break-in and cover-up of the Watergate complex. And then on top of that, Nixon finally does kind of comply with the subpoena for the tapes. He puts out edited transcripts of the tapes with large chunks missing. And if I'm not mistaken, it's like 18 minutes. And it just happens to be the 18 minutes where the smoking gun would lie, with him telling H.R. Haldeman to tell the CIA to tell the FBI to stop investigating all of this stuff. Of course, the investigators in the Congress don't know it at this point, but they know that there is a missing part of the transcript, an edited transcript. And again, Nixon says, executive privilege. This is part of protecting my branch. This is, he doesn't use the phrase unitary executive theory, but he says, it's my branch, my rules, my privileges. Stop me if you can. Well, they do. The matter of the tapes goes all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. On July 24th, 1974, the United States Supreme Court intervenes in an 8-0 decision, a unanimous decision against Richard Nixon, and they say release the tapes. And they acknowledge that there might be such a thing as executive privilege. Perhaps there's such a thing in that first presidency. This isn't the Supreme Court talking, this is me. Perhaps you could justify hiding some information for the good of national security. You don't necessarily want to, be transparent about where every nuclear weapon the country possesses is located, right? So you might, if you're subpoenaed to release the location and the nuclear codes, you might say, executive privilege, national security. I can't do that. The Supreme Court doesn't use that example, but they acknowledge in their decision there might be such a thing as executive privilege. However, they say, quote, "We conclude that when the ground for asserting privilege as to subpoenaed materials sought for use in a criminal trial is based only," that's a key word there, only based on the ground of generalized interest in confidentiality, it cannot prevail over the fundamental demands of due process of law in the fair administration of criminal justice. So if you, Mr. President, just say that you have privilege because of confidentiality, because of generalized interest of the country or of the executive branch, that's not good enough. The bar for privilege must be higher. You must release the tapes. Now, this is where it becomes, well, first of all, it's already a constitutional crisis because the president is ignoring the courts and he's ignoring the Congress, right? It becomes even, and it's a constitutional crisis because the president is flexing his foreign policy powers, right? He keeps claiming national security. That's why I brought up the Pentagon Papers earlier. He's conflating his office's foreign and domestic policy quite early and often in this procedure. That's another reason I think this is a constitutional crisis, because he's evolving the presidency itself. And of course, right here, when the Supreme Court issues its unanimous decision, there is a question about whether Nixon will comply. It's rumored that Nixon was considering not complying were the decision to be a split decision. So if it had been close, even if the court had come to a choice to tell him to release the tapes, if it had been a close vote, he might have turned them down. That would have been one hell of a crisis because the president would have then been openly defying the Congress and the courts. But because it is unanimous, Richard Nixon realizes the game is up, and then he is visited by members of his own party. And a few days after the court's decision, the Judiciary Committee brings about its articles of impeachment. August 5th, the tape, finally, all the tapes are revealed. The smoking gun tape is there for the public to consume, with Nixon telling people to commit a cover-up of break-ins. And Nixon starts to drink pretty heavily in the White House. And I have a book on my shelf. You could read All the President's Men, which talks about the build-up to this, and then Woodward and Bernstein also put out a book called The Final Days, which is basically a moment-by-moment, play-by-play about what happens, including this fantastically salacious story about Richard Nixon inviting Henry Kissinger into the Oval Office to pray, and Nixon seemingly being drunk and crying a lot as he realizes that he's brought shame to the country, to the office, to himself, that the walls that he thought were closing in before, when they weren't, are now actually closing in. And, it's a nasty bit of business. On August 8th, 1974, President Nixon goes on TV and tells the country he will be resigning, and he will be the first ever president to resign. The next day, August 9th at noon, handing the presidency over to his vice president, Gerald Ford, who was not elected with him. In 1972. It was actually Spiro Agnew, who has since resigned because of a bribery scandal and because of something to do with electroshock therapy to his brain. I think somebody fact check me on that one. I might be inventing things. It's been a while since I looked at that particular case of Spiro Agnew. Anyway, the presidency will be handed over to a man who was not elected president or vice president, Gerald Ford. The first and only time such a thing has happened in American history. President Nixon gives a letter to Secretary of State Kissinger, noon, August 9th, it's 1974. I'll put the letter up on the screen. It says, "Dear Mr. Secretary, I, Richard Nixon, resign the office of presidency. Signed, Richard Milhouse Nixon, the end." Richard Nixon leaves the White House. He's pardoned in the next year by his former vice president, Gerald Ford, who's now president of the United States for any and all crimes, and is never really held accountable for what he did other than having a completely tarnished legacy and being portrayed in media and even in plays. The Dead Presidents Society, I think, is a play that portrays Nixon in heaven, basically after death, along with some of these other guys like LBJ from the 60s, resenting himself and angry still over his unpopularity with Vietnam. The Imperial Presidency of Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr., that book was actually written during this period of American history, and so the Nixon administration rings loudly in the earlier editions of the book and are then addressed in later editions of the book. And it is the contention of Arthur M. Schlesinger that this moment in the 70s is the culmination of the expansion of the importance and the prerogatives of the executive power that have been building since the country's founding. Perhaps something that was always destined to become true, something that Hamilton would have recognized in Federalist 51, I believe, or maybe it was 48, writing about the executive being an energetic place in the government, not just a presider, not just someone receiving the whims of Congress, not just someone receiving declarations of war and waiting around forever, not someone pushed into things like President McKinley would later be pushed into the Spanish-American War in 1898. No, the president is going to be an energetic, assertive, as Woodrow Wilson would have wanted, a president that is prime ministerial in behavior, pushing for things. It finds its voice, its stride, this imperial presidency in Richard Milhous Nixon, and then he resigns. And we are left to wonder whether we have seen the reassertion of Congress since he resigned, whether that imperial presidency has declined. Of course, there was a moment right after Nixon left when we had the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, the War Powers Act of 1973, things that were attempts by Congress, flawed attempts, I might add, especially with the War Powers Act, to rein in this imperial presidency. And they would be so unsuccessful that it would bring us the presidency of today. And I think that is where I'm going to move along and say that it is time to address our final constitutional crises, and then a little editorializing after that, and we'll call it a day. Let's talk about the election of 2000, Bush v. Gore. You're doing great. We're almost done. Who knows how long this is? I've lost track. Finishing wiping off the board. One of the things that makes the constitutional crisis of 2000, our last constitutional crisis, interesting for us, beyond just the fact that it is an interesting moment in history, is the fact that it brings several things that we've gone through in our hours together back in full circle. The first is the idea that the presidency itself is become so important over the course of American history up to this point that it is worth a knuckle drag-out fight to make sure that your party remains in office, probably to an extent that is only more important. Well, I'm losing my phrasing here, but basically having the presidency is arguably more important in the 21st century. President Bush is going to take office in 2001. It is more important to have the presidency in 2000 than it is in 1800 in our first constitutional crisis. Why? Well, because of the things we've just been discussing with the imperial presidency and the rising preeminence of the office from the presider to something more like the emperor, right? Someone who has their hand in foreign policy in a massive, massive way, and somebody who increasingly has an impact on domestic policy. And as we are entering in the year 2000, our current era of gridlock, in fact, one of my grad school professors edited a series of books with additions for every congressional term, basically called American Gridlock. As we saw tactics in the 90s in the Clinton administration on opposition banks of the Republican-controlled House under Newt Gingrich start to become more aggressive, start to become more, not just like we're the opposition party, but we're trying to actively sabotage behavior or potential cooperation with the president, etc. As we enter an era in which we're currently experiencing as I record this, where it is extremely, extremely difficult to pass even just a basic budget in the Congress. It makes a lot of sense that you'd want to have the presidency, and that if there is an electoral dispute, as there is in the year 2000, you might want to fight that tooth and nail, because
it's winner take all, or at least that's the perception that you might start to get. And that is why recent elections, I don't think I'm over exaggerating to say that some of our recent elections have been treated as controversially and as dramatically as some of those contested hot elections that we have talked about throughout this video. And a lot of it goes to the fact that the president is a more and more central feature of our government. I don't want to belabor this too much, but think about the parliamentary system in the UK. The prime minister is just one of the parliament. It is under the crown, the king or the queen before received all the affections of the people, and the prime minister is meant to be the chief functionary of the government, right? Your affections don't go to the prime minister. They go to the king or the queen. The president of the United States is both the head of state and the executive, and therefore you have a governing function like the prime minister, and you have this head of state foreign dignitary function. You are the face of the government and its chief executor. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. It defines what the presidency is. And sometimes in the UK, you'll see the reverse effect where people complain about the prime minister becoming, like the office of the prime minister becoming more presidential with time. The other reason that this is a big deal is because it brings full circle. Hold on, on a lighter matter, on a less fundamental matter, the 1876 election. Remember the old 1876 election, the constitutional crisis we described earlier, where Benjamin, oh my God, Rutherford B. Hayes. All right, hold on. You've been with me this long. I've been focused. I've been fluent. I think I'm going to focus here. I'm going to burn the candle on both ends. I'm going to make this last bit count. I am not going to lose my focus. All right. I'm dedicating that to you. We've gotten this far. We're going to be cogent. Okay. Rutherford B. Hayes was elected president in 1876. And the controversy, though, about those disputed slate of electors from South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida, and the one from Oregon, right? They caused this issue that led up and that flirted with Inauguration Day of 1877, right? They didn't get the electoral votes counted until February, right? Until they not only had the commission that was a weird mix of the courts and the legislature, but not until the filibuster and all the deal making had been made outside of the Senate in order to make sure that the electoral votes were actually counted and the election was certified. Part of the motivation of the court in the year 2000 is going to be to try to evade such brinksmanship. Now, people are going to decide that this is cynical on the part of the justices who make up the majority. And I am not going to weigh in on that because I do feel like with the year 2000, we are being a little bit too presentist and a little bit too close. And I have my personal biases about these situations. The other thing that happened in 1876, so we have the electoral dispute, right? That's going to play its role in 2000. We also have the fact that the commission itself was the legislature plus the judiciary. Remember that electoral commission with with 5 senators, 5 House, and 5 Supreme Court. So 1877 is going to establish this precedent that if there's a dispute, even though the Constitution doesn't say the judiciary really has a role, that the judiciary might play an arbitration role in such electoral disputes. And there's one final thing that I wanted to bring up, and that is that there is an electoral act, the Electoral Counting Act of 1887. It's an Electoral Counting Act of 1887. So this act is an attempt to make sure that there are not 2 sets of electors that go to the Senate to cause a controversy like in that election. Again, it sets a deadline essentially, and says if you get your slate of electors to us on this date, they count. It's a safe harbor provision in this act. That's going to play a role in the controversy of 2000 as well. So let's talk about 2000 now that we've set the stage. The candidate for president for the Republicans is the governor of Texas. I lived in Texas at the time, and I remember this election, George W. Bush. I think this was really the first time that I was politically aware, really. I do remember my parents arguing about the 96 election because there was a mock election at my school where we could vote for like Clinton, oh God, okay, I'm going to skip Bob Dole and Ross Perot. If I got that wrong, somebody tell me. And I remember my parents told me to vote. One of them said vote for Clinton. One of them said vote for Dole. So I voted for Ross Perot in my elementary school mock election. In 2000, my grandmother was living with us, and she was bedridden and had to vote absentee. And I remember my mother, who did not vote for George Bush, voted for George Bush on behalf of my grandmother and helping her fill out that ballot. My grandmother couldn't fill out that ballot. So that's a kind of a sweet democratic moment that I got to see with my family, where people disagreed but still believed in the other's fundamental right to vote and make a free choice as a citizen as they saw fit. And my grandmother was a World War II nurse, and so had every right to vote. However, she damn well pleased in 2000. And let me just get, actually, here's my grandma. Okay. She, one time when I was coming to DC to start to consider moving here for graduate school and to try to figure out what program I would do, we found my grandmother's description in the Women's Veterans Center at Arlington National Cemetery, and we didn't know actually that she had been in Arlington. This is another photo of my grandmother in Washington, D.C. in 1938, so this was before the war, with a women's group from Kentucky coming to spend time in Washington, D.C. Anyway, proud of my grandmother. I'm going to move right along. It was a cute little anecdote, but I realized you probably didn't click on this video to listen to me talk about family. 2000 election, my grandmother was voting for Bush. My mom voted for Gore, I presume. I didn't see her ballot. Anyway, this is the first time I was politically aware. And if you were alive at this time, you would have seen that on television, there was a little bit of chaos in the 2000 election. Vice President Gore was declared the winner of Florida and thereby the winner of the 2000 election that was very close on November 7th to 1999. No, 2000. And then presumably in her office, January 20th, 2001. However, the vote in Florida was decertified. And over the course of the next 24 hours, different news networks trying to project the results realized that it was too close to call. The election, I think, was then called for Bush in certain places, and then that was also recalled. And we were basically stuck in November of 2000, wondering who the next president will be, because once all the votes were tallied in all the other places, it was realized that neither Bush nor Gore would get to the prerequisite 270 electoral votes necessary for a majority at this point in American history without winning Florida's 25. Just made a cut. Florida had 25 electoral votes. Florida 2000 is a disaster. Okay. First of all, there were a bajillion candidates on the ballot. There were third-party candidates. There was Ralph Nader. There was Pat Buchanan. More importantly, though, there were disparities in how people cast their ballot in Florida that proved consequential. So some counties in Florida had optical scanners, right? And they tended to be more affluent counties that had invested in optical scanning technology. And in those places, there were less instances of errors being reported on ballots, voter error, than what? Than counties where there were old school, strange punch card ballots that maybe had not invested in those optical scanners, and therefore there was more chance for voters to make errors on their ballots punching holes. I'm going to put up not only were there hole punch things, but there were confusing instructions on ballots where certain races spilled onto second pages and people might have voted twice for president or might have not punched through all the way and then not actually cast a ballot for president or cast a ballot for Pat Buchanan when they meant to cast a ballot for Gore. I'm sure there are people that also tried to cast a ballot for Bush that did not cast a ballot because of this accident, because they didn't punch properly. That would be called an undervote. If you voted twice on accident, that'd be called an overvote, and in both cases, your ballot was likely to be thrown out. But the problem is that certain counties were counting these errored ballots in different ways, and we get bizarre phraseology because of this too. There is the concept of the Chad. What is the Chad? It is not an internet meme guy. In 2000, a Chad referenced basically the little perforations of your ballot where you would punch through to cast your ballot. So you could have a hanging Chad, which is that little piece of paper there. If you punch through, but then the Chad stayed on, did you really mean to vote for that person? There were pregnant Chads where people had pushed a little bit, but then the perforation hadn't actually broken. And so the Chad was just dimpled. And you also had dimpled Chads because of this. And there was controversy about what do you count? If there's 2 votes, you probably throw that vote out. If there's no votes and undervote because of a pregnant Chad, because the person tried to push through and they couldn't, what do you do? Right? There were also instances where people didn't punch through to vote for Gore or Bush. They just said, I vote for George Bush, and like they wrote it in. Right? Does that count for Bush? I don't remember how all this was accumulated, but that's also because there were no standards for how to count these ballots. Florida election law only had a single provision in it that would be brought up by the Gore team, the Gore legal team, which is that the clear intent of the voter is how a ballot should be counted. But each individual county in Florida could apply the standard of the clear intent of the voter however they felt was responsible. And that meant that there was lots of dispute across the state about how to count ballots. The initial count in Bush and Gore in Florida was that there was a difference of about 1,700 votes. Both Governor Bush and Vice President Gore got about 2,900,000 votes. Obviously, I'm just giving a nice round number there, but think about this. Between roughly 3 million votes, the difference is 1,000-ish. Then the stakes increase more because there is an automatic recount, and the margin for Bush, which in the initial count, Bush wins by like 1,700 or something, 1,800. The next count, the difference narrows even more down into the hundreds. And there are attempts by the Gore campaign to ask for recounts in Broward, in Palm Beach County, and Miami-Dade, and a county called Volusia. So what happens after this? We get down to a margin of roughly 537 votes. 537 votes. That will give all 25 of Florida's electoral votes to George W. Bush. On November 13th, Catherine Harris, the Secretary of State of Florida, certifies those election results. Catherine Harris is not just the Secretary of State of Florida, she is also on the Bush campaign. So there is there's a lot of talk about whether there's a conflict of interest there. That's not to say you can't be political and hold office at the same time, but it is to say that there was suspicion at that moment. Now on November 13th, she doesn't certify the election. She says, get me your results by November 14th at 5 p.m., upon which I will certify the election. So one of the Bush campaign managers is hurrying along these recounts because every time there's a recount, the margin for Bush gets smaller and smaller and smaller as there are manual recounts to look at some of these undervotes, Chads, pregnant, pungent Chads, whatever. The votes get smaller and smaller. And then Catherine Harris says, you know what, we're going to cut this off on November 14th. So the Gore campaign brings this all the way up to the Florida Supreme Court, which tells Catherine Harris, hey, actually, Catherine, Miss Harris, Bush campaign person, Secretary of State, you can accept some ballots later. It's okay. Let the recounts go forward. And November 17th, the Florida Supreme Court says, don't certify until we have a hearing. And then there is a Supreme Court case in which the first section of Article 1 of the Florida Constitution comes up. Article 1, Section 1 of the Florida Constitution. I'm going to write this down and make a cut. Okay. Article 1, Section 1 of the Florida Constitution says, all political power inherent to the people. All political power is inherent to the people. The Florida Supreme Court says that, therefore, everyone's ballots should be counted because the political power of the state is inherent to the people, we should continue to do recounts, and you should delay certification until we have finished those recounts. Here's where things, obviously the whole nation is watching this. It already has national implications, but this is when the Supreme Court of the United States itself becomes involved. Because why is Katherine Harris in such a rush to get this stuff done, to get this election certified? Well, it's because of the Safe Harbor Law in the Electoral Counting Act of 1887. The idea is if you submit your electoral votes by a certain deadline and they arrive in the Senate, they will be counted. If you delay and you don't get in by the safe harbor deadline, you open up the invitation of disputed electors. And then we get into the 1876, 1877 complications again, where you have disputed electors. Maybe you have to have a commission where the Supreme Court is involved. Ironically, to prevent the Supreme Court getting involved, the Supreme Court gets involved. And you can see now where this is starting to get pretty darn messy. On December 8th, the Florida Supreme Court says, I'm not right-handed, can you tell? The Florida Supreme Court says, count all the undervotes that have not yet been recounted in the entire state to make this matter as clean as possible. Let's count some more votes. Let's figure this out. The Bush campaign asked the Supreme Court to intervene. And on December 9th, the Supreme Court does actually intervene and stays this court order from the Florida Supreme Court pending a hearing in the United States Supreme Court. They issued the writ of certiorari, that is the call-up of a lower court decision for presentation at the Supreme Court. And by issuing a stay on this recount from December 8th, the Supreme Court is implying very heavily that they are going to halt the count. It is not decided yet, but by issuing a stay on the recount, they are starting to bump up against the safe harbor deadline for real this time, which I believe is on December 12th. Let me double check. Yeah, safe harbor deadline of December 12th. So we need to talk about the Bush v. Gore case because the whole country's watching, and there are oral arguments before the Supreme Court on December 11th. And I listened to these oral arguments for the first time since I was a kid. First time since I was a kid. I don't know. I followed this election pretty carefully. Did I watch the Supreme Court oral arguments I don't know. Anyway, I listened to them again and heard clips of them for the first time for a very long time. And it occurs to me now with the brain that I have as an adult that despite the fact that this is the highest court of the land, despite the fact that these are the most brilliant minds, both in the attorneys for Gore and Bush and the Supreme Court justices themselves are practiced legal, despite all of that, despite the brilliance of this group of people, the oral arguments of Bush v. Gore come off as absolute word salad chaos. First of all, there is discussion of what should we do with the pregnant chads, right? I remember there's this part where Sandra Day O'Connor's like, why don't we just, count the ballots if people made an error, they made an error. Let's just count the ballots as they presented to us. And then, there's all this discussion about pregnant and hanging chads and undervotes and overvotes. And you get the impression that, even these intelligent people are just getting lost. And it gets a little funny if you don't think about the heavy weight and the implications for the country that such confusion poses. What is the argument of those who want the recount to stop, to not have an undervote? And that's what the Bush team wants. Obviously, the Vice President Gore has a deficit to Governor Bush in the Florida race of 537 votes. Every time there's a recount, Gore gets a little closer to pulling ahead. And there is a fear that if all the undervotes are counted, as the Florida Supreme Court ordered on December 8th, that will ultimately tip Florida to Gore, will get him to the 270 plus electoral votes, and that Vice President Gore will then be the president of the United States. So it is in the Bush campaign's interest to stop the recount. The Supreme Court, as I've said, did issue a stay on December 9th, and then they heard these oral arguments on December 11th, and the question came before them, why? Why do the states run the elections? They count the electoral votes. What is the Supreme Court? Where did they get the right to intervene here? And the argument comes back that in the United States Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, that is the description section of how the president is selected, that it is the legislature that determines the apportionment of the electoral votes. Okay. Makes sense. You count the ballots. Even, let's go to the 19th century, election of Andrew Jackson, 1824, 1828, 1832, last time he ran. You count up all the ballots in a state, whoever wins the popular vote at this moment as the Democratic wave is hitting and all of the non-property white males can vote. The state legislature then looks at the popular vote and apportions electors according to that and sends the results to Washington after the Electoral College meets in December. Okay. The U.S. Supreme Court says that by the Florida Supreme Court intervening in the electoral process, they might be contravening Article 2, Section 1 of the United States Constitution, because it should be the legislature that makes these decisions, not the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court is suddenly saying you should count all of the undervotes in all of the counties that haven't had yet a manual recount, that is the Supreme Court weighing in on how the state runs its election, when the United States Constitution explicitly says that that is a power of the state legislature, not the state Supreme Court. By issuing recount orders, the Florida Supreme Court is, according to the litigants, creating new election law, which is not their right. Okay. We at least have a cogent legal argument there, if not a compelling ethical argument or a argument from a democratic perspective. However, the Supreme Court does in fact find that this reason is compelling and will eventually put out a 5-4 decision that holds up that the Florida Supreme Court usurped the legislature by issuing new election law. But that's not actually the main reason the Supreme Court decides to rule in favor of the Bush campaign and halt the recount permanently in Florida. Another reason they give is that the safe harbor law, they hear the case on December 11th. The safe harbor law, because of the Electoral Counting Act of 1887, is December 12th. Therefore, it is an issue that they could not perform a recount in time because the time is up. Okay. That is a little flimsy here. Hold on, there's a siren going by. Whether or not you agree with the Article 2 stuff, you could say, okay, that's in the U.S. Constitution. Let me remind you, the Electoral Counting Act of 1887 is not in the Constitution. It is just a law. And just a law. It still matters, but for the Supreme Court to say our hands are tied, we can't find a remedy to count votes because of an act of Congress from the 19th century, that's a bit of a cop-out, don't you think? The Constitution says that the Electoral College shall meet in this time, in this place, and will be counted in the Senate. There's nothing in the Constitution. There's never an amendment that said when the electors needed to be decided by on the state level. The state can handle that for themselves, and yet the Supreme Court is going to say, "Time's up. We can't let the safe harbor deadline from the Electoral Counting Act of 1887 pass us by." Pretty weak stuff. It is complicated. One could definitely make an argument that there is an intent here to create political stability. Cynics would say there is an attempt here to protect the Republican Party. Katherine Harris, the Secretary of State of Florida, who has intervened in a partisan manner for George W. Bush. And of course, there is an attempt here to hurt voters in districts where voting abnormalities were more prevalent, aka districts with more black voters, aka districts more likely to vote for Gore in 2000. And this is where things get ironic as hell, because the actual decision of the Supreme Court that is given out on December 12th of 2000 is first and foremost decided on a 7-2 basis on the basis of the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. It violates the non-arbitrary treatment standard by treating voters differently in different counties, by ordering a recount of different counties for the undervotes with only the standard of the clear intent of the voter that is too vague. And so therefore, during the recount process, had it gone forward, you might have had people have their votes counted in one way over here and another way in this county. And therefore, there is a distinction between voters that is not standardized, and therefore there is a violation of non-arbitrary treatment. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment is violated. Now, I'm going to revisit that in just a second, but I should just point out, I'm just going to look at the timeline real quick. December 13th, Gore says his famous line, "I don't agree with the court's decision, I accept it." He then presides as the vice president, the president of the Senate, over the counting of the electoral ballots, and the election goes to Bush. And Bush wins all 25 Florida's electoral votes, and the final vote is 271 for George W. Bush to 266 for Al Gore. 272 win. Bush gets it by 1. Amazing. And the final difference is really 500 votes. Okay, now, this is all sounding quirky, but let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something about this 2000 court case. And I've linked some sources below. This is not an original thought from me, but there's a crazy irony here, okay? In invoking the 14th Amendment. Invoking the 14th Amendment. We've talked about the 14th Amendment in this video. Why did the 14th Amendment get passed during Reconstruction? To protect newly freed people as equal citizens and give them due process and equal protection. Okay. The people whose ballots were more likely to be affected in Florida than any other race of people were Black Americans. The Supreme Court invoked the 14th Amendment and its equal protection clause, its due process, as a means by which to disenfranchise Black voters. They've invoked a constitutional amendment that protects all Americans, but at the time, of course, it was intended to protect Black voters. They invoked that amendment to disenfranchise Black voters. Not good. Florida, 2000, giant mess. Now then, let's give the Supreme Court a little bit of credit here. Let's give the other side of the story. Let's be balanced because we are not being presentist partisans. 1876 was ugly. 1800 was ugly. 1824 was ugly. Close elections are nasty. And the court perhaps just intervened in the sense of giving the republic stability in a contentious election, protecting the power of George W. Bush, part of the irreparable harm argument that brought this before the court in the first place was actually the irreparable harm would be done to President Bush himself. A little bit silly, but the idea is that if his election was doubted, he would suffer political problems once in office. I don't think that the way things were resolved helped that any more than the counterfactual, but okay. Now, the dissent in the case, including Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who simply wrote, "I dissent," as opposed to "I respectfully dissent." That's become a much more common way of phrasing things since she did that. People mentioned that in the dissent, we could have intervened if the electors were disputed. So the Electoral Counting Act gives safe harbor by December 12th, right? But if we didn't need to intervene before all this, we could have waited until the Constitution needed us to intervene when there was a dispute over the actual electors going to Washington. There was a sense that the state constitution was created by the legislature and subject to its judiciary. The judiciary was a part of the Florida Constitution created by the legislature initially. Why wouldn't the legislature be subject to something that it created, right? It gets a little ipso facto, a little bit, I don't know, like, what's the way you meditate and then you lose your dualism. It's like a monist theory of government, but whatever. I mean, I understand. It's like, why should we hold the Supreme Court as like this bizarre foreign thing when the state is really, the intent of the Constitution is to give state control of its own election and the assignment of electors, not to like arbitrarily cut out the courts from the electoral process if a law's been passed. And if, as the Florida election law said, the clear intent of the voter is the standard, why not allow the courts to participate in applying and deciding on that law as per the state's constitution? And then finally, the most famous line from John Paul Stevens in dissent is, "Counting every legally cast vote cannot constitute irreparable harm." counting every legally cast a vote cannot constitute irreparable harm. So it's I think it's famous because it kind of cuts through all of the legalism and all the confusion. If you listen to those oral arguments, it cuts through it all and says, hey, if a vote was cast, we should count it. We should figure out a way to count it. That's the bottom line. We live in a society, damn it. Okay, we did it. Why did I stop at 2000? Well, you could already hear me in 2000 starting to insert my own personal biases into this, and I do have a personal bias. I am not just some random, cut off from the world person who has no personal opinions. That's why I'm stopping at the year 2000. However, I do have a couple takeaways for you living in the present moment. I don't think any of this will ever be irrelevant to you, even if you watch this video sometime in the future. If you've made it this far, you deserve a little editorializing and a little bit of a takeaway about what to think about all of these things. The first thing I want you to think about is the fact that even in the most egregious moments of constitutional crisis in America, be they caused by facts on the ground, as in the case of the Lincoln constitutional crisis he had to overcome, but even just the weird, quirky election constitutional crises, if you take the bird's eye view on a lot of these things, what do you see? You see a society, a republic that still exists and still stands and gets through these things. The year 2000, for example, gets further and further away from us every year. And of course, there is a narrative, and it is an accurate narrative, that the Supreme Court intervening in 2000 had impacts on American society. Of course, that's true. Of course, things would be different if President Bush had not been president and Al Gore had been president. And I don't mean to belittle the crises that we've experienced as a country, not at all. The Civil War was hundreds and hundreds of thousands of deaths. All I'm saying is that if you take the widest view possible, what do you see? You see a republic that survives. You see that even in the moments where you say this is the end, votes haven't been counted. Reconstruction has been ended. The republic, insofar as that it is an end of itself, persists. Now, why do I hold that up as a good thing if there are injustices perpetrated by that republic? I'm going to take a sip and I'm going to say my point. The reason is because the American Republic is more than a set of events. Every government is more than just a set of events and circumstances. I cannot give you a cogent theory of history right now. I tend to end a lot of my writing describing Tolstoy's metaphor of history being like an ocean where the men and women who rise to change history, leaders, are like the white foam on top of the waves. People like Napoleon are people that are caught in vortices. They are not actually that important. And therefore, history is this natural phenomenon that we see. And it's a bit of a fatalist view of history. There's nothing for us to do except to be along for the ride. And even some of the quote unquote great men of history, like Vladimir Lenin of the Soviet Union, that great founder of the Soviet Union, he believed in a scientific Marxist understanding of history that would have been recognizable to Karl Marx. But he would have said, if history has its natural development, I, as a great man, am part of that natural development and should nonetheless play my role and be a great man of history. Great men are part of that natural development of history. It gets a little metaphysical, a little crazy, and I don't want to get lost. But I do think that the point is that if we assume that part of self-government as part of democracy is about making mistakes, but nonetheless this basic fundamental belief that over time the people should have a say in the way in which they're governed, and if that is our guiding star, if that is an idea, the basis of our republic in and of itself, even if that idea has morphed over time and changed to whom it applies, even if that is not a material belief, even if that is an idealistic belief, it is still one worth pursuing, even if it is pursued imperfectly. Am I saying when you see injustice happening in front of you that you say, that's injustice, I'm going to take the long view and I know that the republic will survive? No. I'm not saying that at all. Just in the same way that you would say, animal ethics don't matter if I can't physically see an animal suffering right outside my window, right? You would say, no, there's a bigger picture here. Even if we can't see suffering with our own eyes, it matters, right? Even if there's a long view of history, and I don't personally subscribe to the theory that history bends towards justice, as the famous Martin Luther King line went. Even if you don't believe in that, you should be of the belief, in my opinion, that we can at least strive to make that come true. And therefore, you should intervene. You should be a citizen. You should inform yourself, as you've done by watching this lecture. You should participate in the Republic. You should mourn when it makes grave, horrible moral mistakes, as it did in Dred Scott and that constitutional crisis we went over. You should mourn when there are corrupt bargains, when there are backdoor dealings that effectively cancel entire amendments of the Constitution for decades and decades and decades, until the victims of that have to fight and convince the rest of us to live up to those ideals. You should mourn those things. And when I was in eating disorder therapy, my therapist would always use the word "and" instead of "but." So you could phrase it as, you should see injustice, but you should take the long view. No. You should see injustice. You should call it out. You should strive to bring down suffering and increase flourishing in your time as a citizen of a country and a human being on the planet, a sentient being, really. Anything capable of suffering should suffer less. Anything capable of flourishing should flourish more. You should call those things out in the moment. And you should notice that in the long arm of history, a lot of these things are not as fundamental as maybe they first appear. Some of them are, and we remember that, right? When Abraham Lincoln talked about the fact that history will look back and decide whether we as a Congress and me as a president have done our job in breaking the law to protect the Constitution. We look back at that moment with the long view of history and say, yes. You will have people like FDR who will say, I'm doing things just like Lincoln. I am invoking my powers to stuff the court, and history can judge me and my political party for trying. And we do. Harry Truman does the same thing in the steel mill seizure case in 1952. And it is Robert H. Jackson who writes those famous words of the president acting in a zone of twilight when the Congress hasn't made a declaration about what it thinks. There are contemporary imponderables that must be considered. We can take those longer views of history, as Robert H. Jackson did in his concurrent opinion, and we can put together a holistic, full picture of history as best we can as flawed human beings. And we can sigh a breath of relief in knowing that we did our best to make the world a better place, but in the end, some of it is out of our control. Sometimes good things happen, sometimes bad things happen. The long view of the Republic, the long view of history, is one which we really, if we take Tolstoy's metaphor to be somewhat true, we can paddle around in the water. We can try to affect the waves of history, the currents, but really they're below us in the depths, and we are the white foam on top. And that should give us hope, because sometimes a little seawater on the face is quite refreshing. Sometimes good things happen, sometimes bad things happen, but we as individuals are here for a blip. We do our best. We are citizens. We participate. We hopefully, if we are informed and good people, try to make a positive difference for the world, and we accept that that might not be possible. That was my intent in making this long video for you, just to try to put good information into the world, and I hope that I have accomplished that mission. I've cited my sources below. I leave the comment section open for you to find factual corrections to make. This was an honest attempt at presenting the facts, and if I've made errors, please do let me know. At the time of the recording, I am still job hunting and doing other things, but I did want to express a little bit of appreciation to you, the viewers, for being so damn supportive of these lectures over the last few uploads. I was in a not great place a few months ago because I was not just working really hard to research, but I was working even harder to edit, because that is not the part of the video production process that I'm particularly good at. I'm a little slow. And I tend to get like physically exhausted even by sitting at the computer for hours and hours and days editing. And the initial lectures were actually a bit of a desperate thing for me to not to try to find fame and to pull success out of the fires of defeat or something, but rather to try to claim back some of the passion that I had for creating. And what I mean is that I've always been really passionate about writing. I've always been passionate about researching and learning and sharing the things that I learn. I don't know what the point of learning and having history is if not to share it with people and to try to improve things, as I've just been speaking about. And so by being so supportive and jumping in to say how much you guys have appreciated these lectures, not only have you given me some external validation, which I know psychologically I must limit the amount that external validation can influence me. It's not too healthy to lean in. A lot of YouTubers deal with the fact that if you lean in on external validation, when the numbers go up or down, your emotions are connected to those things. I'm not impervious to that. But the feedback that has mattered to me more than just the analytics or something is the fact that people are saying, I'm connecting with this. I think this is important. I appreciate this. I'm learning. And that's really all I need to keep going, baby. If you enjoyed this video, please, you don't have to, I'm not asking you for positive feedback. That's not what I'm doing. I promise. I'm just saying that if you're learning, even if you never tell me, if you are learning, then I am doing my bit. And that's something I could do for the rest of my life and never worry about whether the analytics went up or down or whether I made money or not. I would simply have to survive nonetheless and pay my bills somehow and continue to create content in a balanced way. The point being that I am very gratified, and I'm rambling now because I've been going for hours and hours and hours. This has taken 2 days to record. It has filled up my phone memory. I've had to dump things and delete things, and I am a exhausted boy. And we, Sophie and I, are very appreciative. I'm sorry, girl. Say bye. You're a sweet girl. Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching.